bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. I hope YouTube chat is gonna work this time. Last time YouTube chat wasn't working in the multi-chat feature on Stream Elements. It was being a real bastard. Okay, now I also have to somehow find a link for the fucking New York City mayoral debate. Because that shit ain't showing up. Basically saying like, you're not, you don't have access to this because you're Canadian. Fuck you. And it's just like, alright. Fuck you, I guess. So what's up, gamers? D4net. This fucking puto. These fucking putis over here. This McPuto. Yeah, you beat Boy Meets Mini this time. Now you can rub it in his face. And you just be like, ha! Puto. You just call him a papega or something, I don't know. Whatever works for you. Calls him at Mini Guy, but it's Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, well, you know what? Fuck you. Makes fun of you anyways. I think he's probably streaming. No, he's not streaming. Maybe Boy Meets Mini is just busy.
Cope and seethe, Jack.
You know what? Fuck you. Fuck you, D4net. Little bastard. You little bastard, Ford. You little son of a bitch. Alright. We're gonna use our brain. I know. It's inconceivable fucking thing. Something that I'm very good at. Using my goddamn brain. Shut up. I just want the pop-out chat. Thank you. Now to separate out all this fucking bullshit that I have open because of Elon Musk and Donald Trump getting into a spat. It's very funny. God, it's so fucking funny, dude. I'll just look through fucking Musk's idiotic fucking shit. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Ford. It was always gonna be a matter of when and not if. The if was guaranteed, right? Like, it was gonna happen eventually because, like, Elon Musk is just, like, a completely unlikable fucking, like, just demon No one likes him. Everyone fucking hates him, right? Broadly speaking. But the question was going to be, alright, well, when's it gonna happen? And I guess today is the day. I know people are gonna, broadly speaking, obfuscate the reasoning. I mean, the Trump is already, like, obfuscating the reasonings for as to why what is happening is happening. But, we'll do the whole meme. You know, we'll talk about everything. Okay, I can't find anything on the fucking stupid New York mayoral fucking city debate because it's all fucking country locked fucking puto shit. Puto. There's a bunch of highlights, but I don't want to go through a bunch of fucking highlights. Am I gonna just have to, like, look at someone else's fucking VOD from, like, America or something? Wait, is that LARPer Republican in the fucking hat part of that, like, stupid, dumbass, like, hate group? I know Eric Adams is also there, but I think he's basically cooked. Like, he's totally fucking cooked. Man, I was just remembered, like, how much this fucking puto fucking Elon Musk fucking posts. I don't care about all of his, like, dumbass reposts. Did you delete the fucking post? I think he might have deleted the post. Pussy. Well, it's a good thing there's screenshots out there. You know, someone who definitely will not have deleted anything is Kyle Kalinske. Because he's a Giga Chad. Alien vs. Predator. God. That's everything I want. Ain't nobody want a fat retarded bill. Good to see that Asmongold, I guess, is taking the side of the ketamine addict, I guess. Ah, it's so good! God, stupid. God, these people are so fucking dumb, bro. Oh my god, bro. Oh. Oh my god. God, puto, this shit is, it's so fucking funny, bro. It's so funny, bro. It hasn't even been 6 months. And it's already a complete shit show. Fucking Nazi lolly VTuber Rev says Desu. In fighting with fucking Asmonturd. Oh my god, it's so fucking good, bro. Oh god. It's so fucking funny, dude. It's a good day today. It's a good day today to be like, you know, a normal human being, I think. Oh man, bro. Alright, gonna clean up my desktop a little bit. Drop this thing off in here, and then drop you off into here. And we can get rid of both of those. Alright, now we can start with the fucking video game. I have to find where Roark is. Gotta find where that son of a bitch Roark even is, if I'm gonna fight him. Alright. Where's that bastard Roark? Where is he? I know he's around here somewhere. Might as well catch some stuff from here first. Not Skorupi. Magby. We'll catch that. Did not want to click that. Rolly's your Coley. Roggen's your Rolla. There he is. We found him. Hey, big man. He's right here. Alright, we'll take them on first. Roark. Oh yeah, I don't need to go back to the PC at all. Huh? What are you fucking DMing me about with this? What do you want? Laughter more powerful after Trump term? It's time for fucking stupid ass bullshit. Honestly, I don't even know what's gonna happen. It's just gonna be like stupid Pepega shit, honestly. Or maybe nothing at all will happen besides dumbass fucking Pepega shit. I don't know, puto. I think it's just gonna be stupid puto shit, bro. Everything is el puto. Alright, Roark. What do you got for me, buddy, besides rock types? What does he give me as a reward? Leaders. Got a Tyrant, a Shieldon, and a Cranados. We'll want to take a fighting type then with us. How heavy is Shieldon? Could use low kick on my, I could use low kick on the Timber to do a lot of fucking damage. Let's listen to what Mike says. Who's Mike? What do you talk about, Pepega? What fucking puto shit is coming out of your mouth right now, bro? I also have to make sure to pick up the phone from my mom because she's coming over to basically, well,
that's a bunch of malarkey.
Yeah, she's coming over because like my fucking fob for my building got turned off, so I have to make sure that I can get in and stuff. So I kind of want to see if I can take. Probably lead with Timber. I'll take Mudkip with me. I could take this with me to take on the Tyrant. What else can I take? Will you learn a fighting move? We can find out, right? Otherwise you'd be pretty good. And I like Intimidate in general against this whole team. Poison powder, huh? Ice Shard's pretty good. I'll take Ice Shard. Bite. And I already have all the elemental fangs. Huh. That's pretty solid, actually. covet. Covet's a good move. Normally it's a normal move. I don't think it's a fairy move normally, but otherwise it's not bad at all. I think we just get rid of bite. Otherwise I'd probably get rid of... you keep Fire Fang, I think. Taunt. Do you learn a fighting move? Pursuit. That's not a fighting move. I was hoping for a fighting move. So we're gonna cut you then. Gonna head back. Actually, I should check to see. Because we need to change up people's natures. You'll probably might have use later. Adamant. Who should I put in instead of the other thing? Meryl? Maybe just something that's bulky. Get rid of you. Slowpoke is bulky. T-Wave. You have my attention. Free T-Wave. Decent Psychic Stab. Okay. And we already have pretty good Water Stab. And T-Wave. This early on? Okay. That's pretty decent, actually. I don't hate that whatsoever, I'll be honest. Abilities. There's one thing that I'm going to do before I do the fight. I feel like I'm going to shit my pants, so I'm going to go take a shit. We are so Baroque. And the shield on is holding an oranberry. All we have to care about is the fucking metal burst. Okay, do you have a move that lets you break the sturdy? Yes, because we just want to break the sturdy first. I'll just knock on the door, and I will BRB again. Nah. Well, I guess I have good news. Good news on a pretty good day, I'd say. The fob works. So I can get back into my building. So that's cool. Lovely. Fantastic. Excellent. We changed Slowpoke's nature to bold. Let's give people associated items. Give you a black belt. Let's give the two tanky shitters some healing berries. Specifically... Oh, this is what fucking Dawn mostly gave me. Oh, she gave me fucking the pinch berries. Ooh. Ooh! Ooh, she actually gave me some good stuff. And wise glasses and a bunch of other really useful berries. Okay. Okay, Dawn, I see you. I see you, girl. You can have a berry. You can also have a berry. Okay. Let's give the pretty, the fairy feather to Snubble, and Never Melt Ice to Swine Up, because I just want to use the Ice Shard. Alright, cool. I think we're about as good to go for this fight as we can be. At least that's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling good to go. Man, it's been a while since I've done one of these. I'm not gonna lie. What else is in this thing? Well, besides a shiny Magby, I guess. I'll take a shiny Magby, I suppose. Sure. Am I gonna make use of it? Probably not. What else is in this damn grass? Badoo. I'll take a Badoo. I will take a Badoo. Must be 2 1% if it's not fucking showing up. Ninkata. So Greninja access. And now we have Cringe meets Cringe Head. The Cringe Man himself. Missed the shiny that I just got. I'm shaking my head. It's a fucking Magby. It's fucking useless. I don't need it. At all. Alright, we also have to see what the fuck is in here. Oh yeah, Whisper's here. Dwevel. Cans. Gimme. Gimme. Yeah, it's a good thing I came in here. We got some goodies in here. We have not fucking dog shit. What the? What the hell? No dookie water in this fucking cave? Typically it's complete doo-doo butter. This time I got some heat. Read some of the other stuff that's in here, damn it. Give me something else that's interesting in here, damn it. Give me. Buzzwole is available in Route 115. Interesting. Okay, so the two things I'm missing from 116 is Drowsy and Abra, both at 1%. What about in the cave? Or some would say the Gave. Because it's homosexual month, which means we have to pander to the homosexuals. That's how it works, right? Rust Turf Tunnel. Knackley? I want Knackley. What the? I want a Garganacci. That's a good Pokemon. I mean, shenanigans with Garganacci. Give me that Knackley. Don't be a fucking piece of shit game. Give me what I want. Give it to me, bastard. I want my little rock salt man. Give me him. I want him. Give me. But you want to be fucking putis. Also, for the looking at the New York City mayoral debate, we have to fucking probably use someone's fucking VOD to take a look at it, because that shit's not available in Canada. Because NBC was just like, you know what? Skibidi your toilet. Fuck you, you suck. And I'm just like, you know, you're kind of a bastard. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I don't care about Duskull at all. Alright, let's take on this bastard. Alright, it's puto time. Puto! It's fucking puto time. Man, I haven't done one of these in a while. I'm gonna feel weird. That's a little loud. It's already at 0.25. What? Okay, well, I'll just adjust the hertz. Hertz doesn't really do anything. Since my output comes from my headset, if I just adjust the volume of the headset, that's good. How's it sounding? Not too loud anymore? No one says anything. Clueless. Oh yeah, so I should also always say, remember to like the YouTube stream. And comment and subscribe on the NoobTube. Or the BoopTube, you could say. Or the bibbity boppity flippity floppity wibbity wobbity boobity boppity. It does, but it's kind of like basic, probably because of like I can set it to 4 times the amount of volume or a quarter of the volume. Even though like Game Boys, the Game Boy Advance had volume control, even like Game Boy Color and the Game Boy also had volume control. I don't know, it's a little weird, but the emulator does not have similar volume control. A little strange, it's a little weird, but you basically get it. It's still plastic? That's kind of cringe and if I were to lower the decibel, that should help. How's that? We lower the decibels more then. Minus 8. Waits patiently for answer to how it is now. Oh god, the fucking breakup is still fucking going. How's the volume? Say, hello? Hello? Gets no answer. Has to assume it's fine. Whatever, I want to start anyways. Everyone has items. We're good to go. Okay. We're gonna get started. Alright, chat. Say hi, YouTube. It's been a while, hasn't it, YouTube? Well, Emerald Imperium. We got Roark. I don't know, it's the first of these fights, and I don't know, it's not gonna be too hard. We're gonna break the sturdy, so then there's no metal burst shenanigans from the shield on. It's heavy, low kick should do a fuck ton of damage, and then there's Tyrant or Cranidos that are gonna do stuff. I don't know, we'll probably be okay. Let's get her started. Hey, big man, what's up? Uh-huh. Sure, dude. I wonder what he gives you. Because each one of these gym trainers, they give me something. Whatever. Alright, well, we're gonna click the pound button in order to break the sturdy, so there's no metal burst shenanigans. Okay. Sure, man. I'm getting tickled. Now, this should be full base power because Shieldon is really heavy. But again, none of our shit's like really EV trained or have good IVs, so. Ouch. Alright, well, goodbye. He sends out the Tyrant. It's probably gonna go for Thunderfang here if I were to take a guess. So that should be a free switch in. More than likely he's gonna go for Bite, just get around that using Ice Shard. Probably is 2 KO. I think there's a Missile Band, so it's pretty strong. Okay. No, it's not a strong drop boost move. Did a lot of damage. This could be a roll. I did not get the roll. Dog. Get him, dog. Right, Tyron. All that's left is the Granados. Hey, little guy. Well, it's not very little. This guy's actually pretty fucking strong. Went for headbutt. Okay. I don't know if I get KO'd by this or not. I do get KO'd by that. That's fine, I guess. Sped by that. It's unfortunate because I don't have the priority now anymore. Pain. Down. I guess it gives me rock type moves, huh? And a muscle band. Sure. Rock tomb and a muscle band. That's not too bad. Thanks, man. Well, anywho, YouTube. I guess that's it. The first fight. I didn't record the first Dawn fight mostly because I didn't know that the first Dawn fight was going to be on the bridge right before you hit the city, so I didn't record that. Oh well, whatever. We beat it anyways. Anywho, YouTube. I guess that's it for that one. Remember, like, comment, subscribe, do all that good YouTube algo shit. You know how it is. Remember, catch these lives always. Twitch.tv/JockRump. And I guess I also now stream on YouTube. So anyway, if you want to catch these live, you know where it is. And you. Peace out. Alright. now turn off the sound. Back to mute. Shut up. Sound, we hate the sound. What were the two shitters here in the wild? Next is Roxanne, of course. We're at 116. Abra and Drowsy. I do want an Abra. So you can get one of those. I love 1% encounter rates. Go away. I want the Abra. Give me the Abra. Abra. Give me the Abra. You're a bastard. Man, I am getting really unlucky at the moment right now. Just kind of El Krungo Bungo McFlungo. Very cring, very dumb, very stupid. Very cringe. Please! Why is this game such a bastard? I hate this game. Finally, Jesus. God, that was annoying. Okay, Roxanne. The only thing I care about is just the Gligar, because Gligar is annoying. Yeah, that's really the only thing I care about. Well, you're gonna go into box this one, because fuck you. So for the Gligar, instead of using, Swan Up, we're gonna try using you instead. So she has a fucking pooper, the Gligar, nose pass obviously, which is gonna be kind of annoying, and then a Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn we're gonna use a water type to take out immediately to play around the Rindoberry. And that's going to be you. Brian should be able to easily fucking annihilate that thing. So once we take out the first thing, what's she gonna bring in? I'd assume probably Pooper, because Pooper has Water Absorb. Another thing she could also just do is to just immediately switch out, which would also be okay. You use Slowpoke in order to take on Pooper. I don't think you really have much application in this fight at all, so I'm going to take you out, actually. You'll be useful once the level cap goes up. What's up, Sapphic? I think we're just going to take Timber again for the Nose Pass, because Nose Pass is kind of annoying. But low kick will do a shit ton of fucking damage to it. Because it's very heavy. And then... I don't know what we're going to put in for the final slot, to be honest. You can basically put it in anything, I'll be honest. Final slot's kind of flexible. Take a Psychic type. Something that can take out Pooper. We're going to keep you as healthy as possible. Because the only two annoying things that she has in her team are Pooper and Gligar. That's it. Everything else is kind of whatever. I'm anticipating we'll get the easy pick off on the Rhyhorn. But I'm anticipating that more than likely she's going to switch out into the Pooper for Water Absorb. But I kind of just have to just play into that to just confirm that she's going to do that. Because we have a fine switch into the Pooper anyways in the Slowpoke. Like, it's basically, it's one of those situations where it's just like, I mean, if she switches, he switches. It's like, not like the end, it's not the end of the world. You have Electric type, Hidden Power. I don't know if this thing will learn any Psychic moves. I don't think it will. Which means the other Psychic type I can rely on is Routes. The Routes is part Fairy, which is not ideal because of the fact that fucking Pooper is part Poison. Poison Ground is very, very fucking annoying. Swinub doesn't really have a good ground move. It has Ice Shard. Why don't we just use Swinub instead? Use Swinub. I think we can just do that. I think this is fine. Should do just fine. Okay, let's make you Modest for now. Otherwise I want Timid, but Modest will do just fine for the moment. Okay, let's level everyone up. Roar. Baby Doll Eyes. You have Powder Snow as a move for now. We'll keep Ice Shard just because it's a fucking, it's a priority move. It's fine. People from Quebec, asking them to pronounce who handles hockey horses. Why? Is it because they just say it in a funny way? Confuse Ray. I don't think I want Confuse Ray. No, I'll take Icy Wind. That's pretty good. Powder Snow can cause Frostbite. Frostbite is pretty good. Don't think I need this. Are we being racist to French people? Based? AO based? AO based? AO based? Alright, it's time to bully everyone in this gym. It's a dog. It's fucking dead. Oh, that's a fighting type. Diggly-dee, trio, trio, trio. Alright. Can you give me something? No! Cringe. Alright, Roxanne. Who handles Oki horses? We love making fun of the French here, don't we, folks? I think we'll just we'll finish up Roxanne here, and then we'll start the yap session on the topics du jour. Okay, team's looking good. Shut the music up. Turn the sound on. How about we get started? Alright, chat. Say hi, YouTube. YouTube! Roxanne. Our second immediate rock-type fight. Hooray. Roxanne! Rock-type gym leader. Actually, I'm lying. She also has ground types. Aha, she's rock and ground. Who would have thought? This is the team. She's got two pretty annoying ground types in the back, that being Paldean Hooper, aka Hooper, and a fucking Gligar with ground flying type, one of the best types in the game. So hopefully with these ice types I can easily compensate for that. Although Swinub is a pretty good matchup with Hooper. It doesn't really have any water moves. It's got Yawn, which is kind of annoying. I mostly am trying to start with the water type in the front here because that Rhyhorn that she has in the lead has a Rindo Berry. We're gonna play around the Rindo Berry. If she switches into the Pooper, she switches into the Pooper because it can dodge using Water Absorb. That's like not the end of the world. Otherwise, everything else is kind of whatever. It's mostly just the Pooper and the fucking Gligar that are kind of annoying. But all that aside, I don't think she'll be too bad. Should be too bad at all. All right, let's get started. Hello, Roxanne. I probably should have changed my Mudkip's nature to a special attack nature, but shouldn't really matter. She immediately switched. That is fine. Cooper is here. We can either come in with the Slowpoke, or we can come in with the Swinub. Either one is okay here. I'm anticipating she's either going to go for Yawn or she's going to set up the Sam. Or she might go for Acid Spray. Let's come with this, right? No, she went for Cum Shot. Okay. Should do some pretty decent damage. That's Hornberry range. It's a roll. If she takes me out or not. Went for acid spray. That's a little weird. I'm just gonna take her out here then. Okay. If she heals, it can still be a 2-hit KO, but be a roll. She doesn't heal. Alright. Goodbye, Pooper. It's okay because we still have another ice type in the back, and I'd much rather use the Vulpix against the Gligar, because Gligar is pretty decent defensive still anyways. Nose pass. She's probably gonna go for like Rock Tomb to try to take me out. This is just a free switch into Timber here. Nose pass is very heavy, so it'll take a lot of damage from a low kick. She'll go for Vulpix, that's also fine. Still should be faster anyways. Nose pass is extremely tough as well. I mean, that's just kind of annoying, I guess. That's berry juice. If we get another low kick off here, that'd be ideal. Nice. I switch out. I could survive another spark, but this is in range. Okay, let's just take it out, and this will bait in. This will bait in the Gligar to come in after, which I am okay with. If she T-waves me, she T-waves me. It's kind of annoying. That's fine. Alright, well, Gligar comes in now. Straight into the Vulpix. More likely it's just a quick attack. That did a lot of fucking damage, Jesus. I die to the quick attack. That's kind of annoying. I didn't think I would die to quick attack there. That's okay, I guess. Because my defense is just pretty shit. I've been slowed down. Going for the Young there. And overall. Should be able to take another bulldoze. But now her orange berry will activate. Confusion there, which is terrible. And I don't get the 1 in 4. 11. Down you go. Right. Well, just come back with the Mudkip. No. Should be pretty much game over. GG. Down goes Roxanne. Not too bad whatsoever. Yes, he did lose. GG. Bulldoze. Increase to 20 to look at. Okay. I guess it goes up after you take on the first grunt, I guess, right? Makes makes sense. Okay, cool. Lovely. Nice. Anywho. YouTube. Remember, like, comment, subscribe, do all that good YouTube algo shit. You know how it is. Remember, catch this live as always on twitch.tv/John and also on YouTube as well. Anyway, that'll be all from me. Peace out. I think I might have had my fucking cam be in the way for both of those fights. I mean, that's not the end of the world. We'll just have to fucking edit the thumbnail. And put myself on the other side to make sure that is no longer an issue. If I recall correctly, there's gonna be a rival fight. That's gonna be kind of annoying. And it's the Devon Goods guy. And May should, technically speaking, be right here. But we're going to pretend... I guess she's not there yet. So we don't have to concern ourselves with May quite yet. Okay, cool. And we're at level fucking 20 for the level cap. The next fight is going to be Gardenia. Should be Gardenia is the next fight. Yeah, May/Brendan with Trico. And they should have Trico. They'll have a Grovile, a Cubfu. Fucking Cubfu. That's crazy. Hatterim, and a Golbat. It's gonna be kind of annoying. We'll see. You know what, just because you said that, Estelle, I will now on purpose not have Loted. Because I am just because. Just to spite you now. The question is, how do I want to take on Gardenia? Because Gardenia is the next, well, it's going to be May. May is next. And then it's Gardenia. I should go pick up the TM for cut right now. Give me my TM, bastard. Or rather, HM. Yes, we can still teach them its normal moves, but so long as you have someone in the back who can use it, you can use it. It's a steel move with 75 base power. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. 75 base power steel move is not terrible. You don't have to teach it to be able to use it as long as you have it in your bag. You can acquire a badge. Right. It can be forgotten at any point. Very, very, very convenient. But 75 base power steel move is pretty decent right now. Especially for you. It'll be nice to have it on you. Okay, nice. Nice indeed. But yeah, now we have to think about how we are going to take on Gardenia. Cause Rose Raid with a Miracle Seed. Natural Cure, 30 in 3 of the IVs. So that being attack, special, attack, and speed. I'll have a Pseudo-Wudo, Gloom, and a Dolive. Okay. But the rewards you get out of it are really, really good. You get a Violite, which is going to be very useful, especially early on. And I want to do this before she gets more evolved Pokemon. And she's going to have a Mega Roserade. So exactly the same as the so exactly like in Radical Red. with how the Bugsy fight works. So we're gonna take her on before the third gym. So we're gonna take her on just as we are going to find after we take care of Bryony and Pico. This is when we're gonna take her on. She got 2 fucking glooms. That's gonna be kind of annoying because they both have a violet and be really fucking tanky. Bold on both? So very physically bulky, but especially they'll be pretty frail. Okay. Or not pretty frail. A bit more frail. Either way, these things are gonna be fucking annoying to take on. Stunspore, Leech Seed, Synthesis, Sludge. Or Mega Drain. So one will have only grass moves, one will only have poison moves. Interesting. That's exploitable. That is pretty exploitable. So there we go. Rose Raid. Giga Drain, Sludge, Hidden Power, Fire. That's a very annoying moveset to have to take on. That is just a very, very annoying moveset. With my limited selection, I'll come up with something, though. I will come up with something, alright. Yeah, we'll come up with a plan. I'll come up with a plan. You're gonna be available to evolve very soon. Actually, pretty much now we have access to a Zoomerl. So that's good. Where did I get this box from? Oh, it's except for the Pokemon there, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Alright. No more of this nonsense. I've accomplished what I wanted to do for now in Emerald Imperium. 2 fights that went pretty well. One was a fight that I guess I wasn't really paying that much attention to, and the other one pretty much went according to plan. 'Twas a good fight. A good fight, I say. Anyway, it's time to fucking yap about the happenings, I suppose. In the world of politics, my favorite thing to talk about. Politics? I love politics. Oh boy. Woo. Also, remember to like the YouTube stream. Imagine not liking the YouTube stream. Shaking my fucking head, dude. Shaking my head, dude. You're lonely. Feels bad, man. Alright, what the hell is going on with the good old Muskratinator? And how they're still, like, talking shit to each other? Truth nuke. My chat's supposed to be on the sides? Yes, but it's only Twitch chat. YouTube chat, they're cringe. They don't get the privilege of showing up. YouTube chat actually just gets to suffer. But chat, I guess, is dead. Feels bad, man. It'd be like that. What the hell else is going on with these dumbasses? Oh, hello. The White House responds to Musk saying the Epstein files haven't been made public because Trump is in them. Well, I mean, that is true. With Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt telling at Sam Waldenberg, this is an unfortunate episode from Elon, who's unhappy with the One Big Beautiful Bill because it does not include the policies he wanted. Well, that's not exactly the reasoning why, but, you know. The president is focused on passing this historic piece of legislation and making our country great again. Okay, sure, whatever. Aspen Gold barely understanding how trans kids work, to be expected. I see nothing of interest, nothing else of interest here. But yeah, I had a multi-chat thing for both YouTube and chat and fucking Twitch chat. But for some reason it wasn't working. It was just like, you know what? I refuse to work. And it's just like, alright, well, I tried, I guess. And it was just like, nope. Nope. And I'm just like, alright, well, get some shit out of luck, guys. That's cool. Yay me. Very cool and very, very good. Alright. Let's get fucking started. Boop. Let's start with this loser. Tectone getting banned. Hallelujah! Because he sucks. Hallelujah! I don't know. Probably talked about the, some information about the lawsuit he's in or some shit. That's why he got banned. So as far as I'm concerned, hallelujah, he got banned. Although he probably won't be banned for long on Twitch. Although he doesn't stream on there anymore. He streams on the Nazi, racist, child sexual abuse material website called The Kick. So, you know, a good riddance. Yeah, good riddance. Nothing really much else to say here besides, goodbye, Tectone. Fuck you. No one likes you, I guess. That's about it. Hallelujah. Alright, well, let's talk about the Elon crash out saga. Yes, Twitch chat only shows... the current chat embed I have only shows Twitch chat. Because I do have a thing for both chats. However, the overlay for it doesn't want to show up with stream elements. I tried to make it work. For some reason, it just refuses to work. It's really weird. It's just like, why is it not working? But why? But why? And it's a little sussy. Yeah, because no one's posting in Twitch chat currently. There's no one there. There is no one there that's in Twitch chat. It'd be like that sometimes. I guess Boy Meets Mini has left for, I don't know, whatever. And same with other people. They've all left for whatever reason. Such as the woes of being the smaller streamer. The people just are not in chat. And it's not you don't see Twitch chat. It's just no one's posting in Twitch chat, so messages aren't showing up. Although honestly, StreamerBot is also being kind of silly right now. So what the fuck is Trovo? I've never heard of Trovo in my life. You've never heard of Trovo in your life. But yeah, it'd be like that. I don't know, there was someone in chat that was making fun of how people from Quebec pronounce the words with the letter H in them. That was funny. But that's because I can't contain my Anglophobia or my Francophobia. Not Anglo. I can't contain that either. Okay, I can't contain my Francophobia. As one should. That reminds me. Let me move myself over again. Well, see, that's the thing, Estelle. That's how you know you're not cringe. That's how I know you're not cringe, because you too will also just make fun of the French. Like I have said before, as one should. One should make fun of the French. Why are you constantly resizing yourself in a strange way? Whatever. I don't want to move you. I want to move you. Okay, well, whatever. Shit is being stupid. Everything is kind of being silly and dumb, and I don't like it. People do be pronouncing the words with H sometimes. It'd be like that. Alright. Let's get started. Well. You know, I wasn't expecting the breakup between Trump and Elon to be as fiery as it was, but you know, I guess It was very fiery. We all knew it was going to happen eventually. Let's be honest here. It was inevitably going to happen. Elon and Trump inevitably getting into a fight because these are two extremely self-centered, narcissistic sociopaths with huge fucking egos. So it was kind of inevitable that they were going to butt heads eventually. We kind of got like a sort of, I don't know, inkling. Yeah, let's say inkling of like things to come based off of the fact that Elon was saying that the big beautiful bill is dog shit. And I mean, he's correct when he says that. It is pretty fucking dog shit for a lot of reasons. He is mostly upset with the fact, primarily speaking, if we're talking about the big beautiful bill, with the fact that, hey, those cuts that Doge was doing, allegedly, or whatever, honestly, he probably cost taxpayers more fucking money, are not being codified. Or more than likely are not going to be codified, rather. So that's what Elon is primarily upset about. Sure, there's like the thing with like the EV mandate, and I don't know, he's probably not getting other things going his way in terms of like NASA, because again, he's a self-centered businessman. But I think mostly what it is, because I've seen that argument swirl around, it has a factor. I don't think it's the main thing. I think the main thing is the fact that the Doge cuts aren't going through. Like, let's be honest here, it's the fucking Doge cuts. 1000% it's the Doge cuts not going through. And he basically spent a bunch of time in the government doing jack fucking shit. And, well, as a result, what did he get out of it? Well, the ire and the hatred of the entirety of the United States of America. That doesn't... I don't know, Elon, that didn't seem like a very good trade, I'll be quite honest. But, you know, what do we got here? Starting off with a fucking banger. So, time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. So, he's correct. Yeah, he's right. Like, he's right. It's very, very well known that Trump and Epstein were quite buddy-buddy with one another, you know. Big pals with one another, big friends, and sort of patrolled in the exact same circles with one another. Epstein was more like a sort of, I don't know, like New York, sort of like Eastern Coast, sort of like power broker and stuff like that. Dealt with a lot more of like the Donald Trumps of the world and shit like that. Because that's all Epstein was, obviously. He's a power broker. He's a deal maker. He's a dude who wheels and deals and feels and meals. Whatever. Stupid ass shit aside. And let's be honest here. Elon was never really invited into any of those circles because he's just kind of like an unlikable loser. Sure, he had a photo once with Ghislaine Maxwell, but that doesn't really mean anything. Let's be quite honest here. Doesn't really mean anything. Meanwhile, there's like multiple like TV segments and a ton of different pictures with Epstein chilling with Trump. Him talking with like Epstein about how or this is like mostly leaked audio, talking about like how Epstein likes the girls younger, and him also sort of like going along with that as well. It's just like, yeah, and also with Trump appearing in the Epstein files, because we all know the meme, right? The meme of like these like stupid conservative fucking influencers with the Epstein files, like libs of TikTok. Yeah, libs of TikTok, Epstein files. And it was like a complete like show of force kind of a deal, kind of a thing, and it's just like, you know, a complete like nonsense show, right? It was meaningless. Nothing came of it. They said like, oh look, we're doing a little photo op with our little song and dance here with the Epstein files. Look, it's the Epstein files. We have them. And then like nothing else came of it because it was just like a complete distraction from whatever stupid shit the Trump administration was doing from the day. But of course, since Chaya Raichik is a fucking idiot, she just went along with it like kind of hook, line, and sinker. So, you know, Everyone's seen the fucking Taylor Lorenz interview. Let's be honest here. She is just incredibly fucking dim-witted. Like, she's a very stupid person, Chaya Raichik. So, you know, it should be fairly obvious that, yeah, whoa, who would have thought that Donald Trump is a weirdo. Weirdo pedophile. Maybe. Allegedly. What else do we got here? Elon Musk continuing on saying, without me, Trump would have lost the election. The Dems would control the House, and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. You know, it's really fucking funny that this motherfucker just blatantly admits and is pissed with the fact, you know, by saying such ingratitude with the fact that he was just not willing to play ball with the blatant sort of like corruption that the big beautiful bill was like trying to like push forward with, because that's what it purely is. He's upset with the fact that the Doge cuts were not codified in the big beautiful bill, and that's what I think it is. Sure, there's some effect to his fucking businesses in there with the electrical vehicle mandate, and we'll get to the EV mandate, but he's like mostly pissed about the fact that his Doge cuts, because he's been constantly complaining about the debt and the deficit in multiple interviews at this point, going up. And he's been like also strangely like retweeting a bunch of like old shit from Trump, saying like, these are some wise words here, talking about like the raising of the deficit and the debt, because that's exactly what this bill is going to do, is raise the deficit and the debt. So what? This is Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Some dude's fucking glazing him. Let me see. Elon talking about him, the stupid subsidies being canceled or some shit. Trump fires back on Elon. That's true, that's some dumbass shit. We'll get to there eventually. Congress is spending America into bankruptcy. Some shit from Speaker Mike Johnson. At some point, Congress has to stop this endless cycle of out-of-control deficit spending. I don't know why fucking Elon is saying super agree with this guy. It's kind of strange that he's saying this, because like Mike Johnson is kind of going along. I mean, this is a thing from fucking Mike Johnson 2018. I don't know. Like, here's the thing. Our nation is deeply, deeply in debt right now. John Thune, right? Him complaining about like deficit spending. Elon, do you not know this? But the Republicans lie all the fucking time. They use the debt and the deficit as a fucking cudgel in order to not push for progressive legislation and not be able to and to not support expansions of the social safety net. That's why they're deficit hawks and they care so much about the debt and the deficit. However, when it comes to blowing up the debt and the deficit, because again, keep in mind, every Republican administration has blown up the debt and the deficit. Every Republican administration has blown up the debt and the deficit. Because again, what is the main modus operandi of the fucking Republican Party? It's just about crazy, well, you know, giving tax cuts to the rich, which is always going to blow up the debt and the deficit. Reagan took the deficit from $70 billion to $175 billion. Bush 41 took it to $300 billion. Clinton got it to zero. Well, not exactly. It's not to zero, but I think like Clinton had like a budget surplus for like a little bit, and then, you know, it went back down. Bush 43 took it from 0 to 1.2 trillion. Maybe it's not that high. Well, I mean, you know, the PolitiFact meter is saying that this is mostly true, and this is mostly true. Then Obama having it, and then, you know, Trump got it back up. For talking about the debt and the deficit. All of the fucking stupid tax cuts that were codified by Republicans, because guess what? Each one of these Republican administration codified tax cuts for the rich. Bush's being probably the main reason, not to mention also all the spending that was going on because of Iraq and Afghanistan. but Bush's tax cuts being a main catalyst for as to why 2008 happened. So, you know, every fucking Republican has blown up the debt and the deficit ever since fucking Reagan. With, you know, the Democrats being the ones who kind of fix the problems, but it's such like a runaway horse in a fucking shit show that, hey, whoa, crazy. It's, not really helped. And we all know the current big, beautiful bill, well, it's set to blow up the deficit to about $2.4 trillion over the next 10 years or something. Going to make the national debt also fucking skyrocket. So that's cool. That's great. So here's the thing with Elon. It's really funny that he ended up supporting the party and is now, you know, talking about trying to attack the guys who are just like, oh, look at all this like reckless spending all the time. Like, Elon, you're supporting the party who has blown up the deficit constantly. Like, duh? Are you just stupid? That's a rhetorical question. He is just that stupid. And he was probably just like duped or some shit. I don't know. I don't even like saying that he was duped. He's just a fucking idiot. I just think he's just stupid. But yeah, man, like, it's really funny how Elon here is just kind of like blatantly admitting to the fact that, yeah, dude, like, we're corrupt and we know it. Fuck it. Who gives a shit? The government doesn't fucking work for you whatsoever. They only respond to one thing only, and that's my fucking money. It's like, you know, Elon, what you're saying there is true. You're trying to frame this as if this is like a bad, like, you know, a fault of Congress or something. But nah, it's a lot more difficult and complicated factors, and it's the fact that you pushing for legislation, and what I mean here by you, it's not just like only Elon specifically here, but him and his like ilk, his sort of like class disposition of corporations, the wealthy, you know, billionaires, millionaires, all that stuff, using their wealth as a sort of you know, way to basically get their sort of policies in place over that of what is most popular for the American people. We've seen the fucking Princeton study, right? We know the meme, like, the U.S. is effectively a fucking oligarchy. But look, you know, call your senator, call your congressman, bankrupting America is not okay, kill the bill. It's so fucking funny, honestly, because he's completely fucking isolating himself politically right now. Completely, you know, with this, like, epic crash out that he's having right now. Like, he's isolating himself. It's really, really fucking funny. No, and final meme here, you know, whatever. Keep the EV/solar incentive cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas subsidies are touched. Very unfair. Elon, one of the main fucking interests that has the Republican Party pretty much gripped by the balls are the oil and gas fucking interests. But, you know, the only reason, again, why fucking Trump wants to cut the fucking EV/solar incentive so much is because he's a fucking LARPer, dumbass dipshit who doesn't want anything who just wants to purge any fucking random bullshit that any of the previous administrations have done before him, so he can, like, I don't know, put his name on it. That's pretty much about it. Why do you think he's even negotiating with Iran right now, for example, right? He's just upset about the fact that, I don't like the fact that Obama did it, so I'm going to make it such that I only did it because I want credit for everything. That's it. I want credit for everything for myself. But that's typical fucking nonsense from Trump. That's just like the stupid egoism and utter fucking narcissistic delusions of Trump coming in at play to like a sociopathic degree. But ditch the mountain of disgusting pork in the bill. In the entire history of civilization, there's never been legislation that are both big and beautiful. Ain't nobody want a fat retarded bill. Thank you, Asmongold, for your ever prescient commentary or whatever. Asmongold, like, what's the likelihood that Asmongold was like cheering along with this the big beautiful bill? I guarantee you fucking Asmongold didn't even read anything about the big beautiful bill. I'm curious. I'm gonna take a look. Asmongold, big beautiful bill. What does he say? Has he said anything about this? He's talking about Trump and Elon being, it's over. It is over. That is true, Boy Meets Minnie. Their brains are broken, and they're having a great time. They're having a grand old time. Like, what is Asmongold said about the big beautiful bill? I'm really curious. Why the LGBTQ movement is failing. Oh, great. Trying to see if there's anything. Did he talk about the big beautiful bill? It passing or anything? I don't think so, right? I don't think he talked about it at all. So I'm just like thinking to myself, has he talked about the big beautiful bill before? At all? I don't think so. Doesn't look like it. And there's some fucking... okay, I'm not looking at any fucking stupid shit anymore from Asmongold's fucking channel of slop. Because, you know, I just see the stupid fucking name of the video that he had for Shiloh Hendricks. And he's just like, a new race war has begun. Yeah, man, totally. A new race war has begun because of fucking Shiloh Hendricks. Okay. I'm not looking at any more of this fucking schizo nonsense. Again, like... Asmongold is just the dude who will just cozy up to fucking anybody, okay? He doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff. I don't know if he was supportive of the fucking big beautiful bill before and is not supportive because Elon's not supportive of it anymore, but he loves Donald Trump because he's the content president. Again, Asmongold fundamentally doesn't really believe in much of anything, and then, you know, Rev says Desu, get his ass, bro. When bro is just like, we won. A reminder that you are not garbage, a bigot, a Nazi, or whatever these freaks throw at you. You love your country and want what's best for everyone. Be proud of that. And is now coming out on the side of fucking Elon Musk, who I will argue is probably correct in terms of a lot of the problems that he's having with the big beautiful bill. I'll say it, you know, yeah, Elon Musk is correct in terms of a lot of the problems with the fucking big beautiful bill. Did he, like, stumble in there by accident? Abso-fucking-lutely. But, yeah, this fucking bill will blow up the deficit and the debt and fucking make the U.S. potentially go fucking bankrupt. And the U.S. goes bankrupt, guess what? The world probably is going to fucking collapse. Crazy. Who would have thought? And also, again, him calling out all the stupid, like, EV/solar incentive cuts is also correct because, again, that's just the propaganda line that the fucking Trump administration is going with for as to why Elon is upset with the bill. No, the primary reason with why Elon is upset with the bill is because they're not codifying the Doge cuts. Obviously, Elon himself is not really going to be explicit with the fact that it's because of the Doge cuts, because he broadly understands that, you know, the Doge cuts are not very popular at all. I guess he has, like, a tiny bit of a political instinct there, but you know, bleh. The thing is that is the primary reason for as to why this man is pissed. He's pissed at the fucking debt and the deficit, which is blowing up, which will be caused to blow up even more. So that's cool. Well, let's see what we got here. I guess Trump addressed this during his fucking press conference that he had with Chancellor Merz, which, you know, it was really, really funny how he had Chancellor Merz on saying, like, oh, well, tomorrow is D-Day, and I heard that you guys didn't do real well because of D-Day there. Which is really, really fucking funny that he said that to the Chancellor of Germany. That is fucking hilarious. But, you know, like, what do we got here? Because, these are all quotes from the video itself? We're just going to look at it. We're just going to take a look.
So we've done a great job. Elon knew that. Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up in campaign for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway.
So from what I understand, that Elon did not know the contents of the big beautiful bill and that Trump is lying when he's saying this. Well, to be fair, Marjorie Taylor Greene also didn't know about any of the contents of the big beautiful bill, because guess what? They would have had to have read the actual bill itself and talked about it on the floors of the House. So either she's just like an idiot. Okay, I say that rhetorically. She is an idiot. Or she just doesn't pay attention. I say probably it's a bit of both. Keep it a $1.50. Bit of fucking both. But yeah, you know. So Elon is probably correct in him in the fact that, you know, it's not about the like the fucking whatever nonsense that Trump is gonna say and like try to deflect about it, but it's about the fact that the Doge cuts are not being codified. Wants what's best for everyone? Yes, less bread, more taxes, more arbitrary arrests, less support for the old and the sick, more instability, more deportations. Yes, of course, Estelle.
Anyway, even if the governor ran, the real governor, not the governor from Minnesota, he's a sick puppy, that guy. That poor guy, I feel sorry for him. But they made a bad choice with him. But if you pick Shapiro or anybody else, I spoke to him recently about his house being set on fire, which was terrible. But if they picked him, I would have won Pennsylvania. I won it by a lot.
No, he's talking about Josh Shapiro, Boy Meets Penny, not Ben Shapiro. It's Josh Shapiro. I do think that if Kamala Harris picked Josh Shapiro, she actually would have performed worse. I'll be honest, but yeah. Oh, I don't think like Gen Zers are really gonna side with like the tech oligarchs. Honestly, the right's gonna be completely split on this. The core base of Donald Trump support being mostly like, let's be honest, the lumpen proletariat, the rural voters, the lumpen proles. Are still going to be the core constituency of the Republican Party. That's not really going to change at all. This is going to upset the more technocrat, like tech feudalist fucking fascists. Those guys are going to become upset about this, right? And you know, all the dumb fuck pseudo intellectuals. They're going to be upset with this in particular. So there's going to be a fraying of probably, I would say, about like a solid 20%. That might be a little much. 15%? To be honest? The only place they can really win is the suburbs, IMO. Who, the Republicans? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the suburbs are a bit more of a toss-up. It kind of depends, right? Depends on the suburb. Depends on how white it is. But pretty much rural lumpen proletariat is always going to go for Trump. Like, that's not even a question. You have to be, like, undereducated. And I say this with, like, no fucking, with, like, no fucking hyperbole whatsoever. All the lumpen prole, who are way more than the fucking unks. Let's be honest here, Boy Meets Mini. There's way more rural lumpen prole in comparison to, like, probably, like, suburban unks in, like, stupid tech fascists. I'll be quite honest. Like, I'm gonna be quite honest. There's way more of those guys in comparison to, like, techno-feudalist, like, fascists and stuff like that. I guarantee it.
But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of us.
So yeah, that's apparently a lie. Elon has claimed that this is a lie. Now, Elon himself could also be lying, but who really knows? Yeah, I can't believe that. Listen, you're basing it all off of one county, and that's Orange County. Boy Meets Mini. How many fucking rural counties are there in the United States of America who are all fucking fascist readers? All fucking lumpen prole dumbasses? Let's be honest here. There are way more of that in comparison to, like, say, Staten Islands of the world or Orange Counties of the world. Let's keep it $1.50.
Suddenly he had a problem, and he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate because that.
Yeah, that's not the reason. It's because you don't want to codify the Doge cuts. I'll be quite honest. It's not the EV mandate. That could be a factor. Or I think this is what David Dole said. I'll be quite honest here with what David Dole thinks it's the EV mandate stuff, and because like Trump is not capitulating to Elon in terms of like NASA heads for his businesses. I don't think it's 100% the case. I think it's a factor, but I think it's more so the fact that he's like kind of a depressed doomer about the fact that his Doge cuts are not being are like just being completely ignored and just laughed out of the room. I'll be quite honest. I think it's the Doge stuff that Elon's mostly that mostly is coming from that. I don't think so, Boy Meets Smitty. Because I don't think that's the case. I think it's the Doge stuff. Why would Elon be constantly complaining about the debt and the deficit, right? I don't think he gives much of a shit about the EV credit stuff, right? He might be able to grift and ingratiate himself still with another audience. Like he's still gonna have all of his glazers and tech fascist stuff. Yeah, like we could take a look at Tesla stock. It is tanking right now, right? I think it went back up a little bit, but it was tanking because of this very public spat. But it went back up a little bit. But it fucking tanked. Huge tank right now. Minus 70 points is insane. But I don't think it's 100% the case that it's this. Like, why is he constantly complaining about this stuff? I mean, it's purely Elon for as to why these stocks are fucking tanking the way that they are, right? Like, it's purely because of him. But I don't think that I don't think this tells the whole story. I think he's more mad about the fact that all the time he spent at Doge, right, has just been a fucking complete waste of time. That's it.
It's billions and billions of dollars, and it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have all. We want to be able to sell everything. And when
it's not about selling everything, Trump, let's be honest here. Incentivizing, again, because he doesn't understand how fucking, because he's a complete idiot, Trump, and he barely fucking understands how like economic policy works. It's not the problem isn't the fucking mandate or the subsidies or whatever for producing these fucking vehicles for you to fucking sell them. Broadly speaking, they're not really going to be sold anywhere else besides within the United States and probably Canada, because nobody fucking likes American-made car products. They're all dog shit in comparison to the rest. So you kind of need the fucking incentives in order to, you know, incentivize companies from, you know, and force companies to create certain products so that they can make a profit. But, you know, the basics of policy and Donald Trump, completely fucking foreign concepts to him. Yeah, billions and billions of dollars.
that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, he became a little bit different, and I can understand that. But he knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody.
Apparently not.
And he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Mr. President, did he? I just want to clarify.
How did he help Elon a lot out, to be honest, right? He's been constantly talking about wanting to scrap this EV mandate all the time that Biden put in place. I don't think it's that. I think he's just fucking wrong. Like, yeah, Elon mostly helped Trump out, and you're just not allowing any of the Doge cuts to go through. Not that he's not allowing it. I don't think anyone wants any of the Doge cuts to go through. It's purely like just two really big egos clashing with one another, and I'll be quite honest, given how much of an old man Trump is, I don't think he's going to be able to sort of like keep up with the autistic spam here with Elon in comparison, right? Because this man just keeps spamming all this way more and stuff like that. But, you know, whatever. It's kind of silly, let's be honest here. I think, like, maybe Elon's probably going to win this fucking public spat in the end. And it's going to affect Donald Trump's coalition pretty fucking significantly. Like, I think like a lot of these like techno-fascists are probably not really... Because let's be honest here, there were pretty much 3 main coalitions that helped Trump win the fucking goddamn presidency. The lumpen proletariat, which is the core of the fucking Republican Party. You know, your rural voters, your racists, blah, 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 blah. The techno-fascists and the sort of weirdo techno-feudalist monarchist dipshits, right? The libertarian types as well. And also, conspiracy theorists. And I guess sort of like we can lump into with like the conspiracy theorists, your Nazis, anti-vaxxers, and other like just weird schizo fucking dipshits, right? That's like the main 3 fucking coalitions. And again, like RFK Jr. brought in the conspiracy theorists. Elon brought in the techno-fascist monarchist feudalists. That's what. Now, what I'm really fearful of is Elon spinning up a third party. It's a bunch of cap, I'll be honest. Complete fucking cappuccino, honestly. That shit's not going to go anywhere. If anything, if that does go somewhere, you know who it's going to hurt more? It's going to hurt mostly Republicans. Because Elon's a fucking freak Nazi, right? He's a fucking stupid, dumbass, freak, fascist loser. He's going to pull in a bunch of those guys who are a part of the fucking Republican Party and pull them into his third party. So honestly, yeah, fuck it. Go ahead. Yeah, Democrats and liberals don't like Elon really much at all. This is going to be detrimental for the Republicans. Specifically. Like, if anything, that would be a gift for the fucking goddamn Democrats. The Democrats would be like, yeah, go right ahead. Yeah, sure, fuck it. Now, the problem that I have with this, honestly, is the fact that, well, the Democrats are going to see this as, like, kind of, like, not just the Republican Party, like, fraying and sort of just the coalition of the Republican Party just completely falling apart. They're going to more see it as, like, oh, this is just us being, like, really, really, really good at policy, and our strategy of doing nothing is actually working. Go crazy. And that's going to be the wrong lessons to learn from that in particular. But, you know, I'm not expecting really much from the Democratic Party, which is, you know, stupid, dog shit, dead party. Yes, it would be really funny, Estelle, if Elon were the one to end the two-party system. But, you know, what can you do?
Did he raise any of these concerns with you privately before he raised them publicly? And this is the guy you put in charge of
That's true,
spending.
Chainsaw.
Should people not take him seriously about spending now? Are you saying this is all sour grapes?
No, he worked hard, and he did a good job.
Did a
And
great
I'll be
job.
honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there, and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office, and he's got nice offices too. But there's something about this one. I was telling the Chancellor, this is where it is. People come in here, even from Germany. They come in and they walk into the Oval Office, and it's just a special place. It's, you know, World War I, it started.
I'm going to tell you right now, bro wants to be the new host of MTV Cribs. I'm telling you, he just wants to be the new host of MTV Cribs. That's what he wants. He wants MTV Cribs. He's like, listen, look at this big, beautiful office. It's a very nice office. It's the best office. It's the greatest thing since sliced bread, folks. Let me tell you, it's very, very impressive.
And it ended here in World War II and so many other things. Everything big comes right from this beautiful space. It's now much more beautiful than it was 6 months ago.
World War I was mostly negotiated. The end of that was negotiated in the Treaty of Versailles in Versailles Castle in France, not in the Oval Office. Same with like World War II. Okay, whatever.
A lot of good things are happening in this room, and I'll tell you, it's.
I mean, this is also the same room where he sat on the other side of Cyril Ramaphosa and literally said, Cyril, I need you to take a look at this video I have and these, like, stupid articles that I have. Look at the EFF talking about killing the boar. I think it's really bad. And Cyril Ramaphosa's just, like, sitting there saying, like, What? What? No. Very stupid. But, whatever.
He's not the first. People leave my administration and they love us. And then at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it, but...
That's so fucking funny that he's talking about fucking TDS, dude. Nah, dude. Like, I mean, to be honest, the problem is the fact that Elon is mostly upset with the fact that, I mean, that part of it is because you're affecting his businesses. The bigger thing is the fact that he's just mad about the fact that, he's getting completely snubbed, like, in an ego sense. Like, wholeheartedly fucking snubbed, to be quite honest, and is just like not getting any of his like stupid Doge cuts through. That's the fucking main problem that Elon is having.
We have it with others too. They leave and they wake up in the morning and the glamour's gone, the whole world is different, and they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it and you'll let us know. Yeah.
Mr. President, speaking of ending wars.
Alright, cool, lovely. Let's see, what else has Donald Trump been fucking saying? I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done so months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented to Congress. That's just not even true. Like, there were tons of concessions that had to be made alone in the House, and there's going to be a bunch of addendums and amendments within the fucking Senate. And John Thune is saying, like, we're going to be lucky if we even pass it 51-49, dude. Because he's already, like, completely, like, disregarding 2 of the votes within the Republican Senate. And that's, like, I think Rand Paul and Ron Johnson. He's just completely, like, disregarding them. But it's not fucking... It's not really happening. Hot take, I think this is partially driven by Elon's addictions. He's lashing out irrationally. We need to stop assuming these people are fully rational actors. I don't think that's an inaccurate assessment, Boy Meets Mini. You know, I don't think that's ridiculous to say. This could be because of Elon being on a fucking ketamine binge or some shit. Maybe. What about taco syndrome? I don't know if taco syndrome really has anything to do with this, Estelle. I don't think so. Like, taco syndrome, like the whole fucking like taco bit is at this point is honestly like just some like LARP shit from neoliberals to sort of like, I don't know, justify the fact that they can continue doing nothing. I think like taco stuff is just like complete utter nothing burger. It's a record cut in expenses, $1.6 trillion. And the biggest tax cut ever given... Yeah, given to who, Trump? To you? A lot of your rich buddies? Okay, dude. If this bill doesn't pass, there will be a 68% tax increase and things far worse than that. I didn't create this mess. I'm just here to fix it. Dude, okay. The fucking... Just the complete... Just perfect encapsulation of Donald Trump's fucking narcissism. He can't accept responsibility for anything. He just wholeheartedly incapable of accepting responsibility for the fact that, dude, you and your party are the main ones that were pushing for the fucking stuff that's in this bill. Like, you have as much culpability as possible. You're the guy who wants to say, like, oh, I'm gonna sign it immediately once it's on my desk because it's big, it's beautiful, it's the best, it's the greatest thing. So, like, it's wait, hold on, it's not my fault. I had nothing to do with this bill. It's not me. It's just like, buddy, you're the one who's like promoting the bill and saying it's a great fucking bill. You have about as much to do with this bill coming into existence as anyone else. It's fucking stupid. This puts our country on a path of greatness. Make America great again. What else has he been saying? The easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. You know, that's actually not a bad point by Trump. I'll give Trump that one. You know, I'll give him that one. Yeah, why didn't Biden fucking do it? Oh, because unfortunately, with how fucking decrepit and useless and how fucking shit, let's be honest, in terms of like deregulation that the broader sort of like Clintonite sort of thought and Republicans have done to the sort of federal apparatuses of the United States government. Whoa, you're telling me that is the main reason as to why fucking the United States government is wholeheartedly reliant on public-private partnerships because of just the sheer amount of deregulation and just complete bureaucratic fucking nonsense that has happened to the fucking federal government, not only by Republicans but with the complicity of the fucking Democrats. Say it ain't so, and that the Democrats, these neoliberal dumb fucks, like don't want to do anything about it. Whatever. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars. That's not what the EV mandate does. That's just not how that works. It's basically just incentives and tax credits that are given to corporations for them to design electric cars and have them on the fucking market. Like that's what the EV mandate was about. But again, he's just an idiot who doesn't know anything. Oh, that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy. Can't accept any responsibility or culpability of anything. So, typical fucking Trump. And funniest bit about this, Kanye West with the best take. Bros, please no. We love you both so much. No, stop fighting. Stop fighting! Like that stupid little dog emoji, of the little puppy saying, no, stop fighting, don't stop fighting. Bro's got his like little arms out. It's very, very good. Honestly, that is the funniest part to come out of all this is fucking Kanye West saying, stop fighting, no, stop. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. But yeah, what else is there to say? The guys, the girlies, they're fighting. I need like a thing to tap, The girlies, they're fighting. I don't have long enough like fingernails to make like the tack, 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 tack sound. Like the stupid, I don't know, fucking girly pop meme I guess I'm going with here. Whatever. Stupid. Yeah. Let's be honest here. This was kind of inevitable. It was never a question of if, but when was this going to happen. And it turns out, because of this, like, dumbass fucking bill, which is dog shit. Elon is correct when he's saying it's dog shit. Now, is he going to go into all the multivariate reasonings for as to why it's dog shit? Probably not. He's mostly just salty about the fact that his fucking ideas and what he was doing with Doge are ultimately getting snubbed. It's purely just a clash of egos. Clash of two big egos. Because we all know that fucking Elon is a complete sociopathic, egotistical, narcissistic maniac. Same with Trump. And, well, Trump is the one who's currently the president. He has a lot more power that he can wield in comparison to Elon Musk. Let's be honest here. The full weight of the fucking federal government. And that's why I suppose he's more trying to win out here in the end. The question is how long is this going to go on for, right? I think that's ultimately like the biggest question is how long will this fight sort of be, I don't know, sustained? How long will this kind of go on for? If it's just like a day thing and it just like kind of dissipates and goes away, or if it like drags out and continues until like some version of the big beautiful bill gets passed, because that's what this is purely dependent on. What are the changes in the Senate that's going to happen, and then it goes back to the House. Maybe there's some changes there, and then it goes back. Because again, let's be honest here, no one really likes the big beautiful bill. It's a dog shit fucking bill with a lot of problems with it, which is why you had to have a lot of concessions and rewrite, a lot of amendments and addendums done to the fucking bill. Because even Mike Johnson said, like, he didn't really like the state of the big beautiful bill when it was inevitably passed the House, but he's just like, we have to fucking pass this. We have to do something, you know? And a lot of people in the Senate were not very fucking happy about it, saying like, yeah, this is a pretty fucking dog shit bill, my dude. Like, this is complete ass. And that's kind of like another reasoning for as to why this is just like a bill that's completely fraught. Because again, like, Trump wanted this passed by like Memorial Day, right? In about like a month. That's not a lot of time. Or maybe it was like supposed to be earlier. He wanted this to be passed by like a particular fucking holiday, and it's probably not going to be passed by that fucking particular holiday because of the fact that there are so many fucking problems with the bill and so many disagreements, and there's so much fucking infighting because of it that, hey, whoa, it's going to be like a complete fucking shit show fest for anything to sort of happen. The question is like, you know, how much longer is this going to happen? A Memorial Day came and went last Monday of May. Well, there you go. That was the original date. I don't know what date they want now. If it's like, I don't know, sometime by like July 4th. So then he can do like, I don't know, some like victory parade thing during the fucking holidays or something. I don't know, whatever. I don't think that's going to fucking happen. Because there's a lot of problems with the bill. It's just a really bad fucking bill. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene, when she reread the bill, saying like, "Wait, I see this AI shit in here, and I don't like that. If that's still in there, hopefully the Senate does something about it. I'm not gonna fucking vote for this bill." Like, you even lost Marjorie fucking Taylor Greene. Even she has this problems with the fucking bill. That's how you know that it's just a complete fucking hogwash, dog water of a fucking bill. So, well, we'll see what happens with the big, beautiful bill. It's a big and beautiful bill. It's the best bill. It's so good, folks, that, you know, there's constant infighting between some of the biggest power brokers in the Republican Party and Trump and his whole base and the party because of it. So, you know, we'll see what happens with the girlies when they keep fighting over this bill for the time being. Like, who's going to be the bigger fucking poster? So, you know, at this point, all we can do is just kind of wait and see how this all plays out. Man, is there like a Canada-friendly version of this dumbass fucking debate? Because there's like, I don't want to look at these fucking clips. Fuck you, NBC New York and fucking NBC News for not letting me fucking look at this shit. Saying, you're not a part of this in the country. Am I gonna have to like look at someone's fucking fuck-ass VOD or some shit? No. Is this it? Am I good? Based? Not cucked? Wrong count, dumbass.
Now, whoever is elected will, I think it's safe to say, likely face the biggest challenges of any new mayor in this city.
Where the hell is the fucking... This isn't what I want. Oh, this is last year's. This is? Streamed 3 years ago. Fuck. Wait, is this the fucking stupid LARPy dude who, like, harasses a bunch of immigrants, basically, in New York City? And he does his, like, little LARP shit show fest, and he, like, got arrested or something? Yeah, he's just a super racist. Yeah, I know, Estelle. That was they asked Zoran Mamdani some like right at the end of the debate some like stupid like bullshit fucking question about, do you support Israel? Do you support Israel, Zoran? Israel, Zoran? And it's just like, all right, bro, nice meme. Is there no fucking... Yeah, I guess it's either gonna have to be Hassan's or Vosh's VOD. Whoever has like less commentary and talking in it, because you know, cucked Canadian here. Cucked fucking Canadian. Does fucking Vosh obviously has his fucking VODs on YouTube. Does Hassan have his VODs on YouTube? Or are we going to have to rely on the Hasanabi Clips Industrial Complex? Who talks less in the fucking debate? We're not going to cover this quite yet. We'll cover this last. And there's apparently the Trump-Elon fucking breakup part 2. Because I see that Vanch is also streaming again. NYC mayor debate. How long is the debate? Well, Vosh posted his video about it.
Mr. Mamdani, can I...
Okay, we're using, there's a Vanch. There's the Horseman. Zoran destroys Andrew Cuomo.
The first.
Stop complaining to me about ad blockers, YouTube, bitch. Yeah, only Hassan fed. Yes, it's from Hasanabi Clips Industrial Complex, dude. Which is fine. That works. Right? Think that works? Trying to see if Hassan really... Does he really talk in it at all? I don't think so. What about Vanch?
I just jump in. Would you...
Vanch does not also seem to talk really much in it at all either. Alright. Vanch's fucking VOD it is then. Yeah, it's the same either way, right? I did not want to open fucking Opera GX thing. Vanch it is. We'll grab Vanch's VOD. Vish with the autism creature. This is true. Streamer guy Vosh. This is real and true. He's like doing some PV thing. Cool, whatever. Fucking Vorse. Vorse it is. Vish. Vinchmond. Very cool and very good. But we have more shit to talk about first. Some Canadian news. Oh boy. Very, very cool. We love Canada, don't we, folks? Liberals introduce bill proposing sweeping border security powers. Oh boy. Who's ready for the Canadian Patriot Act? Let's go. Let's fucking go. And it's being pushed by the fucking liberals. This is the first fucking thing that Mark Carney wants to go with. A capitulation to the Republicans. Let's go. Bill C-2 allows officials to cancel, suspend, or change immigration documents in the public interest. The Liberal government introduced sweeping new legislation Tuesday that it says will protect Canada's sovereignty, strengthen the border, and keep Canadians safe. Guys, you know what's happening very, very often right now in Canada? An invasion of migrants. Oh, fuck, dude. Yeah, so many migrants are coming in, like, illegally, apparently, for some reason. Again, this is, like, leftover fucking dumbass hysteria from all the, like, Indian migrants that came in. Because, again, we didn't have fucking housing for them, and it's all just stupid shit. And now we have to do, like, a Canadian Patriot Act for, you know, to capitulate big fucking dumbass orange man in his fucking seat. It's fucking stupid. Bill C2, the Strong Borders Act, would give increased powers to Canada's security and intelligence services, expand the ability to open and inspect mail. Yeah, dude. Let the police open and inspect mail. Guys, sorry, we just had to randomly open up your mail because of random fucking security theater bullshit. Very cool. And allow officials to cancel or suspend immigration documents. Remember how the Liberals talked about they wanted to have 100 million, a population of 100 million by, 2100? Whatever happened to that sort of like incentive and proposal? It turns out it completely collapsed in on itself because the fucking Liberal Party was not willing to, build housing and deal with the housing problems first. Who would have thought? Crazy. The legislation proposes changes to a number of laws, including the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Oceans Act, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, the Criminal Code, and the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, among others. We need to ensure Canada's law enforcement is equipped with the tools they need to stay ahead of organized crime groups and crack down on their illicit activities. Minister of Public Safety Gary and Anand Ansagari, I think that's how you say that, said in Ottawa Tuesday. Yeah, dude. We got a fucking... Boy Meets Mini, we got a fucking Indian unk. What's going on here, bro? Why is India Unkmans over here fucking trying to introduce Canadian Patriot Act? Boy Meets Mini, I need you to take account for your people. Clearly, this is all your fault because of your hyper cringeness. It has infected everyone. I can't believe that we have to deal with all this fucking Brahmanite fucking bullshit now. Shaking my fucking head. That's what we call a little bit of critical racist theory right there, okay? We do a little bit of trolling. So, that's cool. Great. This is essential in maintaining the safety and security of our country. It's also a priority that we share with our neighbors. Again, the problem is like how much fucking fentanyl was going into the fucking US in comparison like to through other ports of entry at the southern part of the fucking border of the US, like 0.2%. Yeah, man. Totally, but it's because of, our own fucking concerns and safety with fucking fentanyl and stuff like that. I'm not saying that fentanyl isn't a fucking issue. That's not what I'm saying. The thing is like, it's such an issue that's completely and utterly being blown out of fucking proportion that it's just like, bleh, 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 It's just nonsense, dude. Complete utter fucking nonsense. But yeah, dude, totally. Like, we need our own Canadian Patriot Act in order to fucking make sure that we're all safe from those dirty browns and that stinky fentanyl. Whatever. The proposed changes to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act give the government increased power over immigration documents in cases where public health or national security are at risk. Specifically, it allows officials to cancel, suspend, or change immigration documents immediately. Oh, so there's like not going to be any talk with like any courts or like any lawyer or anything. They can just like be like, well, you kind of smell bad, so no, not in. That's cool. Great. Pause the acceptance of new applications and cancel applications already in process if deemed in the public interest. Because here's the problem with this. What do we mean by public interest? That can fucking mean anything. The public interest can just be, well, we don't want any more stinky browns in our fucking country because they're stinky and they're brown. And that's within the fucking public interest, technically speaking. But is it like actually a good fucking thing? No. No, because it's just based off of fucking racism. So, that's cool. Fantastic. The changes also allow immigration, refugees, and citizenship Canada to share information more widely than with different agencies within Canada. Asylum claims would also have to be made within a year of entering the country, including for students and temporary residents. We're making everything just more annoying and probably difficult for a lot of asylum claimants. Very cool, Canada. The immigration changes would also require irregular border crossers, people who enter Canada between official ports of entry, to make an asylum claim within 14 days of arriving in Canada. Like, otherwise, what will happen? They can just get, like, deported, I guess? Great. The changes would also speed up voluntary departures by making removal orders effective the same day an asylum claim is withdrawn. Oh, so we can just immediately fucking deport the people once the asylum claim gets fucking taken care of. Very cool. Placating the U.S. In January, U.S. President Donald Trump declared a national emergency and used the declaration to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico over what he said was an untenable flow of migrants and fentanyl in the United States, which is, by the way, complete fucking bullshit. Like, hardly any of that is coming through fucking Canada. And again, let's pull up the fucking goddamn document yet again. Where's fucking the TPS fucking document from fucking Pew Research? How many times do I have to fucking do this? Again, about 1.2 million people were given TPS fucking status under Biden. You want to know why a lot of Venezuelan fucking migrants started to fucking come through to the United States, especially in 2021 and 2023? A funny little thing called the Venezuelan coup attempt of 2019. And guess who helped fucking orchestrate this shit? It was Donald Trump. And because of this fucking goddamn coup attempt failing miserably, you know, Juan Guaido with 3 other guys in a fucking trench coat getting spotted out by a bunch of fucking Venezuelan fishermen, for fuck's sake. It was the most fucking pathetic goddamn coup attempt on the fucking planet. Whoa, since it got fucking spotted out instantly for the dog shit attempt that it was, Trump decided to slap crippling sanctions on the Venezuelan economy, which caused it to go into hyperinflation, which, guess what, caused a bunch of people to leave and migrate to the U.S. Whoa, crazy. And Biden decided to let a bunch of those migrants in. Because guess what? Because of Donald Trump's stupid, fucking, idiotic, belligerent policies. Whoa, Daho, you're saying that it's the fault of dumb fucking Republicans and they cause a lot of the exact same problems that, you know, they pretend to say that they're very good at dealing with? Crazy. Whoa. And it's all just a fucking racket for them to be able to score political points against their political opponents? Say it ain't so. Crazy. You know, hypothetical chatter that I'm fucking talking with, or hypothetical commenter that I'm talking with? Yes. Yes, that is exactly what I'm fucking saying. A lot of the, very often, Republicans with their stupid racist or deregulatory stances will very, very often make it such that there's such fucking dysfunction and they force the other administration that's coming in to fix it while reaping political benefits from it. Because in reality, what do the Republicans want? Whoa, they just want people to suffer. Let's be honest here, it's all about just having people suffer. And I guess the liberal party just wants to like go along and placate that shit. Because guess what? Trump has fucking goddamn doubled the tariffs anyway on steel and aluminum Wednesday. Now, I know that fucking Mexico has said, like, this is in violation of the USMCA, and we will fucking potentially, like, sue the United States for this. Again, for the dumbass trade deal that Trump fucking negotiated with. Getting rid of fucking NAFTA just so he can slap his own fucking coat of paint on it. It's so it's just... I need people to understand just how fucking stupid all of these fucking turns of events constantly have been. It is the dumbest shit on the fucking planet. But, you know, whatever. Dumbass liberals have to placate stupid Mad King Orange Man in the fucking throne. Silly. The Liberal government has since worked to persuade the Trump administration that Canada is acting to stem the southbound flow of drugs and migrants. Ananda Sangari said Tuesday that Bill C-2 was drafted to contain elements that will strengthen the relationship between Canada and the U.S. Again, there's no placating Trump. He's just a stupid, raving dipshit of an old man. And he's just kind of doing whatever the fuck he wants because he's a moron. He's a belligerent who wants to have like some weird autistic fixation with trying to make himself look like a deal maker by making a complete mess and then trying to make a deal out of it or something. It's stupid. There are a number of items in the bill that have irritants for the U.S., so we are addressing some of those issues, he said, but it's not exclusively about the United States. Sure. Yeah, totally. The minister said he did not brief the U.S. border czar Tom Homan, that fucking like burn victim, that clown, about the changes before introducing the bill. That CBC News can confirm he did speak with Homan later Tuesday to provide details of the plan. The throne speech promised legislation to bolster security at Canada's borders and new tools for police and intelligence agencies to help them stop the flow of fentanyl and its precursors. Yeah, dude, the 2%, the 0.2% of fucking fentanyl that's flowing into the U.S. coming from fucking Canada. It's truly the end of the world, everyone. Stupid. The Strong Borders Act fulfills that pledge by proposing to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and the Cannabis Act to allow more control of chemicals used to make illegal drugs like fentanyl. This will allow law and border enforcement agencies to take swift action to prevent their illegal importation and use, and to ensure strict federal oversight over any legitimate use of these chemicals, said the Public Safety Ministry in a statement. The problem is that you have, like, no way to be able to fucking... Like, you don't really know. Like, do we really know if particular chemicals are being imported in for the use of, like, making fentanyl? You know, who knows? Tomato, potato, potato. Because the federal government's totally gonna fucking know that. Yeah, it's just stupid, man. It's stupid. Complete just capitulation and placation of Trump and the Republicans. That's the point of this. This bill built on earlier Canadian measures, including the round-the-clock surveillance of the border using helicopters, drones, and surveillance towers. I love wasting taxpayer money on stupid bullshit that doesn't matter. Woo! For 0.2% of fentanyl flow that's going into the U.S. from Canada. Yeah, okay, dude. Ottawa is also working with Washington on a North American Joint Strike Force to target organized crime groups that work across borders. Fantastic. More imperialism. A new role for the Coast Guard. In a move that gives the Canadian Coast Guard an active surveillance and security role, Bill C-2 proposes amending the Oceans Act to enable the agency to conduct security activities designed to strengthen sovereignty and maritime domain awareness, particularly in remote Arctic waters. Oh, because that's where all the fentanyl's coming from, guys. From the Arctic. Sure, man. The changes to the Canadian Coast Guard would allow the agency to collect, analyze, and share information and intelligence for security purposes. See, this is like, it's all like, they always say, oh, for national security, for security purposes. Yeah, dude, that's what they always fucking say. And that always ends up being complete fucking utter bullshit and nonsense. It's annoying. It's ridiculous. The bill would also amend the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, the Customs Act, and the Criminal Code to improve intelligence and law enforcement agencies' ability to access information. And it would require shippers and warehouse operators to provide access to their premises to inspect goods for export, something already required for goods being imported into Canada. Other measures in Bill C-2 include amending the Canada Post Corporation Act to remove barriers preventing police from searching mail when authorized to do so in the course of a criminal investigation. It's time for a random fucking civilian's mail to just get opened by a bunch of stupid cops, potentially like breaking some shit for no reason because of these just complete fucking morons being complete morons, like all cops generally speaking are, to allow for people to sort of just be like, we got to do this for like security purposes. It's totally heckin' Batterino, like what's going on here with like all this like fentanyl stuff. Even though like hardly any of it comes through the Canadian border into the U.S. It's ridiculous. Ensuring electronic service providers, which officials explained meant entities that hold subscription information, retain data so it can be lawfully provided to law enforcement and intelligence agencies. Ooh, fucking streaming services now can hand over their data to the police. Very, very cool. Or like phone companies can also do that as well. Yay! It's literally just fucking Canadian Patriot Act shit. Amending the Sexual Offender Information Registration Act to allow the Mounties to share information with international partners, and crack down on money laundering by strengthening enforcement and penalties, and by putting restrictions on cash transactions over $10,000 and cash deposits by one individual into another's account. Great, excellent, very cool. These are like kind of whatever to me. I don't really give a shit about this as much. These two are pretty fucking dog shit. Like, quite literally fucking, like, Canadian Patriot Act here shit. Because it's the same shit that the US even used to justify that fucking nonsense of a bill. So, that's cool. That's great. Guys, it's really epic and cool that we're doing all this to try to placate the Mad King, saying that, like, yeah, dude, we're just doing this because, totally not to placate the US at all whatsoever. So, you know, fantastic, cool, great, yeah. Whoa, liberals placating the fucking dumbass Mad King fascist in power because they think that they can get, like, hecking good boy points from Donald Trump. Nah, I don't think Trump really gives much of a fuck about that. Listen, Trump one day will just be like, I like McConnell, he did really great in that debate, very cool. And then in another fucking second, he'll say, like, 51st state, 51st state. There's no fucking placating someone like that, okay? It's complete fucking stupid bullshit and cope. And as always, as expected from the Liberal Party of Canada. Because again, let's be fucking honest here. What were the fucking Liberals campaigning on that made them be fucking successful? Standing up to Donald Trump. And guess what their constituents are going to look at this as? Not standing up to Trump. Crazy. Who would have thought? Because this is definitely going to play really, really well politically for the fucking goddamn liberals. But, you know, as expected from stupid, dumbass fucking fascist collaborationists, as always, from liberals. Whoa. Holy shit. None of these people actually give a fuck about any of this stuff. And guess what? It's all about, like, having belief in absolutely nothing as always. Yeah, dude. Great. Totally fantastic. This is really going to work out about as well as you think it is, liberals. As always. Fantastic. Great. Good job, Liberal Party of Canada. We love the Liberal Party of Canada. Very cool. Very cool. Alright. I suppose it is time to start with this shit, huh? I'm gonna fill up my water bottle real quick. I'll fill up my water bottle, go to the bathroom and stuff. Take another piss because I drank so much water. Wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow. I'm back. Very nice. How much? We are so Barack with water and everything. We love being hydrated. Don't we, people? Hydration, very important. Pretty decent ability in a Pokemon as well. Pretty solid. Blah, 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 blah. I should probably get a Switch 2. There's like no games on it right now. But I do want a Switch 2. I do want a Switch 2. Him. This is kind of why I was so disassociated or disassociated with this election. What? I mean, AOC ended up doing the correct thing. Oh, like the PlayStation. And you're talking about the Switch. Ha. Of course. Ugh. Oh my fucking god. I need to do... This is gonna be the quick addendum. I mean, you know, it's to be expected from the fucking liberal. I wasn't really expecting much of anything. I was just like... Listen, the only thing that, like, I saw as, like, potentially being interested from Mark Carney is, like, you know... is, like, fucking... What is the fact that he said, like, you know, he's gonna stand up to Trump, or like, honestly, more so the fucking housing policy. Yeah, disabuse is the same word, is the word. I don't think it's the correct word, right? Disabused. Best participant, disabused. Persuade someone that an idea or a belief is mistaken. I don't think that's exactly the... Right? I'm not sure. I mean, this is like pure word game fucking semantics bullshit. Like, I think, what? I think being, you saying, like, being disassociated with the election, I think is more correct, but it was overall better for Carney to be the one to win in comparison to Pierre Poilievre. We can definitely acknowledge and agree with that, to be honest. Okay. You know, I suppose this is also just a quick addendum to the, like, I don't know, the Elon Musk Trump crash out scene. It's time for the arch liberals to, as expected, do the dumbest shit possible and just be like, oh, I think, like, you know, two of the most unpopular, sort of, you know, Democratic leaders ever in the history of the Democratic Party should give a call and extend a hand to Elon Musk. And because may I remind like arch liberals like fucking Matt Iglesias that hey Elon, guess what Elon did? The salute. Yeah, you know, we all remember this, but you know, as expected from Matt Iglesias, he's a complete fucking dumbass. But yeah. Oh, we are very interested in electric cars, solar panels, space exploration, and balanced deficit reduction. It's not about that stupid fucking dipshit, okay? Elon wanted to be fucking king, and the Republicans were just like, you're not going along with our fucking corrupt bullshit, so we don't like you. That's the reason why Elon is fucking mad. So, even though Elon's position is technically speaking correct, it doesn't go along or gel with the plan that the Republicans overall have, and that is just making everyone's life worse. So that's stupid. I don't know that if it played a major casual role in anything, but holding an EV summit at the White House and not having Tesla and not inviting Tesla was genuinely one of the most brain-dead political ideas of all time. Yeah, just like all the stupid shit that you fucking spew out of your fucking mouth, Matt Iglesias. Hey, how's that abundance agenda shit going, Matt? How is the Republican, how is the fucking Democratic Party doing in your fucking eyes? Oh, yeah, they're doing fucking dog shit. Because, again, dumbasses like you keep writing the stupidest fucking opinions on the fucking planet. But then again, I expect nothing less from this dude who's, like, peddling a completely dead fucking ideology. Whoa, who would have thought? Matt Iglesias, as always. Complete fucking dumbass. I didn't have the energy to go vote. I was kind of in one of my depressive episodes. So yeah, I disassociated. You were more disassociated with the election. Disabuse is not like. I'm being a fucking semantics Andy right here, okay? I'm being semantical, okay? Yeah, disabuse would not be technically the correct word there. Fuck you, Matt Iglesias. Alright. What do we have here? AOC finally has endorsed Zoran Mamdani for New York City mayor. You know, better late than never. She's always one of those people who always, like, hedged her fucking bets and stuff like that and did, like, late endorsements and whatnot. I don't know if this is going to be, like, the nail in the coffin and this, like, guarantees Zoran Mamdani's victory. I mean, it's definitely not good for Cuomo. Let's be honest here. AOC, broadly speaking, is a very popular politician and has a very good social media presence. Blah, 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 blah. We all know the meme. Yada, yada, yada. And to be honest, like, let's be real here. Given how, like, petty of a fucking loser fucking Chris Cuomo is, it's also, like, that's probably, like, another factor that sort of played into the fact that she decided to endorse so late. Listen, better late than never. She decided to endorse. I know that Brianna Joy Gray, that sniveling coward and dumbass, was saying, like, pressure campaigns work. No, this is pretty in line with her, like, typical sort of, like, normal behavior. You had nothing to do with it, okay? You fucking sniveling moron and coward. But, whatever. But there was a debate. So, obviously, since I'm Canadian, this isn't available anywhere. So, we're using the fucking Horseman's feed, okay? That's what we're doing. Okay. Because we love, I don't know, all this, like, stupid fucking exclusionary bullshit. What we got here? We're going to listen to the debate.
Good evening, everyone, from 30 Rock, and welcome to the first Democratic primary debate for New York City mayor. I'm joined by my colleague, News 4 Government Affairs reporter Melissa Russo, Sally Goldenberg, senior New York editor for Politico, and Telemundo 47 anchor Rosalina Beton. This is a 2-hour debate live on all NBC, New York, and Telemundo 47 streaming and digital platforms. Politico.com, Telexitos, and YouTube. This first hour also live on Channel 4.
No one wants to look at you, Vosh. Shaking my head.
By random drawing. Few rules for the candidates. For traditional question and answer, you'll have 1 minute to respond.
So keep in mind with how the sort of like, I don't know, quirks with the New York sort of mayoral sort of elections work. Basically, you need to make sure you have a sort of dude ranked in like every single ranking. And Majority Report has been constantly talking about this. Basically put in all 5 of the slots there, Zoran as first, and then have a particular candidate filled in for each other box. Because if like Chris Cuomo just gets completely shut out of the first ballot, he's pretty much just like El Cucaroni'd, and he won't be able to move on to the next round of the sort of like open of the primary. Yeah, the primary. I was about to say it's the ranked choice voting thing, but let's see how our boy Zoran does.
And we'll offer 30-second rebuttals at the moderator's discretion. We'll also be asking some questions where we're looking for shorter answers. A lot of ground we want to cover, candidates. And we also reserve the right to cut off your microphone if you ignore the rules, but of course we don't want to do that. The goal is here for you to hear each other. Let's go. Hear everything you have to say. Good luck to you all. We'll begin with Melissa Russo.
Thank you, David. Good evening, everyone. It's good to have you. We're going to begin tonight with the issue that polls show is number 1 for New Yorkers, and that is affordability. The cost of everything is squeezing residents in our city. New housing can take years to build, and we'll get to your plans on that a little bit later in the debate. But right now,
abundance
help residents immediately. So what's your one big idea to make the city more affordable now, and how will you pay for it?
It's not
We'll
about
begin with you, Ms. Adams.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me this evening. You know, I'm actually the only candidate on this stage who is actually doing the work already. We have a housing plan already. I have built and delivered 120,000 new units of housing, and now with the new proposal that we have in front of us, we have over 80,000 new units of housing that will be coming up and will be affordable to the people of the city of New York. New York is not affordable. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and I want my children to stay here, just like real New Yorkers want their children to stay here.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. I should remind everyone, this is a 30-second answer. We'll go to you next, Mr. Lander.
Eric Adams. Thank you, Melissa. Good evening, everyone. I'm Brad Lander. I'm the New York City Controller. I'm a lifelong affordable housing activist, and I'm a proud Brooklyn dad. Tonight, I'll show you that I'm the only one in this race with the progressive values to make the city more affordable, with the public integrity to sweep away the corruption of Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo, and with the proven management experience, having already delivered over 50,000 affordable homes to actually deliver on my promises. I'll get 500,000 homes built over the next 10 years.
This guy's okay.
Okay, we're going to move on to Ms. Ramos. I want to remind
Yeah,
you
Lander's not bad.
Big idea to make the city more affordable
That's
now,
true.
and how will you pay for it? 30 seconds, Ms. Ramos.
Thank you, Melissa. Good evening.
That's true, AJ.
Watching at home, thank you so much for holding this forum. Affordability has been top of mind for New Yorkers since before the pandemic, but the pandemic only exacerbated the conditions for New Yorkers. This is why I set out as chair of the labor committee.
Brad Lander is not
To
bad.
raise the minimum wage, to tie it to inflation, and I'm proud to be the last.
Like if we're talking about the rankings, it's Zoran Mamdani is first, and then it's probably Brad Lander. He's not bad, from what I understand. He's not the worst. He's pretty all right. He's no Zoran. Zoran is better, but Brad Lander's also okay.
I'm the only person
Cuomo
on
was the
who has
worst.
already had a desk at the mayor's office, and this is why I know that the first thing I want to do on day 1 is enact a mental health emergency so that we can keep our streets safe.
Okay, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Myrie,
Sure.
big idea. I haven't heard many big ideas yet, so if you can answer the question, please, in 30 seconds. Your big idea to make the city more
Thank you, Melissa. I don't have one big idea. I have 3. I want to deliver 1 million homes over the next 10 years. I want universal after school for every kid in the city from age 3 to grade 12. And I want to extend pre-K and 3K past 2:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. My parents came here 50 years ago, worked in factories to put food on the table, where union members sent me to public schools, and that's how I became a state senator and why I'm standing on this stage tonight. That same opportunity needs to be restored for so many New Yorkers, and that is why new leadership is needed, not the leaders of the past that caused the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Mr. Cuomo.
Thank you very much, and thank WNBC and Telemundo for hosting.
So again, keep in mind, you want to know where Cuomo got his fucking goddamn housing policy? Bro just typed that shit up on ChatGPT. Bro had no idea what he's doing. Again, his whole fucking strategy here is basically coast off of the fact that his name is fucking Cuomo, okay? That's like literally it. Andrew Cuomo, Chris Cuomo. Because this is sexual abuser / letting old people die in old people's homes, Cuomo. I think Chris Cuomo's newscaster, Cuomo, right? This guy's he's a vindictive, petty piece of shit.
Today in Buenos Noches. I'm running for mayor because I think the city's in real trouble. I think we have a
That's
massive
Andrew
crisis,
Cuomo.
Between the Adams and Lander administration. I think we have a fiscal crisis where the city's actually spending more every year than it is taking in. And I think we have a societal crisis where we have division and hate. On affordability, raise the minimum wage, put more money in people's pocket. More child care, after school care, and then, of course, build affordable housing. I was the HUD secretary. I know how to do it.
Thank you. I'm turning it over to Rosarina. Thank you, Melissa. Bienvenidos a todos. Thank you so much for being
Yeah,
here.
bro, it's trying to like defer to his authority that he used to fucking have as a HUD secretary. Still doesn't change the fact that he used ChatGPT in order to write up a fucking housing policy. Haha.
I'm going to ask the same question again, but please listen carefully. You have 30 seconds to answer. What is your one big idea to make
No, that was Michael Bloomberg. Michael Bloomberg was the stop and frisk guy, I think. Not Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo was the governor of New York during COVID. And he's the dude who said, like, we are trying our best. And he did, like, all those, like, stupid, whatever, dumbass bullshit with, well, it wasn't only Bloomberg, but it was also, I believe, Rudy Giuliani. Giuliani and Bloomberg did both of that. But he is the dude who basically was just like, guys, COVID's like really stinky and bad. And like a bunch of people made like songs about him in celebration of his bullshit. and in reality, like, a bunch of people started fucking dying in old people's homes because of his bad policies. You know.
Make the city more affordable now, and how will you pay for it? Again, 30 seconds, Mr. Jason.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Now it may take a couple of years, but I think we need to address the housing crisis. Most of the people on this stage have called to freeze the rent, but I want to go one better. I think we need to
Whitney
20% by unleashing the private sector to build a lot more housing. This is a pie in the sky.
yeah, I'm sure.
100 years ago, Austin has
Yeah, bro, we totally need the private sector. Totally, man. Yeah. More developers getting more money to build speculative real estate assets. Let's go.
just in the past 3 years. So the key is, though, is to ease the zoning restrictions and all the other regulations that are tying.
Thank you, Mr. Tully. Thank you very much, Mr. Montana.
Deregulation.
Thank you so much for having me. We are live here in the most expensive city in the United States of America. 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty, and I'm running to be your next mayor to make this city affordable. I will do so by freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants, by making the slowest buses in the country fast and free, and by delivering universal childcare. And I will pay for this by taxing the 1%, the billionaires and the profitable corporations that Mr. Cuomo cares more about than working-class New Yorkers. I will ask them to pay their
Real.
So we can have a city that everyone can.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Gray. Can I jump in for one moment? Mr. Mondani, how will you convince Albany to pass that tax increase? Because from what we've heard from Governor Hochul, it's not really something that she's thinking about.
doing this?
How can you guarantee that will happen?
Wait, really? Nothing else? Oh, yeah. I wonder what prompted the moderators to fucking to ask Zoran that question specifically. Maybe something to do with saying taxing the 1%.
I have experience in this actually because in my first year in the state legislature, I came to Albany where we had a governor then who didn't want to raise taxes on billionaires and corporations. That was then Governor Cuomo, and we actually overcame his objections, raised $4 billion in new annual revenue, and finally funded the very public schools that he had started for so many years.
Thank you very much. We have to go with Mr.
Another shot. He's
That's
jabbing.
South Bronx native.
Get owned, idiot.
Actually address affordability is by ending credit scores and increasing income limits for housing applications and having universal childcare that is happening not just after school but throughout the weekends. We pay for this by having a vacant apartment tax for those that are not living in New York City, by withholding taxes to DC that Trump tried to take against us, and making
That's
sure
not bad,
that
actually, yeah.
You have to tax what's
Yeah,
happening.
it's actually pretty not a bad idea. Yeah, vacant apartment tax, because again, what do all these like dumbass developers do? They just build the fucking apartments, not let anyone in, and just or rather like price people out of with really high prices, and make it such that, you know, a bunch of like rich people with like foreign capital, or even just like a lot of people with a lot of money buy those as like speculative assets, and the units just end up being completely empty, right? And all they do is just like pay for like the mortgage of that, generally speaking, which is like pennies to them in comparison to how much money they get out of leaving it in as a speculative asset. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, tax the fact that there's no one in there. That's smart. That's smart.
Square Garden. That is how you pay for it. That is how we afford
Thank you,
it.
Mr. Blake. Mr. Stringer.
I want to actually put forth a program that can get done for young families and for the people who built this city. And it's very simple. We need to use city-owned vacant land, 1,000 properties, and transform that land into affordable housing. That property should go to not-for-profit, to limited profit developers. Not
Abundance.
developers that can actually build the Mitchell-Lama 2.0 that we need. We owe it to the people who built this city are now fleeing.
More fucking abundance shit.
Welcome the next generation of New Yorkers who will be here if we give them hope and opportunity and affordability.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer.
Thank you. Now let's turn to President Trump, who looms large over the city, given his proposed funding cuts and his interest in hometown affairs.
because the tower.
Democrats say they want a mayor who will stand up to him. Mr. Cuomo, you've branded the president with bullies. Mr. Stringer, you called him a schmuck. And Mr. Lander, you put his name on a car and crushed it in a TV ad. The voters want to know how you will actually deal with the president if you are elected mayor. We have questions for each of you, and you'll all have 1 minute to answer. Mr. Cuomo, we'll start with you. You have experience collaborating and battling the president. Currently, his Justice Department is investigating you, following a criminal referral from Congress, alleging you lied during testimony about your involvement in a report that undercounted nursing home deaths during COVID.
Okay.
With that probe underway,
Okay, we're getting right into it.
dealings with the president
Holy
if you are
shit, good
elected mayor.
question.
Yeah.
That is actually a pretty good question.
He started an investigation against me, against Kathy Hochul, against Senator Chuck Schumer, against Hillary Clinton. This is one of his tactics. I know how to deal with Donald Trump because I've dealt with him before.
But here's the thing with that one, Andrew Cuomo. This one may have some actual merit to it. Andrew Cuomo, nursing homes. This one's got some fucking merit to it, buddy. Like, Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, released a report finding Governor Cuomo has understated the toll. That's not Donald Trump who's doing the DOJ fucking investigation. That's the Attorney General of New York that's doing that. Had understated the toll of COVID-19 related deaths in the state nursing homes by as much as 83%. The scandal was made public on February 11, 2021, when the New York Post reported that Melissa DeRosa, a secretary and aide to Cuomo, privately apologized to lawmakers for the administration withholding the nursing home death toll in fear of that the then President Donald Trump would turn this into a giant political football. Yeah, well, you know. Yeah, kind of has some credibility to that one.
Many times, we've had many encounters. We fought on a daily basis.
You sent his supporters to nursing
and I
homes to
won many of those battles. I fought him on ice. This is not the first time he's brought ice to New York. He's done that before, and we fought him and we won. So he can be beaten, but he has to know that he's up against an adversary who can actually beat him. And I can tell you this: I am the last person on this stage that Mr. Trump wants to see as mayor, and that's why I should be the first choice for the people of the city to have as mayor.
To follow up on that, though, Democrats also
Hasn't Trump spoken positive? Yeah, like positive of Cuomo, like Vosh was saying, right? He probably wants Cuomo to win because he'll just like work along with him to make sure that the DOJ investigation doesn't like proceed, right? Calls Donald Trump a bully. Stop talking. Right? He probably wants like let's be honest here. Hasn't Trump said that he wants Cuomo to win because he could easily manipulate him?
also raised some concerns about your testimony, so it wasn't only Republicans. But just putting partisan politics aside for a minute, how would you respond to voters about the congressional findings of your involvement in that report?
Yeah, first, putting partisan politics aside is virtually impossible nowadays. It's so toxic out there. The issue of COVID became a political football right away. It still is a political football between Democrats and Republicans, and even within the Democratic Party and within the Republican Party. And it's unfortunate. We should have been learning from the experience and finding out how we could be better prepared for the next time. But unfortunately, in this toxic environment, it's been nothing but politicized over and over again.
Okay, we have to move on.
You're a politician. Things get politicized. That's how that works, Andrew. Like, what? Okay, bro.
I just want to add, the question was how would you respond to the allegations, but we have to move on. Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't, yeah, like, he didn't answer the question at all.
Donnie, you have said that Mr. Trump's Department of Justice can't be trusted, and that was after the news broke of Mr. Cuomo's alleged reported DOJ investigation. First, quickly, just a yes or no answer. Do you think that President Trump is unfairly targeting Mr. Cuomo?
No, I don't think that it's unfair, but I have no interest in believing that they're actually pursuing justice.
Okay, second part of my
To
question.
be clear, it's not unfair because Andrew Cuomo did lie to Congress, but ultimately we know that the Trump Justice Department and the Trump administration as a whole is interested more in vindictiveness and persecution of political enemies than anything to do with Trump.
Okay, so moving forward.
Wait, that's like a 10 out of 10 fucking answer, dude. Holy shit. That's so fucking good.
You are also a socialist, and because of that, why wouldn't President Trump target you, and by extension, target New Yorkers? You have 1 minute.
President Trump will target whomever is the next mayor of the city. President Trump even targeted his, in many ways, accomplice, Mayor Eric Adams, who has collaborated with the Trump administration at almost every opportunity, and still in the
This is fucking perfect, by the way. 10 out of fucking 10 here so far from Zoran. Because it's true. Yeah. Fucking Eric Adams wants a fucking, he's not looking to get impeached, but he's trying to get, like, a pardon from the president, and that's why he let ICE in to do a bunch of raids in New York. So, you know, great, cool, fantastic. Like, Eric Adams is a collaborationist with the fucking Trump administration.
In the midst of that collaboration, we saw that New Yorkers are being taken off the streets in their apartment building lobbies. We have $80 million being taken out of our city bank account. So I don't think there's any question that there's any mayor here that will be free from being attacked by Donald Trump. What's more important, however, is the mayor who will actually fight back. And that's what I am Donald Trump's worst nightmare as a progressive Muslim immigrant who actually fights for the things that I believe in. And the difference between myself and Andrew Cuomo is that my campaign is not funded by the very billionaires who put Donald Trump in D.C. I don't have to pick up the phone from Bill Ackman or Ken Langone. I have to pick up the phone from more than 20,000 New Yorkers who contributed an average donation of about $80 to break fundraising records and put our campaign in such a place.
Yeah, please.
Cinema.
He's very good on Twitter and with videos, but he actually produced nothing for him to accuse me of lying. He also called President Obama a liar and said President Obama was evil. So take everything with a grain of salt.
He insulted DNC insiders.
No, you're going after the DNC insiders. No.
In government, 27 minutes, he passed 3 bills. That's all he's done. He has no experience with Washington, no experience in New York City. He would be Trump's delight.
All right, brief response from Donnie, we have to move on. Look, it's true that I don't have experience with corrupt Trump billionaires who are funding my campaign. I don't have experience with party politics and insider consultants. I do have experience, however, with winning $450 million in debt relief for thousands of working-class taxi drivers and actually delivering it to working-class people.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Lander, you presented yourself as a tough-talking Trump resistor, but as mayor...
Yeah, that was not a good fucking rebuttal there by Cuomo. Yeah, you're going after the DNC insiders. Yeah, because everyone's a big fan of the DNC insiders right now, Cuomo. Yeah, dude, totally. I must defend the DNC and Barack Obama don't cost. Yeah.
You're expected to deliver, including aid for the city. So how can you do that if you're always at war with the president? You have 1 minute.
Look, when Donald Trump and Elon Musk stole that $80 million from New York City's bank account, I uncovered it, I rang the alarm bell, and I forced the mayor into court to get it back. You stand up and fight. You go into court when you are in the right. 1 week after he was elected, I became the first financial officer anywhere in the country to lay out where all that federal money comes into our budget with a really concrete plan for how we put money in reserve so we'll be able to respond. Look, with all the corruption that's in Washington, we can't have corruption here in New York City as well. It's not only that Andrew Cuomo lied to Congress, which is perjury, he also lied to the grieving families whose loved ones he sent into those nursing homes to protect his $5 million book deal. That's corrupt. That's what I crushed in that junkyard. So when I'm mayor, I will stand up to Donald Trump. I will make sure that we've got a budget that's ready. So when they come for our Medicaid, we've got an independent authority ready to keep
Not bad.
healthcare, housing, and education.
Mr. Cuomo, would you like to respond?
Yeah, please. Mr. Lander is a little loose with the facts. If he wants to talk about the facts on nursing homes, we'll talk about the facts. He's just parroting Trump's allegations,
I said it
which
long
are
before you
actually
did.
disproven by the federal government now.
Which ones are you talking about specifically?
In terms of the rate of deaths in nursing homes, New York is number 38 out of 50. Number 38. Only 12 states had a lower rate of
This
death.
is a really good hill to
which is
die on.
really something when you consider that we had it first and worse than anyone else. And when it comes to corruption, Mr. Lander knows corruption because
This is really funny that he's just dying on this hill. Yeah, that's true. This is oh man, we're actually 38th. That's still pretty bad, Cuomo. Like, nice meme.
approved $500,000 of contracts to organizations associated with his wife, which he said his
But I would really just like to clear
even
one.
though the deputy reported to him.
I would just like to clear one thing up,
It's
Mr.
part of the
Cuomo.
corruption of the city.
It's a lie, and you know it everywhere.
I hear you. But the question is whether or not it's political and whether or not your congressional testimony was truthful. Were you, now that you've had time to reflect, involved in producing that report that undercounted those nursing home deaths?
Yeah, so far, Cuomo, he's not been answering any of the questions, and he's just been bringing up, like, basically attacks that have, like, no prevalence to the fucking questions or any of the fucking allegations. He's coming off as very bitchy, very fucking whiny, petulant, pathetic, wanting to just defend the DNC sort of, like, establishment, which is very, very fucking unpopular. Not a good look there from Cuomo, let's be honest here.
That my administration produced the report and it did not undercount the deaths.
Okay, but you're still saying you were not involved in producing it.
It's very clear. That's the Trump line, the MAGA line, right? Because this was during his re-election.
Okay.
The New York reports always counted the number of deaths where they occurred, in a nursing home or in a hospital.
Okay.
Now that all the dust is clear,
Okay, we have to move on though. We have to give other people
Now
a
that everyone fucking hates him, dude.
Will you acknowledge the deaths?
Okay.
I mean, it's a very black and white question. Did you lie to Congress or will you acknowledge the deaths?
Literally, Cuomo's being a lightning rod. I genuinely think if Cuomo wasn't in this race, Mamdani would be getting the attacks. But because Cuomo's here, he's actually being a lightning rod. He's doing his job.
People died.
Good job, Cuomo. Keep it up.
Here's a chance to answer the question as the list presented it. Yes. No, I told Congress the truth.
Yeah, he's getting kind of fucking owned right now.
All counted.
Just keep talking about this the whole time. It's Mamdani versus Cuomo, okay? If he does poorly, Mamdani wins.
States went through, we had it first and worst, and that only 12 states had a lower rate of death. We should really be thanking the women and men who worked on those nursing homes and did an
Okay,
extraordinary
yes or no follow-up. I mean, just the question is, were you involved in the producing of that report? It's just a yes or no question.
I was very aware of the report. I spoke to it at press conferences.
No, before it was really
He's still not answering the question.
Okay, we're gonna move on. We're not getting an answer. We're not getting
Advisor report.
As to whether or not you were
Let's move on. Mr. Mayor Adams and Governor Cuomo negotiated with Trump. Former Governor Cuomo.
God, this is looking really bad for Cuomo right now. So bad.
Watching at home who are afraid to send their children to school, to the families who are afraid to show up to court proceedings, seeing agents snatch people up doing the right thing. I want to speak directly to you in this moment because you're not hearing that communication. You're not hearing about a mayor that is going to stand up and have the backbone to stand up for our city. I'm the son of two undocumented immigrants who came here for opportunity. My parents could take me to school, they could take me to the hospital without fear of deportation because they knew the city would have their back. That's the kind of mayor that I'm going to be. One that stands up when necessary. Of course, we're going to work with the president when it's in the best interest of the city. But what he has demonstrated over these past 6 months is that he is not interested in helping the city. We have to grow our tax base so that we can be independent from the federal government, and that's why I have a plan to deliver 1 million homes over the next 10 years. It's why I want free after school for every kid in the city, and it's why I want to extend pre-K and 3K to 6 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Rosarina?
Thank you, Melissa. Vamos a hablar de Trump ahora. You talked about fighting President Trump, but you also say in a campaign questionnaire that you seek partnership with him. How do you envision working together with him? You have a minute.
You know, we have already seen a very clear blueprint about how to elegantly school President Trump, and we saw it in Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum and how she led on negotiating the tariff scandal with the president. And so I'm here to say that not only should my administration litigate to protect immigrants, to protect gender-affirming care, but we should be ready to withhold our federal taxes when Trump unlawfully takes away funding from the things that we need. We have to
Trans people.
smart, and our taxpayer dollars are our leverage.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Stringer, the next question goes to you. Fighting Trump has been a key element of your campaign. Is there anything that Trump wants that you will be willing to give him in exchange for something that the city needs? You have a minute.
Well, this is why it's so critical to elect a mayor with real experience. Experience negotiating, experience understanding what the stakes are here. Look, Donald Trump is coming from New York City. He's hell-bent on collapsing the social safety net. He wants to pick kids off the streets, but he also wants to destroy everything we built in America in this city. So I know how to fight him because I fought him in Trump 1. When he was coming after us, I managed to divest $4 billion from fossil fuel. I divested from private prisons. I divested from gun manufacturers. He didn't slow me down. He sped me up. So right now, we need a mayor who's going to put aside $1 billion in a very, very
Mamdani's social media people are posting clips at lightning speed.
The banks and the next controller come to the table and strategize about how we have a short-term plan to get the city to the congressional elections. No one has more experience in city government and knows how to do that.
But Mr. Stringer, the question is, if he wants something in exchange, will you give it to him?
I'd not quid pro quoing with Trump. What I'm going to do, and this is my strategy, is I'm going to organize the same thing that happened during the days when Ford said to New York, I'm going to go to the business community. I'm going to go to our congressional leadership, Schumer, Jeffries. I'm going to organize this city and the city government to wage a fight in Washington to protect the epicenter of the national economy,
Thank you very
which is New
much.
York City.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Mr. Tilson.
Okay.
And the question goes to you saying, you've been blasting Mr. Trump since 2016 when you call him El Diablo in Spanish, the devil, as mayor. How can you make a deal with him? We're talking about pact with the devil.
Look, I think I've been fighting Trump in Texas long before that nonsense came down that escalator 10 years ago this month. And but I do think we Democrats have to stop giving Trump gifts. Like when we let Solidarity for the safe return of hostages taken by Hamas with their terrorists terrorist in Israel. nonsense and open borders, etc. One area that I do agree with Trump is that when a socialist like Zoran here tweets that the NYPD is quote wicked and calls to defund and dismantle the NYPD, that is madness. That is
Oh yeah, totally. Coming from the fucking stupid abundance agenda liberal over here.
Socialism is sinking our party and our city.
Brief response, Mr. Mamdani. I want to be very clear. The police have a critical role to play in creating public safety. And when I speak to those very officers on the beat in the rank and file, I hear from them a frustration frustration that where they join the force to tackle serious crimes, we are instead now asking them to play the roles of mental health professionals and social workers. And that is why we are putting forward a plan to create a Department of Community Safety that will tackle gun violence, homelessness, the mental health crisis.
All right, Mr. Mundell, we might get to those decisions.
That is pretty much like the perfect response. It's unfortunate that he's getting cut off here, because again, he's correct. What people mean by defund the police is the fact that police are given too many responsibilities, broadly speaking, throughout, like, American fucking society. They're expected to be fucking social workers. They're expected to be a lot of things that they're not supposed to be. So, you know, they want to, I don't know, like, we could do, like, the whole stupid LARP shit, talk about how they want to, like, fight serious crime or whatever the fuck, but are often saddled with doing tasks and stuff with, you know, doing tasks and stuff that they didn't fucking train for, or whatever the fuck, bumblefuck bullshit, yada yada yada. Sure. It's very difficult because of the fact that, like, defund the police is such, like, a poison sort of statement in the mind of, like, dumb fucking conservative media apparatchiks and Joe Biden, who is a racist. The main thing there, of course. It's unfortunate that this kind of, like, oh yeah, dude, totally. It's totally we need more funding the police in order to be able to, like, have them continue being, like, I don't know, mental health workers and stuff right now, because they're the ones with all the money and shit like that, when in reality they don't generally want to do that. That's what defund the police actually wants to tackle. But all the apparatchiks in the media and, like, both parties incredulously decided to be like, actually, no, we need to further fund the police and let them buy, like, more defunct old military equipment that they had before. But, you know, whatever. We love deference to the fucking police and shit like that, blah, 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 because they have, like, such ridiculous control of different, municipal areas within the United States. Like, if you don't fucking placate the police, they will just, like, I don't know, bury you or some shit, because they're just, well, to be honest, they're just a bunch of gangs.
It's critically important. I think it's important in a moment when we have a candidate to my right who is absolutely mischaracterizing anything that we put forward in this campaign.
You can check his Twitter feed. He has not deleted a tweet that calls the NYPD wicked and to defund and dismantle the NYPD. It's still up.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Sure, man. Oh no, it's a tweet. It's the end of the world, guys.
National Democratic Party, which has since lost the White House and is struggling to regroup. How does that make you effective when it comes to negotiating with President Trump if you were mayor? You have 1 minute.
Well, as the only person on the stage who's been a part of a team that has actually defeated Donald Trump, and as a black man who understands that Trump goes after black folk, just ask the exonerated five or Barack Obama, and like them, we will win. I have the experience to make sure we address what's happening in New York City. First and foremost, anytime Trump and Elon try to take our funds, we will withhold taxes sending in D.C., specifically working with companies that have contracts in New York City and say, you will not abide by unconstitutional behavior. Second, we will ban ICE at our schools and our places of worship. We will designate them as safe havens, because there is no reason at all that ICE is going after our immigrants, in particular families like mine from Jamaica. Third,
that's actually pretty good, yeah. Oh, this guy's not bad either.
You need to understand that there's someone right now who can lead New York City. You have heard people now not be able to answer the question, but they're saying they can actually represent.
Pretty solid.
I'm ready from day one because of what I have, from the White House to the State House to your house.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blake. Thank you, Mr. Blake. Ms. Adams, your most powerful campaign supporter is New York Attorney General Letitia James, an arch rival of President Trump. How would you ensure that you, and by extension New Yorkers, are not a casualty of their war?
Thank you very much. And you mentioned the Attorney General. She is the most notorious, the baddest Attorney General that New York and the nation has ever seen, and yes, she does endorse me. You know, when the name Donald Trump comes up, the first thing, the advice that I get from the Attorney General is that when Donald Trump comes your way and causes problems for New Yorkers, sue him. That is exactly what I am doing right now as we speak. We have an executive order that is in front of us that is illegal, that Mayor Eric Adams had his first deputy mayor sign. The mayor didn't even sign it, but the first deputy mayor signed it. And it would allow ICE to come onto Rikers Island, Donald Trump's ICE, to come onto Rikers Island, which has been illegal since the year 2014. I have a TRO, a temporary restraining order, that Judge Rosado feels that our case has merit. We have sued him, and New York will win. I will always be a mayor that will stand up for our immigrants. Donald Trump's ICE has no place on Rikers Island. Donald Trump's ICE has no place pulling our people that are taking their legal court dates now. No rights. Not in my New York.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Sally Goldenberg.
Thank you, David.
Sure.
Public safety. It's a top concern for many New Yorkers, especially underground on
Cool.
subways, which so many New Yorkers rely on to get to work. We're seeing fewer robberies and overnight 2 cops on every train, but still many New Yorkers simply don't feel safe on the subways. We'd like to know what plan each of you have to change that. You have 30 seconds, and we're going to change the order and start.
Okay, isn't this, like, complete fucking nonsense, right? And the only reason, like, if I recall correctly, one of the biggest reasons for as to why crime in the subways has been going down and down, even though there wasn't, like, really that much of, like, a big crime wave within the subways to begin with, is purely just due to the fact that, well, whoa, hey, not as many people were fucking using the subways as a result of, like, COVID and stuff like that. And also because of without the fucking congestion pricing. Now that the congestion pricing has been put in and stuff, and also COVID's not a thing anymore, a lot more people are fucking using the fucking subway, and as a result, crime has gone down vociferously within the fucking subway. It's basically, like, fucking non-existent, but, you know, we're still gonna do the whole, like, saber-rattling, stupid LARP bullshit about, like, guys, there's a lot of crime still going on in the subways. Yeah, okay, man, sure.
You, Ms. Ramos.
How they
Thank you,
feel.
Sally, for the question. You know, right now, we want to make sure that we are recruiting and retaining police officers. This is why I'm offering a workforce housing initiative to make sure that we help them be able to keep New York City their home. We want to attract them here. I want to increase their entry-level pay. I want to stop investing taxpayer dollars in robocops and toys and actually think about the officers themselves. But we have to assess deployment and upskill our EMS workers to fight the mental health emergency.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos.
Mr. Myrie.
Thank you. I take the train every single day. I took the 5 train to this debate. So I'm experiencing exactly what New Yorkers experience, and that is things feel different on our subways. People tell you that you shouldn't believe what you're experiencing, that the numbers are down, and that you should feel more safe. But that's why people tune out of politics. Here are the facts. Things feel different, so here's what I want to do. I want police and clinician teams 24/7, 150 of them throughout the city. I want to ensure that everyone feels safe no matter what neighborhood they're in, and I want to ensure that we do that on my first
More
day.
cops.
Your plan to make the subway safer.
Yeah, part of it is we have to admit what we did wrong. The people on the stage, almost without exception, were all defund the police. Mandami dismantled the police, reduced the police by $3,000, $1 billion in overtime, and now they're calling for more police. We wouldn't need more police if we didn't defund them in the first place.
I'm sorry, has NYPD actually been defunded? Did Mandani do that from the position of city councilor? Jesus fucking Christ.
My first 30 days,
Nah, it's a pretty good fucking point. Yeah, dude. Like, were they defunded? Really? You live in New York, AJ? I have like no idea. Do you, like where? Well, like where do you like which state and shit? Do you like live in New York? But yeah, you know, more cops in the subway. We need to fund the police more. How much funding does the new NYPD have? Right? I'm curious. How much money does the NYPD have? What's the budget? $5.8 billion. Yeah, man. That, like, oh man, bro. The NYPD totally needs more fucking goddamn money. Oh, Pittsburgh-ish suburbs. 07. Not the burbs. But yeah, dude, totally. We need to fund more police and get even more police into the subways because that's heckin' gonna solve all the problems. Totally. Yeah, sure, man.
I will take every homeless person off the trains and the subways.
Suck off the cops.
We did it before, we can do it again.
Thank you, Mr.
When people talk about them feeling less safe, by the way, it's just homelessness. That's the only reason why. Homelessness is the most obvious, evident, like, proximate feeling of criminality that people get. It has nothing to do with, like, actual rates of crime.
That's also true.
Homeless people, right? Like, I don't know, reducing housing costs, halfway homes, blah, blah, blah. You know how I feel on that. But, like, it is disingenuous to rope that in together with the crime problem. You have to be upfront about it, you know? Obviously, Cuomo's a fucking, you know, autocrat, police state lunatic, so he wouldn't actually do anything for the homeless people, but, like, have the police fucking, you know, knock them around all over the goddamn city. Like what they do in
Bully more homeless people.
Right. All right, no, we're coming around. This is the third time he's literally lied about it. Are you saying you never, I never supported defund the police? Are you saying you never said defund the police? I never supported it. I used the words defund the police. I don't support. So you just said everyone else did that, but you were not agnostic.
Mr. Cuomo, did you say?
Bully him. Bully the loser.
I think that Mr. Blake may be talking about something you said, which is that both are legitimate schools of thought. Defund or don't defund.
And,
you gave it some legitimacy in the
and
public.
I disagree with defund the police.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Okay, and I'd still like to respond.
We're coming around.
We'll be coming around. We're coming around to everybody.
Mr. Joseph.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of the increased police presence in the MTA. In fact, transit crime is down this year. It's gigantic. Israel fucking I shouldn't have to say this, but
The abundance guy.
Fully staffed police that are out there enforcing the laws, and we need to make crime illegal. And this is now happening. Oh shit! I never thought of that. Out on the subways, where they are starting to enforce the lower level crimes, quality of life crimes, drinking, smoking, spreading out.
We've already talked about why the crime has been going down. It's not because of more fucking police in the subway. It's because more people are using the subway because of congestion pricing laws. Whoa, crazy. But, you know, what does the fucking LARPy Abunda fucking agenda do? Did they fucking know any of this stuff? No. They're just like, guys, we just need more police. Totally. Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure.
The subway cars.
Okay,
and police are arresting more, and it turns out that 30% of the people they are arresting have criminal records of more
Okay, I'm sorry, we do have to move on. We're at time. Mr. Mamdani.
In my Department of Community Safety, we are going to put together dedicated teams of mental health outreach workers who will be deployed to the top 100 subway stations with the highest levels of mental health crises and homelessness. We are actually going to address this in a manner that goes beyond the same ideas that we hear time and time again, recycled by the same politicians like Andrew Cuomo who brought us to this point. And if we care about the police force, then we have to actually listen to police officers. They are leaving this force, 200 of them each month. And when you ask them why, it's because of the force overtime. And part of the reason that is in place is we're asking them to respond to every failure of social safety.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
It's just an unbelievable talent. You see how he's always looking directly to the camera too. He's cycling between the two cameras that he knows are like the close-up cameras. He knows which cameras are which, and he's looking between them because he doesn't know which one's actually live.
People who don't feel safe are young women, mothers, and grandmothers around Andrew Cuomo. That's the greatest threat to public safety in New York City. Now, specifically to your question, I've said very specifically, we need 1,000 mental health professionals.
Keep bullying Cuomo.
Then with eye cameras on, go do precision policing outside. The police will indicate
Cuomo
not
keeps making
addressing mental health. Let's utilize those persons who need the help immediately. If we take those steps, then we can also make it a point to help make sure everyone
gets home alive. We're going to move on to everybody, but I want to give everyone an opportunity to respond. Mr. Blake raised the issue of sexual harassment allegations.
Okay, before we get into that, I just want to say, because I want my opinions on this known. Obviously, you need some police in a city, especially New York City. Oh my God, it's so big. You literally, like, obviously, police are always going to be there, at least until we have, like, some kind of insane psychic future tech or whatever. I genuinely think if it's done well, Mamdani's approach of, like, rather than just say more police, I want to talk to the police is a very good, maybe even the best avenue for making police less Hitler, right? You know, like reaching police where they are and being like, listen, okay, I know you have a hard job, which is true, and I know that like you don't often feel like you get a chance to contribute to the safety of the city because you're too busy doing bullshit or dealing with like random incidents that have nothing to do with your job, whatever. I understand that. Like, here's what I want to do to build a more comprehensive plan of action. I think that line is about the best you can get from a non-activist perspective, from a political perspective. If you want to run and win, I think that's a really good way of doing it.
Administration.
Just if people were watching,
No, it's pretty much the same sort of shit I over Sosa said.
They defunded the police. They reduced the number of police. They're now saying we need more police. We should reduce them in the first place. And we need mental health experts to address the homeless mentally ill, and we do that by getting them off the train so we can assess them and get them mental health.
Would you like to respond to Mr. Blake's comment about sexual harassment?
Listen right now. All right, Andrew Cuomo would not respond.
He's not going to respond to that.
He's such a hater.
He was just given a chance to actually address the...
I agree with Blake, with Mr. Blake. I agree with the hating.
Mr. Stringer, please hear about your subway safety plan. We are moving on from this question. You had an opportunity to respond. Mr. Stringer, please tell us your subway safety plan.
Kids, it's grown-up time, so just give me a second, okay? Let me straighten this out for you.
Thank you, Scott. We appreciate
You got it. So look, we're spending $1.3 billion in police overtime because we don't have enough police officers. We have the lowest police count in a generation, so we need to hire 3,000 more cops. But in order to get them, we have to go into our communities and get the wonderful, diverse citizens to come into the department, but we also have to make it worthy of doing it. That's something I'm going to do. So look, I will say this to you. The crisis that we have is too
Also, ironically, making the police like less of a Hitlerite institution would probably bring in recruitment like crazy. Like, it is potentially a very rewarding job, both like socially and in terms of pay. And one of the major deterrents is the fact that everyone hates the police, and the reason everyone hates the police is because they're fucking awful. So if you made them less awful, you would fix the recruitment issue. Like, yeah, no shit, right now police don't like doing their job because nobody trusts them. Maybe they should be trustworthy? Question mark. Like, if we made them trustworthy. The only cop interaction that I ever saw when I was in New York City, by the way, was when I was leaving one of the MTA stations, and there were 3 cops just tearing into a guy for using the emergency exit that everyone else uses to leave. Like, it's like, oh, don't go through here unless you have super extra special permission. He went through because why the fuck not? And they were just tearing. They were being real cunts about it too. Like, I'm sorry, did you see the sign right there that says this is not for you? What made you think it was like that? Like, that's their job. 3 of them. Was he brown? No, actually, he was a white guy, but he was pretty scruffy looking, so maybe he was homeless. I don't know. Whatever. The point being, like, you know,
That's true.
You can make this better, okay? Just about policing. It's about also helping the people who suffer from mental
Yeah, just make the police less shitty.
Has the nerve to talk about defund when he signed the bail reform bill with loopholes that you didn't even read. That's something that really caused crime problems.
Word time, Mr. Stringer. Ms. Adams.
Thank you so much. To address this claim that everybody's called for defund, I have never called for defunding the police.
That's
and I
great,
never will.
Leah. That's
In the 2021
great,
budget of the city council,
Congratulations.
we were in a season of COVID, and many agencies had to be reallocated. Their funding had to be reallocated. Many agencies, not just the New York Police Department, but many. The city council, our funding was even reduced during that season of COVID. But my public safety agenda calls for police to be taken out of social work and mental health, for our police to be paid what they are worth. We have always supported a budget that reinforces our police department.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. We're at time. Mr. Lander, again, the question is about looking forward, your subway safety plan.
Yeah, I've got a dear friend whose middle school daughter who takes a train to school was pushed to the ground by a homeless person with serious mental illness. This is a big deal for all of our families, which is why I have a ready on day one, detailed, clear plan to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness. We don't have to be a city where a couple thousand of our mentally ill neighbors cycle from subway to street to hospital to jail and back again. It's a plan called Housing First. It will work.
I know that he's correct, and that sells. Yeah, housing.
That's a pretty good policy, yeah.
It's true that like even a tiny percentage of the population of a city is homeless basically like ruins the city. Especially something like a subway where you like there are people sitting on the benches or whatever, like inside the subways, you know.
You have to go back though because in the prior round, the former governor told a lie sourced from Twitter about my wife, and when I go home tonight, I better be able to make clear it's 100% false, and he knows it.
Thank you, Mr.
Mario
Lander.
Cuomo publicly campaigned and
Thank you, Mr. Lander. We're going to move on.
This can only be settled with blood. Okay, you have to attack it.
Attack Andrew Cuomo.
My wife, I'll be good the rest of it.
Thank you. Okay, we are all
He went after my wife.
Stupid
Stupid petty bitch.
And having to wait for it to be unlocked. Shoplifting is a sad fact of life in the city right now, and many in law enforcement blame bail reform. Since
Remember, those changes in grocery stores and drugstores and stuff were implemented in large part after the Walgreens used testimony from a cop who made it up, saying that organized shoplifting was massively on the rise. In fact, the Walgreens CEO has since retracted that and apologized, and they've been scaling it back since. So the only reason shit's locked up now and you have to wait like 5 minutes for a guy to come over and unlock it is like inertia. It's corporate disinformation and the inertia of it.
shoplifters.
Oh yeah, Vosh is 100% correct on that one. It's all fucking security theater bullshit. It's another fucking thing that plays into it, right? Like, yeah, dude. Like 3 random fucking videos of like a bunch of black people stealing a bunch of bullshit is totally like becoming a huge pandemic of like people constantly stealing a bunch of shit at all fucking times from like Walgreens and all these other fucking goddamn establishments. So we need to have this like stupid LARP lock bullshit and other security theater complete nonsense and whatnot. And oh, that's the main reasoning for as to why, hey, you know, whoa, we have to have like some dumbass come out and fucking unlock all the fucking bullshit because whatever, yada yada yada. It's stupid.
Can no longer be held in jail. So they get arrested, they most often receive a ticket to appear in court, and they're usually released to steal again. That's how law enforcement describes it again and again. So we have a few specific questions, and you're going to have 30 seconds to answer. Mr. Cuomo, we will start with you. Because you signed the bail reform legislation, Governor Hochul has made some changes since you did that. Do you think bail reform is working, and how would you stop shoplifting and other low-level repeat crimes?
Yes, liquidate homeless people. I actually saw in a CVS once, they had the section where all the like adult diapers were locked up.
Bully more homeless people.
There's no fucking way people are like, ding ding ding, can somebody come over here and unlock the like, yeah, I need the adult diapers, hemorrhoid cream, yeah, can we, yeah, please, like a home enema kit, can we get all this, please? Jesus Christ, man. Humiliation ritual.
Bully more homeless people.
If Mr. Lander says his office didn't approve 500,000 contracts that his deputy approved affiliated with his wife's organization, or the deputy reports to him.
Oh, Cuomo's not going to answer the question?
Easy enough to check.
Mr. Cuomo, you're using your time, just so you know, you're going to have 30 seconds.
Yeah. On bail reform, we all talk about how terrible Rikers Island is, and it is. It's a disgrace that it is still being operated by the city.
Your time is up, Mr. Cuomo, I'm sorry.
Per person, and...
time is up. I'm sorry, I am. Mr. Myrie, you voted for bail reform as well. How would you stop shoplifters if you were the mayor and other low-level crimes that are taking a toll on our city?
Anyone that breaks the law needs to be held accountable, and we made changes to our criminal justice laws because...
Still, like, oh god, it's all this, like, stupid fucking security theater bullshit, dude. I hate it so much. It's so annoying, and it's been made out up from complete nonsense, so cops can have a fucking excuse to beat more people with like sticks and stuff. Like that's the only reason why. They just want to beat a bunch of homeless people and manufacture a bunch of consent in order to fucking do that. Like that's the only point of this bullshit.
Things needed to change, and here's how I know. I was robbed with my mom in an elevator in the building that I grew up in when I was very young. Her worldview is informed by that experience. We have to ensure that every New Yorker feels safe in every neighborhood wherever they are, and that is what I'm going to do as mayor. I'm going to return our police headcount to what it was in 2018, and I'm going to ensure that all New Yorkers feel safe wherever they are.
Time. Thank you, Rosarina.
Yeah, Ms. Ramos, the same question to you. You voted for bail reform. How would you stop shoplifters, another low-level crime, to take a toll in the city?
Well, we have a little more than 1,000 recidivists in the city of New York, and I've been hard at work in the Senate already, making sure that we're looking at treatment courts in cases of kleptomania. But clearly, there are organized rings that need to be taken down by the NYPD. So I'm here to say that there's accountability to be had, but we also have to make sure that there is a balance with the job opportunities that should open up if we address all of the crises that we are facing.
But let's remember that you voted for the bail reform.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Mandan, you're opposed to rollbacks to bail reform, and you do not want to hire more cops above the current
Okay.
level. How will you stop shoplifters and these repeat offenders? What's your approach?
I want to sustain the headcount that we have in the police department. I want to listen to police officers who are leaving in droves from the department because they're being asked to do the work of mental health professionals and social workers. Right now, police officers pick up hundreds of phone calls a day that are mental health crises, hundreds of thousands a year. That's not the work that they signed up to do. And when it comes to shoplifting,
not quite the answer needed.
When the key here is to listen to workers themselves. They've spoken time and time again about the need for increased staffing in our Walgreens and our Duane Reeds. And when it comes to organized crime, we have to ensure the police actually hold them accountable.
Thank you, Mr. Mandan. Mr. Blake, do you see
a little bit of like a canned answer? It's actually a really, really, really tough question. What do you do in a situation where people are like aggressively, consistently committing low-level crimes? Like, what do you do about that? You know, because it's not great to hold people in jail over shoplifting. Because what does that lead to? Like a 12-year-old kid shoplifts a Mars bar and then he spends it. Probably not that.
Yeah, spends like goes to juvenile for that. Yeah.
But also sometimes there will be people who just go into a store with a bag and they will just pull everything off the shelf into the bag and then fucking leave. And it takes 30 seconds and the cops will never get there fast enough. And then it's like, do you really think the cops are going to do the fucking like detective work to piece together surveillance camera footage to like find out which car the guy got into later and then track him down to the no? So it's like pretty hard.
Yeah, probably not. That's a lot of work.
to the bail reform, and how would you end the retail theft as mayor?
Absolutely. So I proudly supported it when I was in the assembly because Khalif Drar was my constituent. When we talked about raise the age and bail reform and speedy trial, we had to do that. But we need to make it different and stronger now. And to your question, that means we have to hold repeat offenders more accountable, be much more attentive to that degree. But the broader dynamic, if we help New York,
I do probably agree with him.
But yeah, like, you know, broadly speaking, I guess to add on to like Vosh's point there, again, like, what are most of the things that people are broadly speaking stealing? Like, average fucking necessities, right? Like, average amenities like food, cleaning supplies, diapers, so on and so forth, like water, blah, 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 blah. It's not very often like a huge pandemic where people are going in and like stealing as many like fucking goddamn, like jewelry and like expensive electronic equipment. Like, most of these like LARPers like to pretend that it is. No, broadly speaking, like, the stuff that mostly gets stolen are like average goods, basic items that are needed for fucking survival. Are the cops going to want to spend a bunch of resources to get all that shit back? Probably not. But more so, this also plays quite heavily into the affordability crisis that exists, I assume, probably in New York and broadly speaking everywhere in North America, right? It is more difficult than ever in order to afford, average fucking items. Because again, you know, let's pull up the fucking classic productivity to wage gap. We love pulling this shit up. No one can fucking afford stuff, and that includes average fucking items. Because no one earns fucking money to be able to live. Rent is high enough in New York to begin with, right? Let's not even talk about utilities, car, gas, insurance, before we can even start like thinking about being able to afford food and stuff like that, right? It's nonsense.
With that though, that like we might be going a little bit too easy on recidivists. I feel like if you have 20 shoplifting charges within a year, like past the point, it's like, okay, we're at least gonna hold your ass in jail while we wait for some kind of court arrangement, you know? Maybe some kind of like recidivism triggered or like prior triggered bail reform condition where like, okay, you know, if you have like a few priors, no, but if you have a lot, yeah, like come on, man.
Make and keep more money in their pocket in the first place, then we wouldn't have people speaking about shoplifting. That's why we have local median income. That's why
I don't know if I 100% agree with Vosh on this one. I'll be honest. Like, because you should think about it for like literally 3 seconds. Why the fuck do they keep stealing constantly? Like, maybe there's like something psychologically wrong with them, right? That's a possibility that can only be like addressed with fucking therapy. Sure, but like maybe they just keep stealing and they're constant recidivists and they keep fucking stealing all the time because maybe they just don't have enough money to be able to put food on the table, right? And I feel like that's probably the case. You know, it's more of like a material conditions issue here. I don't know if I agree with Mr. Horseman on that one.
Guaranteed income. That's where to help people on the front end, so we're not talking about them being arrested on the back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blake. Sally.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer.
Like a 3 strikes law. The 3 strikes law was like third felony, you go to jail for a minimum length of time, or prison for a minimum length. That's what I'm talking about. Not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like holding people in in jail after a certain amount of recidivism, which is different, right? You're not like automatically sentencing them to a certain duration in prison. You're just holding them like while we wait for the court to come up, you know?
I go to you with the same question. Do you see a need for any further changes to the state's bail laws, and how would you tackle retail theft as mayor?
Look, I've seen retail theft in my own neighborhood, walking into a Dwayne Reed with my kids and just seeing the shelves empty and then having to push a button, wait 10 minutes for a young staffer whose job is not to be my personal shopper. This is wrong, and that's why we need to put cops on the beat, working with the small businesses to root out the people who are constantly coming back to do this. But we also have to make sure that the people who are doing the stealing also have opportunities to get them the housing and the services that they need. See, we have to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Mr. Stringer, I just want, since you used your time, just a yes or no question. Do you see a need for further changes to the state's bail laws? Just yes or no?
Look, I think right now it's been changed a couple of times. When Cuomo signed it, he didn't do the work of the mayor or governor.
Okay, it's not yes or no. It's just a yes or no question. We're going to move on.
Attack Cuomo.
Same question to you. Do you see any need for changes to the state's bail laws, and how do you plan to tackle retail theft as mayor?
Well, the state just made some adjustments and some tweaks, so let's see how that goes. We need to take a look at the ringleaders at the higher levels of the folks that are carrying and actually doing the stealing. Low-level criminals are wasting away on Rikers Island. Some have committed suicide under this current administration. So what we need to do as far as public safety is concerned, I will fill the over 2,000 vacancies within the NYPD in my first 8 months as mayor. This is what we need to look at. Others are looking at bringing in thousands and thousands of police officers. We have vacancies to fill. This will work. This is where our NYPD needs better management.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lander, do you see a need for change to bail reform? What would you do as mayor about this retail theft?
I've got a detailed plan to combat retail theft, so the toothpaste is not always behind lock and key. You can
What answer would you give? Okay, first of all, shoplifting doesn't hurt the business that much, especially big businesses. For one, my understanding is that they're usually insured for that. And for two, you're shoplifting what from Target? Depending on what they're getting, we're talking about like a few thousand. Like we're talking about a fender bender level of damage here. So just keep that in perspective.
True.
For two, the issue here is that you want to create a legal caveat where people aren't spending time in prison because they shoplifted a protein bar, but people who are doing like consistent or organized retail theft probably are spending time in prison. And I think for that you need like more specific caveats, carve-outs for shoplifting, where you can charge more off of like higher theft amounts, which is true, like they do that right already. But also,
if I recall correctly, yeah, to add to Vosh's point here, it's like that's what like the $900 sort of like limit was supposed to for California. I don't know if it was like a statewide initiative or it was just for like specific cities within California, right? In like Los Angeles. Boy Meets Mini would probably know this better. I don't think he's here, right, at the moment, but that $950 limit thing or whatever that conservatives sort of like fear-mongered about constantly, like that's basically what that was supposed to address is specifically, you know, if there's like a big like organized crime ring then who are like shoplifting like thousands upon thousands of dollars of items, then it's just like, okay, yeah, you know, we can go after you, go to jail and stuff like that. But I mean, if it's like a bunch of people that's stealing like a bunch of other shit, then like whatever. Like if it's a couple $100s for like basic necessities, then it's just like meh, whatever, who cares? Like the shop's already fucking insured and stuff like that. Who really cares? And you can like talk about like, oh man, all the sort of like, like vines that can be talked about, debated there, yada yada yada. You know.
Also, with regard to the bail reform, I think that the more recidivism you engage in, right, the more like priors you have, the more charges you have against you, they should probably be a little bit less charitable. Because if you've shoplifted once, in my eyes, like, okay, whatever, who the fuck cares? If you've been like charged with shoplifting like 30 times, eventually you have to expect the state's going to catch up to you a bit. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I just think it's really fucking complicated, and I do not think anybody can give like a clear, short answer to this question. How to stop shoplifting? Jesus, where has anyone succeeded in that, you know?
That is also true.
Look it up on my website. To develop it, I took lessons from NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who I want to keep as commissioner because crime's coming down and accountability is going up. It involves giving a panic button, essentially, to retail stores. They don't have to call 911. They can report quickly. Investigations can be thorough. And I've actually taken the idea from the conservative Manhattan Institute that drug treatment courts need to be central in our response.
We just named two of the bills: the Retail Worker Safety Act for panic buttons and my mental health law expansion.
Quick response? Okay. All right, thank you. Sally, you have a quick question.
Yeah, well, I guess we also for Mr. Tilson.
Yes, Mr. Tilson, I'm going to let you.
Social safety net would reduce desperation, therefore reducing crimes and necessity. True, but not all shoplifting is crimes and necessity. There are groups that will do mass shoplifting to fence the stuff they get. Like the lefty response is if you see someone shoplifting baby formula, no, you don't. Which, like, yeah, I agree with. I don't really give a fuck if like a hungry mother is shoplifting baby formula. But there is a lot of shoplifting that is done clearly just like, well, you know, petty theft to turn a profit, you know. And it's difficult to carve laws that like treat these cases differently.
But just know that.
Yeah, I guess because Mr. Lander brought her up, just a quick show of hands. Who else would keep Jessica Tisch's police commissioner? Okay, thank you.
I haven't decided yet. Okay. All right, Mr. Tilson, you said you would cut crime by 50%. Do you want changes to bail reform? What can you do to tackle this low-level crime?
Yeah, well, I do very much believe we need to.
Abundant Sky, let's go.
Which went too far. Like what I said earlier, we basically decriminalized all low-level crime. Shocker, it went way up. So wow, what a shocker! The guy with the giant Israel hostages flag is the most tough on crime person here, apparently. Phenomenal. Now, more police officers.
Whoa, the Abundant Sky too.
Such that prosecutors can actually punish repeat offenders. I just talked to a cop right here in Midtown North last week who told me they're down from 300 cops to 120, and they have to fill out so much paperwork when they make an arrest that the criminals back out onto the street before they're finished with the.
All right, Mr. Tilson, thank you. Rosalina.
Thank you, David. Now we're going to talk about e-bikes. Bicycle deaths in the city have reached record heights in the recent years, with injuries also surging, many involving, of course, e-bikes. Just the past hour, Mayor Adams announced a plan to impose a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit on e-bikes. Do you believe this is the right way to improve?
I agree with this. Just flat out, like the beginning, I agree with this. I feel like we're reaching a point where, because of lithium-ion batteries, e-bikes and e-scooters have gotten to be like a viable way of getting around the city. And as a consequence of that, there need to be like we need to put limitations on them the way we have with cars. I'm okay with that.
Safety. And what else would you do, Ms. Adams? You have 30
Sure.
She said 15, not 50.
3 seconds to answer.
Yeah, a lot of those the e-bike riders are people that deliver food to our homes, and they have families as well. I do believe that there needs to be a closer look, which we are doing in the city council as far as regulation is concerned, but we have to be careful.
This regulation with 50 miles per hour, is this the right approach to regulate it?
Well, as the mayor normally does, he does not collaborate with the city council.
She's saying 15, right? Because 50 is higher than most e-bikes can go. I mean, that's extremely, that's like a car. She's saying 15, right?
Which, had we done that collaboration together, we might have come up with a different solution other than 50 miles, and I believe is a penalty, which we could have come together and realized something much more.
That's fast as fuck.
15.
Oh, they heard me. Okay, they heard me. Okay.
15 miles, yes, thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. Andrew.
I think the pedal assist city bikes go 17 miles per hour, so that seems pretty good to me. But we got to go upstream here to the folks that are causing this.
15 is way too low. I think 15 is fine in New York City. New York City is so dense. 15 miles per hour seems fine to me. It doesn't take that long to get around Manhattan, right? Like,
I already like where Brad Lander's going with this. The upstream like root causes of this.
And run straight versus into a pole, and probably that's not good.
Eats and Seamless and DoorDash need to be held accountable for the trips that are taken where they're making money. They've got the data to keep folks safe. And you can't operate a car dealership in the city that sells cars without license plates to people without driver's licenses. So we've got to hold the sellers of mopeds accountable. Those are motor vehicles, and they need to be treated that way if you're going to sell them. They've got to have licenses. They've got to have license plates. They have to operate safely.
I think that's fine. Like
that's true. Yeah, I think that's fine.
E-bikes are much heavier and they can go faster, right? Like the potential danger of careening into a pedestrian on an e-bike is a lot higher, especially because if you're riding a bike,
hitting people with the bike.
You own a bike that you're riding on, you have ridden that bike. But people can just hop on like a scooter or a city bike with no biking experience because they're like for rent. So you're not assuming that level of skill and familiarity from the get-go. Much heavier, much less experience, and often it's tourists taking them and they're drunk. So yeah, mopeds have license plates. Might as well have e-bikes have license plates. Mopeds are great.
Ms. Ramos.
That's how it works in Europe, for example, in like Southeast Asia, right? They have licensing and appropriate licensing and fucking plates and licensing for that shit. But again, like, I guess like mopeds are becoming like a more recent advent, broadly speaking, if we're talking about American cities, right? Especially like, and in Canadian cities as well. You're seeing like more and more use of it. Yeah, mostly during like the summer months, of course. Not so much in the winter, obviously, because it gets cold up here and snow. It's mostly the snow, obviously. And sort of the idea of like, yeah, dude, like, they probably should be fucking regulated properly, not regulated poorly at all, and have appropriate sort of licensing and plating and all this fucking shit. I have no idea if you need the license for a moped. Like, I don't know if it would be like an M license or something in Canada. I'm not sure though.
Well, we have to end the criminalization of our delivery workers and bicycle riders. A lot of enforcement has now changed from civil summonses to criminal tickets, and that is leaving breadcrumbs for ICE and leaving many of our community members vulnerable. That being said, it is high time that we post speed limits and adapt our street design for the use of bikes and e-bikes. The fact is that we have to...
Yeah, there is licensing for mopeds in, at least in the province that I'm in, which is Ontario. So, yep.
Get them off the sidewalks. We have to make sure that they are abiding by the rules, and this is why we need public education in English, in Espanol, in all the languages that our riders speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray.
There's no question that things feel different on our streets and that these categories of vehicles are not built for our current structure and on our streetscape. So we have to regulate. We have to hold the companies that are making money more accountable on this. But we also have to ensure that we are doing this in collaboration, doing this in a smart way, and ensuring that the enforcement on this is actually going to be going through. What we have seen is uneven enforcement in this space, and that's why there are older adults in the city that are afraid to cross the street because of how things feel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cuomo.
Yes, I think this is another example of just dysfunctional city management. We passed a state law allowing e-bikes. It was supposed to be regulated by the city. You've had all sorts of accidents, all sorts of warnings. The city has done nothing. The speed has to come down. City bikes voluntarily came down to 17 miles an hour. You have these e-bikes, some of them doing 25, 30 miles an hour. You have to bring down the speeds, but you also have to have them registered by the apps. They're the ones who are making the money. Let them license, let them register, let them pay the tax.
It's all abundant stuff.
This issue is actually quite personal to me because I ride my bike in the city.
Abunda.
I was the only mayoral candidate in history who ever rode his bike to the mayoral debate, as I did this evening. And those e-bikes have made things a lot more dangerous, not just for pedestrians. So I've been calling to speed limit them since the beginning of my campaign. I totally agree with that. And I will tell you, just in the past couple of months, since police have started issuing citations, the e-bikes are behaving themselves a lot more. I see a lot fewer blowing through red lights, blowing up.
Thank you, Mr. Tilson. Let's remind you guys that these are the people taking most of them to your offices and your homes. Mr. Mandak.
I find it ridiculous to hear Andrew Cuomo talk about how we need to regulate the apps when this is the very mayoral candidate who has a super PAC that received $1 million from DoorDash. How are you going to regulate DoorDash when they are giving you $1 million to influence your street safety regulations and your labor regulations? This model, this economic model, is one that doesn't just incentivize e-bike riders to break street safety laws. It often requires.
Thank you, Mr. Mandak. Mr. Cuomo, do you want to respond to that?
Yes. I work for the people of the state of New York, people of the city of New York. I don't care who gave me what. I do what is right, and that's how I.
But you don't feel compromised?
That's how I've always run my.
Don't you feel compromised?
I just said the apps should be held responsible. They're the ones.
Cuomo's argument is, don't worry, guys. Those megacorps gave me that money with no.
Yeah, dude. Like, so far, he's not like answering the question. He's not gonna fucking regulate them whatsoever. Yeah, dude. They're very altruistic in all the money that they gave you, bro. Totally.
No strings attached. Don't worry.
We should have to license the bike, register the bike. They should be responsible for the fees. They're the ones who are making the money.
Thank you, Mr.
And in terms of who represents who.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Blake, just want to make sure we internalize that Andrew Cuomo just said, "I don't care who gave me what." That's not a man who's actually going to break the corruption.
Every time this guy jumps in, it's hailing. I love him.
One of the reasons why we cannot have an increase of people getting tickets is that it will absolutely lead to the harassment of more communities of color and immigrants in particular. Now, we definitely have to focus on
We love shitting on Cuomo constantly. Let's go!
We have a 2025 city with a 1905 infrastructure. We've laid out the vision at BlakeFrameNYC.com on how to address e-bikes as well as a new city.
Mr. String.
Let me start asking, just answer the question. Yes, I think 50 miles an hour is reasonable, and I think the mayor is right about this. But in the time that I have, I do want to follow up about DoorDash. Because that $1 million contribution costs a little cut. And the contributions of donors who are giving between $250,000 and $1 million are fundamentally buying the mayoralty. And that is something that we spent 20 years never trying to get to again since City Fest. You are writing a new book about how to take the mayoralty 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Brief response, Mr. Cuomo. Yeah, I live with the campaign finance rules. They're talking about independent expenditure committee. And let's remember who represents who here. I am the person on this stage who represents the working men and women of New York City. The labor unions have endorsed me over 650,000.
Isn't he just lying? Pretty sure that's a lie.
We have another question here for you. I would like 30 seconds on this. You've all spent years in politics. What's your biggest regret? We'll begin with you, Mr. Blake.
Well, right now it's dealing with the Campaign Finance Board, who is illegally not having me on the second stage, where they have now admitted in writing 4 times that they made incorrect determinations on my matching funds. And if you go to our website, you'll see we challenge that.
Is that a regret? Your regret in this?
Well, my regret is that I've been trying to have patience with the Campaign Finance Board.
This guy's everything. Every time he speaks, he hates
One
something.
of my regrets is having trusted the leaders within our own party, leaders like Andrew Cuomo.
Yes.
Because what we've seen is that kind of leadership has delivered us to this point where we are under attack by an affordability crisis on the inside and a Trump administration on the outside. And Democrats are tired of being told by leaders from the past that we should continue to simply wait our turn, we should continue to simply trust, when we know that's the very leadership that got us to this point. We need to turn the page.
Mr. Tilson?
Yeah, my biggest regret is that I didn't see Joe Biden's decline and call for him to resign earlier. It wasn't until after the debate that I became one of the loudest voices publicly, nationally, calling on him to step aside. But unfortunately, by then it was too late.
Not even mentally present to defend Israel competence.
Your regrets in all the years you spent.
That the Democratic Party got to a point that we allowed Mr. Trump to be elected, that we've gotten to a point where rhetoric has no connection with reality, where a person who has served in government for several years, only passed 3 bills, believes they have the experience and credentials to run the greatest city on the earth.
Other regrets.
And the Democratic Party seems okay with that.
Mr. Cuomo,
No regrets at all.
An absurd amount of candidates there. I guess the benefit of ranked choice. Pretty much, yeah, exactly. I mean, it would also like the same thing if there was a parliamentary system as well. You'd be able to get a lot more candidates. It depends on like the writings and stuff like that. You get a ton of fucking candidates. Like in like Canada, for example, you can have as many candidates as you want in a particular riding if you want. That happened, I think, in Pierre Poilievre's district. There was like 90 plus candidates, and that was done by like an activism group basically to show like the problems with the winner-take-all system that exists, which is like it was more so like to present an argument like, yeah, this is why this is actually bad and stuff like that. But a biggest political regret. Oh boy. Let me listen to that again.
Mentally present to defend Israel competence.
Your regrets in all the years you spent.
That the Democratic Party got to a point that we allowed Mr. Trump to be elected, that we've gotten to a point where rhetoric has no connection with reality, where a person who has served in government.
Not letting people die in those fucking nursing homes. Not the sexual harassment. Yeah, okay, sure, man.
For several years, we passed 3 bills. Believes they have the experience and credentials to run the greatest city on the earth.
Other regrets.
And the Democratic Party seems.
Yeah, bro, totally. Like again, it has to do like all the conflation of like Zionism and fucking Judaism, fucking on. Yeah, totally, bro. Yeah. Whatever.
Okay with that.
Mr. Cuomo, this question was about your personal regret in your youth politics.
I regret the state of the Democratic Party.
That's not.
No personal regrets. Trump.
No
regrets when it comes to cutting Medicaid or health care. No regrets when it comes to cutting child care. No regrets when it comes to slow walking PPE and vaccinations in the season of COVID to black and brown communities. Really, no regrets. No regrets.
We have to protect our city's retirees.
Okay,
No
we want everyone to be able to
retirees.
Okay, we want to resolve this. Mr. Cuomo, you only have a few seconds.
Yeah, but I
understand, but
it's not accurate. Medicaid went up under me. I led the nation under COVID.
I can't believe this is all happening to me.
Leading COVID.
No regrets.
Mr. Cuomo, I'm sorry. I'm sure that people at home must be wondering about your answer to this question because we speak to voters throughout the city, and quite a few of them will say, I'm not sure exactly what happened with those sexual harassment cases. We know that you say you never sexually harassed anybody. You say you're running to restore efficient government and efficient leadership. But in the past, your leadership came with what more than one investigation concluded was a toxic work environment, especially for women. And some of those cases are still ongoing. So I just want to ask you, since we're talking about regrets, you have apologized to some of those women back when you were still governor. What do you say to voters now, looking ahead to your potential mayoralty? Are you doing anything differently, and why should they believe that that same situation won't happen again?
Yeah, Melissa, let's just make sure we have the facts. A report was done 4 years ago making certain allegations. I said at the time that it was political and it was false. 5 district attorneys, Democratic, Republican, short, tall, looked at it all across the state, found absolutely nothing. 1 case has been resolved. I was dropped from that case. I said at the time that if I offended anyone, it was unintentional, but I apologize, and I say that today.
There was also a Justice Department investigation, but we'll move on to
Okay, we detoured there to the issue raised, but we also want everyone to respond. Mr. Murray, biggest regret in politics?
I regret not having secured more funding for after school earlier in my career, but I want to turn to Andrew because during
These are short answers.
I have 30 seconds, correct? When I was in the ICU during COVID, writing legislation to protect my community, you were the most powerful person in this state, and you were in the governor's mansion taking a $5 million deal. Do you regret taking the $5 million, and will you give it back?
Yeah, first of all, that's not true. I stood up every day and fought for this state, for COVID, against President Trump, for PPE, for masks. I was in emergency room.
Yes.
We were doing everything we could every day to get the
people are going to hear you. We have a break right now that we have to take. We'll pick up with the issue. I assure you. We're just about at the 1 hour break. We're going to continue this online. Channel 4 regular programming.
Okay, we'll come back to this shortly because we're still not done. Okay, so far this has been fucking phenomenal. I have to say, I really expected more dogpiling on Mamdani. It seems like honestly Cuomo is so odious, Cuomo is so hateable that everyone is just like
everyone's going after Cuomo instead.
Yep. Even some of the more like centrist-leaning people on stage are taking every shot they can get. They're being like angry with it too. Like just fucking personal. They hate this guy, and it frees up Mamdani too because Mamdani's campaign has been very positive. It's been very positive. It's been very uplifting. It's been very like energizing. Hey, New York, we can do this. He's not really like an adversarial person. Like he can fight, but that's not his brand, right? So because they're being antagonistic for him, he gets to chill and be the like happy, confident guy. He gets to be the cool, happy, charismatic, confident guy, smiling and delivering his excellently prepared canned messaging, while everyone else is just, oh, you have 30 seconds. Well, my main regret is that I didn't fucking get Cuomo. I didn't find him. Everyone else will be fucking crazy. All right, because we paused so many times.
Welcome back to the second hour of the first Democratic primary debate for New York City mayor. Today I'm joined by my colleague News 4 government affairs reporter Melissa Russo, also Sally Goldenberg, who's senior New York editor for Politico, and Telemundo 47 anchor Rosa Hina. We are streaming live on NBC New York and Telemundo 47 digital platform, Politico.com, Alexios, and we're also live on YouTube. So, candidates, with all of us on stage, so many, we want to give a chance for voters to hear as much as they can. We also have to try and get all the production things done. So, we are going to pick up Mr. Cuomo, give him a chance to respond to what Mr. Myrie said, and then we resume with Ms. Ramos and Mr. Lander and Ms. Adams to talk about the biggest red in politics. So, Mr. Cuomo, just a brief answer.
Yeah, briefly, we led the way under COVID. Every day I got on that TV, I informed New Yorkers of exactly what was going on and all the facts, and I was fighting President Trump for the COVID, for the PPE. There was no doubt that in the beginning there was no PPE, and people were using garbage bags. But we fought vehemently for it. When the first phase had passed, New York, we actually got through the first phase. It was then going to other states, and that's when we were trying to share lessons.
What happened to self-field vaccines?
Did I fucking should just freeze there? That was a little weird.
Explorer.
Explorer, going full schizo.
I had been in the Senate for 2 years. I'd already passed over a dozen bills. I thought I needed more experience, but turns out you just need to make good videos.
Mr. Lander.
I was the champion for the Gowanus rezoning, which is producing 8,000 homes in my district.
Now that we switch to online broadcasting only, I feel like the vibes have changed like substantially.
I wish I had pushed for even more housing in my district when I was a city council member because we need it. But let's be clear, sexually harassed 13 women, marked up that state health department report to undercount nursing home deaths, has now forced taxpayers to spend $60 million on
Yes, we love shitting on Cuomo. Let's go. Keep shitting on him.
bills. Has done absolutely nothing. Taken no responsibility.
Okay, Mr. Lander,
He does not deserve your votes.
You can't let him say that.
Briefly, please.
Yeah. The report was done, 5 DAs, nothing has come of it. In terms of the paying legal fees, yes, the state pays legal fees. The state was sued, Kathy Hochul was sued, and I was sued. And the controller knows that because he was sued 15 times, and the city paid the bill. He was sued by parents of the disabled. He was sued by homeless providers who said he was fine with he didn't do anything about the safety conditions. He was sued by people who said he mismanaged the pension fund. And the city paid.
I mean, it's just every one of those things is false. The thing about my wife was sourced from Twitter. Honestly, I have no idea where he got this one. He's lied to you so many times on this stage tonight. Takes no responsibility.
This is so good. I love the beef. Wife guy.
From this mayor, I've had to save pre-K. I've had to save pre-K. I've had to save our libraries. I've had to save our cultural institutions because the mayor of the city of New York thought that it was his job to cut all of those and to slice and dice the livelihoods of our children, cultural institution, our elders, our seniors through their library services and their food services as well. I've had to be the champion to make sure that all of those services were restored to the people of the city.
Mr. Stringer.
I've thought about this question through my career, and I would say that the biggest regret from a policy perspective was when my mom died of COVID before her time, and she was a great trailblazer, the first woman elected city council in Washington Heights back in the day. She was a real fighter, but she lost the fight with COVID. I really wish, before I left the controller's office, that, like with so many other issues, I really was able to really build a COVID recovery plan for the
Thank you,
city.
Mr. Stringer. We'll continue with Telemundo anchor.
I thought for a second he was going to say, I regret that Andrew Cuomo sent my mother to her death. I was so ready for that. Like an insane fucking, oh my God.
That would have been funny if he did that.
David, a very important issue for my viewers in Telemundo 47. We're going to talk about immigration.
That would have been cinema.
As we know, President Trump wants to abolish sanctuary cities like New York, and his administration has applied pressure to force cooperation on deportation. So to understand a little bit more this issue, we're going to give you a couple of scenarios, hypothetical scenarios, and you're going to have a minute to answer this one. Mr. Cuomo, we are going to begin with you. Let's say ICE notifies your city-run hospitals that they must stop offering medical care to undocumented patients, or the federal government is going to withhold millions of dollars in funding. What would you do?
I've gone through this with Mr. Trump before with ICE.
So what will you do now?
You cannot give in to Mr. Trump and his demands. You cannot.
But let's say he's cutting funding.
You can't. It will never end. If you give in to him, he is a bully. I know him well. If you give in to him today, you will be giving him your lunch money for the rest of your life.
So what's the solution?
You have to fight him, and the way you fight him is not by suing him. Yes, of course you sue him, but he gets sued 10 times before he gets out of bed in the morning. Right? Kind of like that doesn't
And
bother
lawsuits are winning,
right?
by the way.
Kind of like you. That's fucking funny, dude. Like, again, keep in mind, why is Andrew Cuomo currently getting sued? He got a bunch of fucking money from like a super PAC, and he lost that fucking case, right? And was forced to have to return some of that money, and I'll be able to spend up to the fucking cap. That's funny.
We need a national coalition, which we can put together, of like-minded states and cities that will oppose these actions, and then we're going to have to eventually beat him politically in the Congress, but you cannot give in to his demands.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
Now, again, like, I guess, like, the same criticism here for the most part. He hasn't really said really much of anything, and has done, like, it has sounded, like, incredibly, like, bitchy and whiny and, like, a fucking loser, to be honest, for the most part. It has not been sounding good, and everyone just keeps attacking him, as they should. All the attacks on, like, Zoran Mamdani have been, like, just kind of weak and stupid and baseless. Oh, you only managed to pass 3 bills. And it's just like, yeah, dude, everyone broadly speaking understands, like, the government is extremely fucking dysfunctional. It's amazing that he even passed 3 to begin with. He's also, like, one of the youngest up there or something. It's silly.
Mr. Chilton?
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump throws 50 tweets a day up there, and most of the time you just ignore him. If he actually does act illegally to try and blackmail us, you have to sue to restore that funding. I am appalled by what Trump is doing to terrorize immigrant communities and demonize immigrants in general, and that's an area I will fight him tooth and nail.
Mr. Mandani?
Sure.
Our city is under attack by an authoritarian Trump administration, and it is under attack that is now being echoed by Trump's allies right here in New York City. And I say that as someone who would be the first immigrant mayor of the city in generation, someone who just yesterday had a sitting elected official call for me to be deported. This is not an intellectual exercise for the people of New York City. We deserve to have a mayor who is not funded by the same billionaires that put Donald Trump in D.C. We deserve to have a mayor who will actually fight back.
True.
And the way that we fight back attack is ensure that our local institutions continue to provide the services to each and every New Yorker.
The question is, how can you protect those people going to hospitals? How can you protect them?
Here's the thing: the Donald Trump administration will use the fact that they fund 7% of our city budget as leverage over us to try and give up whichever category of New Yorkers they are pursuing in that day. Ultimately, what we need to do is tell those same institutions we will provide them that funding, and we'll get that funding by taxing the 1% and the wealthiest corporations right here in New York City.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blake. I'm going to remind
Base?
you
Tax the fuck out of them. Let's go.
It's true, by the way. Like the most important thing you need to do is make sure that your jurisdiction is independent, right? New York City does get money from the federal. Look what they did with Harvard, for example, the federal endowment. They're doing it with Columbia now. The number one thing they can go after is your purse strings. So if you are capable of paying your own budget on your own, keep in mind.
Yeah, you maintain your own budget. They can't go after
when
you.
the government borrows, it just prints more money. With the city government, they don't have the Fed. They have to literally borrow, like on a loan, or get the money from somewhere. So making sure you're solvent on your own really insulates you against those attacks.
They're not going to offer care
True.
to immigrants. How can you solve this question?
As a son of Jamaican immigrants, where I was born with a heart murmur in North Central Bronx Hospital, and my mom that's watching right now, and my wife who's Jamaican Honduran, this is important for us to expand the conversation of what's happening. To your question, we create the protections by designating hospitals, schools, community centers, places of worship as safe havens where ICE is not permitted to enter unless there's a signed judicial warrant. Moreover, we have to expand the conversation. We've made very clear we will remain a sanctuary city to make sure that we are protected, full stop. But it also is important about how we have the rhetoric, that we will not tolerate rhetoric against our immigrant communities. The same way we will not tolerate anti-Semitic behavior, we will not tolerate Islamophobia, we will not tolerate anti-blackness and anti-Latino rhetoric. And that means at the same time we have to protect our nonprofits that are helping our immigrants as well, which is why I said you must grant as well as reimburse nonprofits earlier that are helping our immigrants, in particular our undocumented.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Mr. Stringer.
Look, we first have to make it clear that the buck does not stop with Donald Trump. And that's why the very rainy day fund I proposed would immediately allow us to build back the health services that the federal government could take from us financially. This is why we need a
Time to build back better. Again, New York edition.
It doesn't stop there. Look, my experience has always been about fighting in Trump 1, and we won a lot of those battles. We won those battles during COVID. We never backed down, but we were strategic. And that's why we need to work with our Washington partners. You know, there are Democrats in Washington ready for the fight with a mayor who brings a confidence and a proven ability to deal with the economics of this crisis. But this is not a time for training wheels. This is not a time for somebody who has never dealt with the finances of the city to be mayor of New York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stringer. Now, Ms. Adams, we're going to go to you next. We're going to change a little bit the situation. Let's say that you learned that ICE is planning to stop immigrants outside your hospitals for possible roundups. Will you warn them? And how will you handle the situation? You have a minute.
You know, it's work that I'm already doing as Speaker of the City Council, so I've already stepped up in leadership to do this. I've had a target on me because I refuse to erode our sanctuary city laws, and I refuse to do this. My mission is, and will be when I'm mayor, is to protect the immigrants of the city of New York. New York is a city made up of immigrants.
Base.
So it is our responsibility to make sure that all New Yorkers, our old New Yorkers and our newer New Yorkers, feel safe in this city. As mayor, I will not kowtow to Donald Trump.
But will you warn them that they're...
I will absolutely use my bully pulpit as the mayor to warn, as I'm doing as City Council Speaker pretty much on a daily basis. The work that I am currently doing as Speaker, I will expand. As the mayor of the city of New York, Donald Trump will know that New York will remain a sanctuary city regardless of his threats and his chaos. We will stand because we are a city and a nation, and we will be that model once again for other cities in this country to take a look at and to work towards becoming like New York.
Thank you. Mr. Lamb.
Thank you, Rosalina. I mean, as you well know, 40% of the 8 million New Yorkers are foreign-born. 50% live in mixed-status households, including 1 million children. This is the future of New York City that we're talking about, which is why I was proud to be a co-sponsor of those sanctuary city laws. 3 specific things I would do here. 1, it's not just the mayor. Every New York City employee needs to understand the sanctuary city laws. So I've got a detailed plan to make sure our school social workers and receptionists, our shelter security guards know the sanctuary city laws. So we'll have a network to get this information.
Yeah, because if you know your fucking rights, at the very least, right? Like, it's gonna be a lot harder for like authorities to go after you. Generally speaking, if you know your rights, know your rights. Very, very important. Shit like that, you know, gonna be harder for people to go after you, and you could sue with like the help of like say the ACLU or like different organizations like that, civil liberties organizations.
Out and absolutely warn people before they walk into ICE. I propose creating an independent health authority to segment off city money from Medicaid money, and I want to expand NYC care, so it's not just in health and hospitals, but in our federally qualified health centers as well. That'll make sure.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramos.
Rosalina, Trump mintió. Trump anda detrás de todos los inmigrantes. Pensamos que solamente iban a ser los supuestos criminales y hemos visto que eso no es verdad. We have to keep ICE out of our hospitals, out of our schools, out of our houses of worship, out of any public institution, and really limit cooperation of ICE with the NYPD only when it comes to the 90-plus charges under the current sanctuary city law. Those are very serious.
We love the fact that Eric Adams decided to cooperate with ICE and the Trump administration to get to get a fucking goddamn what is it? A pardon for all his crimes. Of course, from as expected from Turkey's strongest soldier.
Charges. I want to make sure that in a town with so many lawyers, our immigrants have lawyers, and our immigrants do what they came here to do: work. It is our it'll be my responsibility as mayor of the city of New York to create entry points into the economy so that they can stay busy, provide for themselves and for their families, and honor the fabric of the city and of this country, which cannot function, whose future won't be brighter without our immigrants.
And that sounds like a great plan, but will you be using taxpayers' money for that?
Yes, this is actually making sure we are expanding Action NYC and our cooperation with our community-based organizations and clinics with our 7 law schools to make sure that we are on the ground protecting and teaching people their rights.
Mr. Murray.
This isn't just a hypothetical for me. I grew up with pretty severe asthma, and both of my parents would take me to a city hospital, Kings County Hospital, when I had an asthma attack. They weren't documented then, but they knew that the city had their back. So not only would I be warning, I would be assuring them that we had their back right now. Sanctuary city laws used to not be political. Well-known progressive Rudy Giuliani stood up for our sanctuary city laws because he understood what this community meant to our city. I plan on doing the same. This isn't a time for us to give half measures to say, well, maybe under this circumstance and maybe under that circumstance.
It's a funny
we
bit.
have to stand up. They're snatching people out of our schools. They're snatching people out of our courthouses. We cannot stand for that in this moment. I have a frontline agenda. I want to hire 50 more lawyers to the law department. I want to go on the offensive. I want to utilize the 10th Amendment to ensure that we are not carrying out the federal government's immigration policies. We have to stand up in this moment. That's what I'll be as an
Epic.
Mr. Murray. Sally?
Thank you. Let's move on to another very important topic, public schools. The city spends more of its tax dollars on public schools than anything else. But after shelling out some $40,000 a year per student, only about half of New York City kids can read or do math at grade level. Only half.
I do like the Governor DeSantis. Being like anti-immigrant as the mayor of New York City is a non-starter. How the fuck do you win an election being anti-immigrant in a city like that? Do you hear those stats on how many people are foreign-born?
Bottom line here, what do you see as the top reason for that dismal return on this $41 billion a year investment, and how would
George Bush. No child left behind. Standardized base testing. Let's go. The death of education in America. Thank you, Reagan and Bush.
You turn it around as mayor. You'll all have 30 seconds to answer. Mr. Blake will begin with you.
We have to address literacy and have a better pedagogy on the front end so that our teachers and our educators and families are able to make sure that we address this critical issue. It's the reason why I led the My Brother's Keeper program. But it also means that we have to be clear, to be against any anti-blackness that is happening in our schools. And something that many people may not realize. In 2008, Andrew Cuomo said that no candidate should shuck or jive in an election. Clearly, Barack Obama was there. So when we talk about education, it's not just about making sure
that is fucking funny.
And we're at time, Mr. Blake, and before we move to Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Cuomo, would you like to respond to that?
It's ridiculous.
The hating is really good.
Is it inaccurate that you said in 2008? I never insulted President Obama.
Is
Mr. Mamdani said he is a liar, evil. I never insulted.
Okay, not hearing
saying he didn't say that.
In
2008, I never. In 2008.
We do have to move on.
Man, this is really, really ineffective defense here. He's like, I never said that. Yeah, I totally didn't say that. Listen, we all know about how much of a hater Hillary Clinton was against Barack Obama. Let's be honest here. We know of all, like, the stupid racist shit that she fucking did because she was mad about the fact that she wasn't getting her fucking turn. We all know the meme of, like, how Hillary Clinton voters voted less for Obama in comparison to, say, Bernie voters voting for fucking Hillary Clinton during 2016. We all know, dude. We all know. Like, and this fucking dumbass, yeah, he worked under the fucking Clinton administration as HUD secretary. So, again, like, come on, Andrew. We know you're fucking full of it.
Many people do want to hear about public education, so we're going to move on to Mr. Mamdani to discuss. Okay, you can have 45 seconds to answer to respond to him, and please address the question about public schools.
Yes, absolutely. I'll do so shortly after. We have Mr. Cuomo, who said these words of shuck and jive when Barack Obama was wanting to be the president of our country. I was proud in 2008 that the first doors I ever knocked on was for Barack Obama. While we had a candidate here.
Why do you call him evil and a liar?
We had a candidate here who is so allergic to any accountability or acknowledgement of a mistake that he can't even admit that he said these kinds of words. Now,
true.
All of the challenges that we are facing in our city when it comes to our schools, they are also downstream from the fact that 500,000 of our children are going to sleep hungry every single night. 100,000 of them for the 9th consecutive year are now homeless. We need to ensure we have a city where our children can not only have food to eat, a place to call their home, and we also have to have a full implementation of class size reduction.
Mr. Tilson, we're going to move to you, and I just want to remind you, we do want to know a solution.
In the 2023 to 2024 school year, about 150,000 students in New York City's public schools experience homelessness. About 1 in every 8 students. About 1 in every 8 students.
1 in every 8 students experience fucking homelessness. Yeah, dude, yeah. That's going to be really conducive to good educational outcomes. Is Cuomo going to fucking do anything about that? Nah, probably not.
Public schools in 2023 to 2024, at some point during that year, experience homelessness. That's where we're at.
Epic.
In the public school system. That is the heart of this question.
Sure. The failure of our public schools is exhibit A of how city government spends way too much and delivers far too little. Our kids are reading below Mississippi's, despite spending $40,000 a kid. They're the poorest state in the nation, spending 12. It's really, if you're a business person, I know, and I am for 40 years.
Abundance.
Rewards for success and few, if any, consequences for failure. I served on the board of charter schools for more than 20 years, and 15% of our public schools, the charter schools, are held accountable. Not surprisingly, they are the best charter schools, public schools overall in the city, delivering for kids.
More private schooling, charter schools. Let's go. Abundance.
I believe neither of you denied the point.
You didn't deny it. You said shuck and jive.
Neither of you denied the point that were raised. But we are here to talk at this moment about public schools. No, not any
solutions to public
Like, here's the thing. Like, Andrew Cuomo is, like, complaining about, like, the stupidest shit on the fucking planet. Who the fuck cares if you're calling Barack Obama evil and a liar? Guess what? Yeah, it's fucking true, and that's gonna resonate with fucking voters. Because guess what? What did Barack Obama promise? Hope and fucking change, you dumbass. Guess what he didn't do? Hope or bring any change. We all know what he did during the 2008 financial crisis. Who did he bail out? The corporations, not the fucking homeowners. Yeah, dude. But now you want to fucking complain about, like, you know, Zohran Mamdani accurately calling out Obama for what he fucking is. A piece of shit fucking typical politician, you know. The main reason as to why fucking Donald Trump gained prominence and popularity to begin with. But, you know, does this fucking dumbass Cuomo, is he gonna fucking do anything about that? No. The only reason why he evokes Obama fucking positively in any sense is because it's politically efficacious for him to do that.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Mr. Myrie, do you have...
Let's give it to proud that I raised education to the highest level of any state in the United States. I understand the point about we need to reform the education system. I was out with the DOE. They spend hundreds of $1 millions on consultants. We don't know what we get. I wanted real analysis of the curriculum. New York City solves and New York City reads. We need more paraprofessionals in those schools. 1 out of 8 children are homeless. It's too much for a teacher to do.
Understood.
Pay the paraprofessionals.
Thank you, Mr. Myrie.
I wouldn't be standing on this stage if not for our city's public schools. I went to PS 161, the Crown School, and made my way to Cornell Law School, with Brooklyn Tech and Fordham in between, only because there were teachers that got up every single day and put their best foot forward so that I could be on a path to success. But we also have to think about what is happening after school. We had learning loss over COVID-19, and I want to provide universal after school to help make up for that learning loss. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't have an after school program that taught me karate even when I was terrible, and I was the only one that had the moves to prove it. I want to give that to every single kid.
We're at time now. We're going to move to Ms. Ramos.
Well, now I have to shout out PS70, IS10, and the Academy of American Studies in Astoria. I wouldn't be here without them, and my children wouldn't be where they are in middle school.
We love after school programs.
Look, It's true that our children suffered some lapses in developmental and social skills throughout the pandemic. I've seen it. So I want to make sure that we are delivering on teacher centers so that our teachers have more supports, giving NYC kids more time to really seek in, and really providing our District 75 schools with all of the funding they deserve.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Lander, again, we are looking for solution-oriented answers here.
Both our kids also pre-K to 12 in New York City public school. Shout out.
Huge thing you could do in New York City that you couldn't do in a lot of places. In New York City specifically, you need to expand the school bus routes. One of the reasons for like truancy and delinquency and stuff is that like a lot of parents are working jobs that are so demanding with time that they can't really like drive their kids to school. So they
That's true.
Carpools or have their own like convoluted whatever the fuck. New York City is so dense, you know. You could actually like really build out the school bus network, you know, make it much better.
That you know, it also fucking really helps. That congestion pricing also fucking helps with that. Less cars on the fucking road, for example. Definitely have the ability to expand school bus routes as a fucking example for that. You know, to add on to what Vosh is saying there.
107. 30 seconds to start. I've got a detailed plan. I'm the only candidate in the race with a detailed plan on my website for education. How I'll measure what matters, what metrics I'm looking at, how I'll recruit, retain, and support teachers, including a teacher center in every school, and how I'll deal with the growth we've seen in mental health crises, in homelessness, and in chronic absenteeism by making every school a community school so it can support all our students.
Thank you. Ms. Adams.
You know, prior to becoming an elected official, I was the education chair for my local community board. Education has always been a priority for me. It always will be. We raised 4 children in the public school system. So again, I am that everyday New Yorker that knows what this feels like. So we know that the DOE has the highest budget of all city agencies. What I would do would be to redeploy resources. I have seen as council speaker how difficult it is to maneuver through the DOE agency and the barriers of bureaucracy. But as mayor, I will have full view in order to help all of our children get through the bureaucracy and get our children
Thank you, Ms. Adams.
the right way.
Mr. Stringer.
My sons Max and Miles are going through public middle school as we speak, and the challenge for them is COVID kids is very real. And there's a lot of kids out there that need help, and they need it now. They need mental health services. They need extra tutoring, and we're not providing that with this $40 billion budget. I know that because I audited the Department of Education more than any controller in history. Found missing computers, missing iPads at the height of COVID. But here's what we have to do: childcare, baseline pre-K, free-K. We need an after-school program that focuses on tutoring and giving kids that don't have parental resources financially the help they need. It doesn't matter how you start the race; it matters how you finish.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer. We're at time, David.
Okay, thank you, Sally. We call this next section of the debate "What's in a Name?" We have 3 quick questions looking for fast answers. We don't have the answers
fast
in the
answers in this
We're
crowd?
down the line, starting with Mr. Stringer right now. Who's the most effective Democrat in the country?
Very quick, very good.
Not Eric Adams.
Very good, very good.
I would say the most effective Democrat right now is Hakeem Jeffries.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I would say myself because I actually defeated.
Fucking Hakeem Jeffries. The deer in the headlights fucking moron. Yeah, totally. Most effective fucking Democrat. Hilarious. Mr. Blake saying himself. Based.
Donald Trump when I was vice chair of the DNC.
Mr. Mamdani.
Mayor Wu of Boston.
Mr. Tilson.
My old friend Cory Booker after his 25-hour Herculean.
Thank you, Mr. Tilson. Mr. Cuomo.
That accomplished nothing.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Mr. Myrie.
Majority Leader Andrea Stewart Cousins.
Ms. Ramos.
Maryland Governor Moore.
Mr. Lander.
Boston Mayor Michelle Wu.
Ms. Adams.
I would have to say the next speaker would be Hakeem Jeffries.
In the primary vote.
Why is fucking Hakeem Jeffries, who basically has capitulated to everything that Donald Trump and Republicans are saying, and is one of the main proponents of the strategy of like, guys, if we do nothing, we'll just win, guys. God, it's so stupid, bro.
Voters will be ranking you 1 through 5, number 1 being their top choice for mayor. So we break up the order and start with Mr. Cuomo. Assuming you rank yourself number 1, who on this stage would you rank number 2?
I leave it to the voters.
So you would not put a name in, or you're not sure?
No, I leave it to the voters.
Okay.
Mr. Tilson.
I haven't decided on my number 2, but I'm an ABZ. No disrespect, Zoran, but I think his policies are dangerous.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani.
More of an ABC guy, anybody but Cuomo.
Yeah, of course. Whoa, the fucking dumbass loser, Abunda guy. Is just like, I think Mamdani is really dangerous. Yeah, okay, abundance liberal.
I'll be telling my voters, however, who to rank number 2 before election.
Okay, no names yet. Mr. Blake.
I'm going to take the Andrew Cuomo approach and not answer your question.
Mr. Stringer.
This fucking guy, dude. Jesus Christ.
I love the Blake dude here. He's such a hater. I love the sheer hatred. It's so good. This is okay. I've been saying this. This is the kind of Democrats. You want to be fucking effective? Hate, vitriol. You should hate your fucking opponents. But you know they'll never fucking do that. Thank you, Michelle Obama, for doing the stupid fucking nonsense of like you need to you need to fucking take the high road every single time.
I'm undoing the endorsement, okay? Vote for this guy, okay? I don't know, he's funny.
Supposed to make news at these debates, right? No, just kidding. My second choice really will be based on who I think would be the second best mayor on the state.
Ms. Adams.
I also would rank myself number 1, of course. But we will not be breaking news as far as who my number 2 will be tonight.
All right, Mr. Lander.
Andrew Cuomo has shown you many times tonight why you should not be anywhere on your ballot.
Ms. Ramos.
I think
Based. Just the hate. I love the hate, dude.
this debate is really good food for thought and will give us all a better idea. I'm hoping to have a better idea by the end of the night.
Mr. Myrie.
Literally, like the question is, who on stage do you like? And everyone's answer is, well, I fucking hate Cuomo. But apart from that, no comment.
Stay tuned. All right. The last one will start with Mr. Stringer.
Hey, Cuomo, but
Before
stay
we vote in the race for
tuned.
mayor, who did you rank first on your ballot for the Democratic primary?
That was tough. I conferred with my wife, and we said Stringer number 1.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blake.
Maya Wiley, I co-chair a campaign, and our city would be much better right now if Maya Wiley was mayor.
Mr. Mamdani.
Maya Wiley.
Mr. Tilson.
Catherine Garcia.
Mr. Cuomo.
I would have done Eric Adams.
Did he live in New York City?
No, he said he would have.
I think it was about 30 years since he lived here, right?
Mr. Myrie.
I ranked Maya first.
Ms. Ramos.
I voted.
Wait, did Cuomo say he voted for fucking Eric Adams? Who everyone fucking... Oh, God, this shouldn't be wrong at all.
Mr. Mamdani.
Maya Wiley.
Mr. Tilson.
Catherine Garcia.
Mr. Cuomo.
I would have done Eric Adams.
Did he live in New York City?
He said he would have done. He said he was about 30 years in right? Mr. Meyer.
I like
The hate, I love it. Whoa, who would have thought that Andrew Cuomo is voting, would have voted for Turkey's strongest soldier? Very cool.
Ms. Ramos.
I voted for Maya Wiley.
Mr. Lander.
Maya Wiley 1, Catherine Garcia 2.
Ms. Adams.
My biggest regret was voting for Eric Adams, number 1, with Maya a very close second. Kathy Garcia was.
Well, I'm not ranking any of you.
All right, thank you. Stallion.
Okay, we're going to move on to housing. You've all made housing a top priority in your campaigns, and as you all know, the city is in a
Very
housing crisis
funny.
with a vacancy rate of just 1.4%. We'd like you to explain your proposed solutions to this housing crisis and how you would pay for it. You'll have 1 minute to answer this question. Mr. Tilson, we'll begin with you.
Abundance.
Discussed about an hour ago. The key, I think, is to unleash the private sector to build a lot more supply, which would just stabilize rents.
Let's go! More fucking speculative real estate assets. Let's go! Let's unleash the developers who are just gonna build like a bunch of empty lots for foreign capital to buy. Let's go! Because that's totally gonna fix the affordability crisis of housing. Yeah, man, totally. Abundance! Abunda! Abunda!
We have the highest rents in the country. We need to bring them down. I think they can come down by 20%. Austin just demonstrated how to do this in only 3 years. How do we do that? We need to ease zoning restrictions, fight NIMBYism, properly staff the city departments to streamline that process.
Abundance, brain rot aside, this is objectively correct. There are a lot of insane regulations and
abundance.
New stuff in New York City. There are a lot of like very famous historical buildings in New York City that you literally couldn't build today just because of stupid zoning laws. Like that is all true. That is completely correct. Yeah, for sure.
And overall, just speed up the process. It's taking
abundance brain rot. Let's go.
4 years to build, start to finish, and it should take only 2. I will say what I will. My plan is basically the opposite of Zoran's. He wants the city to build all new affordable housing, which I think the city has we've seen the city is no good at building and operating housing. He would also saddle us. He proposes $70 billion of debt. This would end up looking like California's high-speed rail project. Nothing.
Okay, we're at time. Thank you, Mr. Tilson. Mr.
Dude, God, who would have thought that this abundance troglodyte, this complete moron, this simpering loser is just like, dude, if we just have the private sector build more fucking speculative real estate assets, that's totally going to help and handle the problem. We just need to make sure that the profit motive in housing is maintained constantly. Oh, totally. Like, again, like, just like even Vosh said, like, with the abundance stuff, yeah, sure, there's a lot of, like, dumbass fucking regulations and red tape that get in the way, sure, but that's not the main fucking problem. The main fucking problem is all these fucking real estate developers who have their, their fucking, grubby little hands in, the sort of, like, pot of the fucking housing market, okay? Let's be fucking honest here. They're the main fucking problem. You want to talk about, like, why housing is fucking expensive? All these, like, sniveling, greedy fucking losers who want to make money from, like, foreign capital. That's what it is.
Mr. Cuomo, how would you try to resolve the housing crisis, and how would you pay for it?
Yeah, it's a desperate problem. I built housing for the homeless in my 20s. Excuse me. I served as health secretary and built housing literally all across the nation, hundreds of thousands of units. We need to blow up HPD. It's an obstacle. The city council is a bottleneck. We have to use faith-based institutions. We need to use vacant city land. I've shown that I know how to build. Look at LaGuardia Airport. Look at the Castro Bridge. Look at the Second Avenue Subway. I know how to get.
This is more. It's more fucking. This is abundance fucking bullshit. 100%. All fucking abundance liberalism bullshit.
Things done, and that's what this election is all about. Not plans. Who can get something done?
Abundance bullshit yet again.
And the former governor's response. The problem with just leaving it to the private sector and not having government housing, though, is that we see what happens when the private sector is allowed to build more housing in cities. They build giant high-rise luxury condos, and then they hope and wait for like a billionaire to move in. And the problem is, in New York City, there's always a billionaire waiting to move in. That's the problem.
Hey, that's what I said. What the?
Financially, it makes the most sense to build the most luxury apartments or houses possible because there's infinite demand for living in New York City. You'll never run out. The demand is uncapped. So if you want to maintain like a reasonable class composition of the city and not turn it into a shit pit play box for billionaires like Dubai, you need to build housing that is kept affordable for regular people. Otherwise, you have a core city. You have Manhattan that is unaffordable unless you make 7 figures a year, and all the jobs in Manhattan are filled by people who travel in from New Jersey or from Queens to the Bronx.
How disconnected he is to the work of the city. Unlike myself, who is currently still in city governance, the only person on this stage actually that has experience of city governance and doing the work. The city council under my leadership right now has already walked 120,000 units of housing for the people of the city of New York. So the city council is not bottlenecking anything. Maybe perhaps 10, 20 years ago, when you were a governor, that was happening, but under my leadership, we have a brand new culture in the city council where we are actually working for the people to make sure that housing is built now.
Welcome back, guys.
Very briefly.
Yeah, the mayor has an interesting proposal that I think we're going to see in the Charter Commission that talks about the role of the city council and expediting the approval mechanism.
Okay, Mr. Myrie, your top solution to the housing crisis. You have 1 minute to discuss it.
I grew up in a rent-stabilized apartment. It is a place that my mom, my parents were able to find, the only affordable place they were able to find to raise me to be on this stage right now. But that opportunity has slipped away for too many New Yorkers. My wife and I, we want to put down roots in the same neighborhood that we grew up in. When you walk down Bedford Avenue, everything costs $1 million. Who has $1 million? Maybe some of the people on this stage do, but I don't have it, and I know you watching at home don't have it either. So I've been clear about what my plan is to drive down the cost of housing. 1 million homes over the next 10 years. We can actually do this with some leadership. The leaders of the past, like Cuomo, who had the opportunity to do this, only gave us a city that is more expensive than it was 10 years ago. I want to also extend pre-K and 3K from 2:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. so that we can draw families here and keep them here. And I want universal free after school for every kid in this city because it has to be a city where you can raise a family and where we can move everyone to a path to success.
And very briefly, what is your price tag on those 1 million homes?
My plan does not not require us to raise taxes and reduce the private market in order to build housing.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ramos. Property tax reform is.
Oh boy, more abundance bullshit. It's always abundance shit.
We are helping homeowners and landlords bring down their costs. Water rates. The cost of water has skyrocketed in the past 3 years under the current administration. And then I want to freeze the rent. As a rent-stabilized tenant, I know how tough it is to be able to keep up with rent. The rent is too damn high.
Rent freeze.
So I want
Let's
to make sure
go.
that unwarehousing the 5,000 apartments that NYC is hanging on to. I want to make sure they're repaired so that we can chip into that 200,000 New Yorker waiting list. I also want to bring back the co-op city model so that we can attract the city services that are needed. We need more nurses, we need more teachers, we need more doctors, we need more police officers and firefighters. So I want to build more low-income rentals and modest equity homeownership opportunities so that every New Yorker can own a piece of property.
Mr. Lander. Everyone on the stage talks about affordable housing. I spent 3 decades delivering it. Spent 15 years before I ever got into elected office with my sleeves rolled up, renovating abandoned buildings and vacant lots into affordable homes. In the city council, I was the champion for the Gowanus redevelopment, 8,000 new units, 3,000 genuinely affordable. Saved the 35,000 units of Signature Bank rent-stabilized housing when they were put at risk by Signature's failure. So I know how to do this. That's the leadership I bring to City Hall. A housing emergency on day one. Put out a detailed plan for how we can build 500,000 homes over the next 10 years, and I've laid out where, including 50,000 units in great new neighborhoods on 4 of the city's 12 city-owned golf courses. Might be losing the golf vote tonight, but we need the pathway to homeownership and genuine rental housing.
All right, that's okay. Not the golf vote. No.
Management experience. I can deliver those homes.
Thank you. For viewers at home, that's the Housing Department and the New York City Housing Authority. Ms. Adams, given that you spoke about this before, we're going to give you 30 seconds to continue your answer.
Yes, already doing the work. Don't need a manual or transcript in order to do it. I'm already doing it currently as we speak. So I've already delivered thousands of affordable units to people of the city of New York. We can take a look at Innovation Queens, the largest privately developed structure that is coming up right now, unheard of. We can look at Bronx Metro North rezoning. We can also look at what we just passed 2 weeks ago, the Atlantic Avenue rezoning. And yes, we can take a look at the City for All, which will create over 80,000 brand new affordable units.
We have to move on to Mr. Stringer.
Doing the work.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer. Can you please talk about your housing plan and how you would pay for it?
It's not just spread out the big stage. Is there going to be another debate, or is it the only one?
Confronted housing issues in the past. Mayor stepped up and didn't do the minimum, they did the maximum. LaGuardia built 22
gotcha.
public housing.
I was complaining, but he didn't do the
program, the
program,
greatest integrated housing program in a generation, was also built. Right now, all we do is have luxury developers propose.
So there's going to be another debate after this. Okay.
My plan: take 1,000 vacant lots, build the affordable housing that we need. You give the land to not-for-profits, to community-based organizations. We're in the game. This is not pie in the sky. I can't say to you tonight, given my 30 years of experience, that anyone has a plan to build 1 million homes or 500,000 homes in 10 years. Don't believe it. Believe what we can do in the next 2 years. That's the first step. Lastly, we also have to recognize who can best do this work. As controller, I financed affordable housing all over the city. As borough president, I didn't do 1 or 2 rezoning. That was my life's work for 8 years. And we
we're at time, Mr. Stringer. Mr. Blake. We have to move on, Mr. Blake.
It is a lot, yeah. It's a tough topic.
You have to actually go through the journey. My mom overcame homelessness. We sold dinners to pay rent in South Bronx. And so this is not about a report for me. This is about reality. So how do we fix the crisis? We need local median income, because area median income is not working. We need to end credit scores being utilized for housing applications, and we need to increase the income limits on housing applications, especially to protect all of our New Yorkers. When you think about what's happening in Rochdale Village right now, with an unfair tax increase, the protections that happen in Co-op City or Concourse Village, Tracy's House, just name a few. But then we got to go a step further. For public housing and those that are living in NYC, for those who have not helped you with heat and hot water, they need to go to jail, because they're not being held accountable to actually fight for you. And so when we talk about the actual vision of a housing plan, if you go to BlakeForNYC.com, you'll see the welcome home vision, because we want to make sure you can afford the home you deserve.
Mr. Blake, we're at time. Just a very quick follow-up. Who are you implying should be going to jail?
The individuals that are working at NYC that were a part of a bribery scheme that has been unveiled and uncovered, where it's been very clear that they were taking in bribes and not actually fix what's happening in the residence.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mamdani, we'll go to you.
If you are one of the close to 2.5 million New Yorkers who live in rent-stabilized housing, I will freeze your rent. And I will do that because you have a median household income of $60,000 while your landlord profits have increased by 12%. This is an act that will bring nearly $7 billion back into your pocket.
Go after the landlords. Let's go.
And we'll do so because the mayor has the power to.
Sure, we're doing Maoism. It's Maoism time.
The mayor actually did this 3 times. And on top of this, we're going to build 200,000 truly affordable homes. Homes that are for the New Yorker who has a median household income of $70,000 for a family of 4. We'll do this while taking on the very bad landlords and the real estate developers who are funding Andrew Cuomo's campaign. $2.5 million last time I checked. And we're going to do that.
Base, go after the real estate developers. Fuck these stupid abundance liberal dumb fuck. Hey, I wonder why that one fucking abundance liberal stupid dumb fuck. I don't remember his name. Tilson or whatever the fuck. Dude with the fucking girl's name, okay? Whitney? I thought that was a girl's name. What's going on here? Nah, you know. Stupid meme aside. Yeah, again, with all these, like, stupid dumb fuck liberals, they're just like, they never want to fucking address, like, the main fucking problem. Because I've talked about this constantly. The main fucking problem in cities, sure, there can be really annoying regulations that get in the way in terms of, like, building affordable units. I'm not going to deny that. The main problem is guess who, generally speaking, are the ones who fund a lot of the campaigns in a lot of municipal fucking sort of districts in cities within America, even in Canada. It's real estate developers who only want to build a bunch of fucking luxury condos and stuff like that so they could be speculative real estate assets. This happens all the fucking time. Which is why I also thought the idea behind, I think, the Blake guy, I also thought was like a vacancy tax. I was just like, ooh, that's a pretty interesting way to also like try to tackle the issue. I'm not sure if it's 100% like going to be the best way to do it, right? You know, it's supposed to be like a sort of like incentive structure in order to make developers work on more affordable housing in comparison to, say, like a lot of the more expensive luxury condos that, you know, a billionaire fucking buys up a bunch of them and then uses them as, you know, real estate assets to speculate with on the market, right? You know, the one of the biggest problems with general sort of affordability in terms of the housing market is that exactly. So generally speaking, that's like I think an interesting, like sort of more like lateral way to sort of like tackle the problem. Just be like, oh well, I mean, if those units are empty, they're not occupied, tax the fuck out of them even more. It's like, ooh, that's like, yeah, I think that's like a pretty good way to sort of like tackle the fucking issue. I'm not sure if it's 100% going to be the like perfect fix. The bigger problem is obviously a lot of like the money that goes into politics, especially in like municipal areas, by real estate developers to buy mayoralships and whatnot in order to get like sort of preferential treatment when building those like luxury sort of condos and whatnot. Because that's the biggest problem, right? It's not a housing first policy. It's meant to just make money for like real estate developers and the rich.
Because ultimately, every single person needs to follow the law, and that includes the landlords who are violating our housing code and have $800 million in fines that the city have yet to actually collect on.
Brief response. Mr.
That's true.
Mr. Mondami is very good at videos, but not reality. The Daily News said that his plan to finance his proposals, it violates the constitutional debt cap of the city of New York. It would double the state taxes, and there's no way the state is going to pass a tax statewide.
No, he's invoking. I should be able to respond. What the governor is speaking about is when we want to fight for working class people, it's considered unrealistic, but when he wants to give Elon Musk a $1 billion tax break, it's totally feasible. What the Daily News found is that this would mean taking a $30 billion budget, increasing it so we can actually create truly affordable housing. All right.
Yeah, get on, dumbass. Whoa, who would have thought? Like, whoa. Andrew Cuomo just wants to give tax cuts to the rich because that's all he fucking cares about. And also, you know, funding the police way more. So when he does his like little fucking tax cuts for the rich, they can just beat the shit out of people who object to, him giving more and more tax breaks to the fucking rich in New York. Yeah, well, you know, typical Andrew Cuomo bullshit.
We have some breaking news we want to ask you about. The Trump administration is threatening the accreditation of Columbia University. In a statement, Secretary of Education Linda McMahon said after Hamas's October 7, 2023 terror attack on Israel, here we go. Columbia University's leadership acted with deliberate indifference.
This is going to be interesting.
Campus. This is not only immoral, but also unlawful.
That's a good run, guys. It was a good debate.
30 seconds.
October 7th, let's go.
I think you have two separate issues. Number one, I do believe there's been anti-Semitism in the city. I believe it's a growing problem, and I believe the rhetoric about Israel has actually inflamed the anti-Semitism. Put that aside.
I got something for you, Cuomo. New York polling on sending aid to Israel. These are all good one for you, Cuomo. Huh. This is on January 23rd. Not that long after. As tensions rise, more New Yorkers oppose aid to Israel. I don't know what's going. That's a little weird, Andrew Cuomo. Is this like anti-Semitism or people being more concerned about the genocide that the Israelis are doing? I don't know. Yeah, it's very, very funny. 45% of New York State residents polled opposed sending additional military and economic aid to Israel, while 43% supported of it. Wah, 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 wah. And this is a reversal from late October when it was 57 to 32%. Damn, it's not a majority. It is a fucking plurality though, and it's it's higher than those of who support sending more aid to Israel. Yeah, I don't think that's a winner for you there, Andrew Cuomo. So this was on October 24th, right? Majority of New Yorkers support aid to Israel, right? And then the Siena College survey that we just looked, the 45%. Times of Israel probably complaining about that. So, hey, Cuomo, are you sure that New Yorkers support Israel? It's all because of anti-Semitism and shit like that? Yeah, sure, buddy.
I think this is just another overreach of the Trump administration. Now he's going to take over the academic universities in this country. He is literally attacking the foundation of democracy, and he must be opposed at every turn. Mr. Tilson, your reaction?
Again, the dipshits who are mostly concerned about what Donald Trump is doing. They don't want to lose their fucking endowments because it's all the people within the administration of the university that are going to capitulate to him. Like, that's the fucking main issue. But, you know, Andrew Cuomo is okay with the administrators over the, like, whims of the students and the professors. He doesn't give a fuck about those guys. But the administrators? The guys with the money? I think he cares way more about those guys.
Okay. So that was actually a surprisingly not. I was expecting a way more like partisan answer out of him.
Columbia University.
Yeah, I'm totally appalled by two things. First, the failure of Columbia and other elite institutions to adequately act quickly after the October 7th attacks on mobs that were creating a very dangerous environment for Jewish students. My daughter is one of them in college right now. My wife and children are Jewish. This is personal.
Yeah, sure, man. Whoa, the dog shit abundance liberal just wants to like be collaborationist with the Trump administration. Who would have thought? Crazy.
But I am, and these mobs, let's be clear, were incited by activists like the Democratic Socialists of America and their anti-Israel.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, dude. All the fucking peaceful fucking drum circles of like people saying like Israel is bad, turning Palestinians into mulch is bad. Yeah, dude. Incitement of fucking mobs. You want to know who fucking incited mobs? Zionist fucking agitators who constantly went to the fucking police all the time so they could crack in the skulls of fucking students. You fucking ghoul.
I am even more appalled, however, by the Trump administration pretending to care about anti-Semitism and threatening the accreditation of universities.
I think this is yet another example of a gross overreach of the Trump administration, one that they have shown they will continue to pursue with whichever university they decide to target. It's been Columbia, it's been Harvard. We need to have a mayor that will actually stand up to Donald Trump, not one that we have right now that will collaborate with. And that is who I will be, as someone who is, in the words of Shirley Chisholm, unbought and unbossed, because the donors who are putting me in second place in this race are working class New Yorkers across the city.
Mr. Blake, 30 seconds.
As a reverend, let's start from the core that all hostages have to come back home on both sides. Let's also be very clear
On
that we have
both
to reject
sides,
anti-Semitism and also have
Both sides.
2 Israeli hostages held by Hamas for the like tens of thousands of Arabs kept without
Based?
in Israeli prisons.
Wait, woke both sides of them?
Is this guy pro-Hamas?
The overreach is unacceptable, and what Trump is doing, Lyndon McMahon is clearly more focused on wrestling rather than the facts. And it's one of the reasons why I'm running in this race.
heard
Because of my
testimony
federal experience working for real President Barack Obama, and the state house experience and local experience, we have to make sure that we're not allowing DC to have overreach. And when they take these steps, we will withhold sending New York City taxes to DC.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer, reaction.
There's no question that on so many of these college campuses, the anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish hate is very real. And we have to make sure that we hold universities accountable. Make sure
Yeah, totally. The drum circles inciting anti-Jewish hate. And guess what? Who most of the people are there? Oh, a lot of them are fucking Jewish. I guess they all are self-hating Jews or something. Yeah, totally, dude.
Of all different backgrounds are safe. But this Trump move goes against everything that's American. And if he really wants to help Jewish students and all students, because everybody faces discrimination at some point in their lives, then maybe he would fully fund the civil rights divisions. He would not cut programs that could go a long way to fostering the ability for all different people to work together and come together.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, your reaction. The Trump administration says that the university's leadership acted with deliberate indifference towards the harassment of Jewish students. He's now targeting or perhaps threatening their accreditation. Your reaction.
All New Yorkers deserve to feel safe no matter who they are. As Speaker, I've allocated over $18 million to combat anti-Semitism in New York City. As Mayor, I will...
That makes me wonder, is the Trump administration even able to target the accreditation that fucking universities can even give out? Is that even like allowed? Can he do that? I guess it doesn't really matter all that much because, fucking the Trump administration feels like they can just do whatever the fuck they want. They don't give a fuck about the rule of law. We all know this. Party of law and order, by the way. They pretend to really care about the law. Yeah, totally.
Continue to combat anti-Semitism within the city of New York. We have got to come against this Trump administration who is now terrorizing our college students, our students across the country. We have to have a mayor who will stand up. I've been that speaker that will stand up. As mayor, I will continue to stand up against Donald Trump. Our students deserve to be in safe spaces on all of our college campuses.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Adams.
Sure.
This is a frightening time for Jews, and I feel it really personally after the flame throwing in Boulder, Colorado, and the 2 murders in Washington, D.C. I go to a lot of Jewish communal events, and you can't just be looking over your shoulder. So I've got a really detailed plan for how we're going to deal with hate crimes and anti-Semitism in New York City. But let's be clear, Donald Trump, he platforms white nationalists and anti-Semites all the time. This has nothing to do with keeping anyone safe and trying to discredit Harvard or Columbia's about destroying higher education and democracy. It won't keep Jews safe.
Ms. Ramos.
But McMahon is an educator, and Trump has no interest in funding our education. He is trying to make our education less accessible to students. I do wish Columbia University fought the way Harvard has. We have to stand up to Trump. We have to be willing to sue, and that is exactly what I will do as your mayor to make sure that we are...
Good point here, actually, by Ramos.
And we are fighting bigotry at every turn. There is no room for the skyrocketing...
I will say, I'm actually surprised and a little impressed with where the Overton window is in this conversation. Obviously, there has been a lot of pro-Israel capitulation, but not as much as I expected. I'm gonna be honest. I really thought everyone would turn on Mamdani with that one. Like accusing him of not condemning the Holocaust, where the fuck Politico ran with beforehand.
Anti-Semitism that we are seeing in our...
That is also true. That's a good point there by Vosh. I'll be honest. Like the stupid Politico smears against Zoran Mamdani saying well, you didn't vote to affirm this totally ceremonial bill, so therefore you're a virulent anti-Semite, Zoran Mamdani, and it's just sure, man, if we want to go that schizophrenic with it, totally, bro, yeah, confirmed anti-Semite, Zoran Mamdani. Great work, Politico, as always.
And the xenophobia must end.
Mr. Byron.
There has been a clear and unequivocal rise in anti-Semitism in the city and across this country. We have to be just as clear and unequivocal in calling it out and rooting it out wherever it rears its ugly head. That is what I'm going to do as mayor. But come on, this is New York City. Our Jewish friends and our neighbors, they make our city what it is. Kindergarten through 8th grade, I went to school next to Beit Rivka. That is part of what makes our city great. This is a shameful, unconstitutional overreach by this...
Did you expect this amount of Cuomo hate also? Honestly, what this is reminding me of is how bad the National Democrats are. The fact that when you get at this granular city level, even the people who I would consider on the right of the discourse are still way more moderate in their language than the leadership of the Democratic Party. And again, it's New York City. This is NYC. This is the capital of the bad National Democrats too. It's just a reminder of how fucking bad they are,
True.
All across our city and country.
Thank you. We're going to stay in the area of Columbia University with our next question. Sally Goldenberg.
Thank you, David. The case of Mahmoud Khalil, the permanent U.S. resident who helped lead pro-Palestinian protests, drags
Mahmoud Khalil.
wants to deport Khalil.
Mahmoud Khalil.
A terrorist group.
Let's
to make
go.
Jewish students feel less safe on campus.
They say he's a threat to foreign policy. He was arrested and detained, but has not been formally charged with a crime, and he says he's done nothing wrong. We're looking for a very short answer here, and we'll begin with you, Mr. Mamdani. Do you believe that Mr. Khalil should be set free or deported?
He should be set free. He should be at home with his wife Noor and their young child. And the fact that he is still
Based.
is an abomination. It's an attack on our First Amendment, and it is clear another example of Donald Trump weaponizing the very real issue of anti-Semitism to then throw Palestinian New Yorkers into detention facilities and not even tell us what the crime is they're charged with.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
Based.
Very sorry, I can't answer the question without knowing all the facts right now. It certainly looks like another case. Stop, let me finish. It looks like another case of Trump administration overreach.
We kind of do know all the case and all the facts about this, but whoa, who would have thought this fucking stupid Fallout looking ghoul motherfucker over here, the abundance fucking liberal, whoa, has the dog shit answer of like, yeah, we don't know all the facts here. Nah, it's pretty fucking clear. He's a permanent resident, and he was one of the main protest organizers within Columbia University, who the Trump administration went after because Marco Rubio decided like, yeah, I think this guy's totally a threat to U.S. foreign policy by organizing some fucking goddamn drum circles. Sure, dude.
They need to prove their case and show that he has ties to
Hold on, my handlers haven't told me whether or not I'm allowed to defend Mahmoud Khalil.
So that would justify via due process revoking his green card and deporting him. I don't think the Trump administration will be able to do that, and therefore he should be set free. They need to make their case.
Thank you, Mr. President.
This is a continuation of Trump eroding democracy, chipping away at due process. He should be released. He should be released immediately. He shouldn't have been detained in the first place.
Mr. Myrick.
He should be immediately set free.
It's actually no. Okay. You know what, Andrew Cuomo? I'll let you take that one. I'll let you have that one. Okay. You're a piece of shit still. You fucking suck. He's right on that one. Good job, Cuomo. The bare minimum. You did it.
Ms. Ramos. We have due process in our Constitution for every person. Mahmoud Khalil is no exception. He belongs home with his family, just like Andrea Hernandez and so many others who have been unlawfully abducted by ICE. Mr. Lander?
True.
Mahmoud Khalil should be at home with his family, and so should Dylan Contreras, a New York City public high school student that ICE tricked and then arrested and is trying.
Yeah, that's also a big story. That's a great point here by Brad Lander. Like, literally some, I think he's, a Hispanic immigrant, I think, right? Hispanic immigrant who was going to like high school, and ICE literally just showed up at the fucking dude's high school and just randomly fucking detained him, zip tied him, detained him, and he lives in like New York with his family, and everyone's just like, excuse me, what the fuck is this? He was just going to school. What is going on here?
To deport, we've got to stand up, make sure folks have legal services, and then New York City has their back.
Ms. Adams? Yes, Mahmoud Khalil should be released immediately. There is no due process in Donald Trump's America, and that is why we all have to pull together and fight this chaotic Trump administration.
Due process, habeas corpus. Now, what are those?
More individuals that have committed no crime. This should be unacceptable to every American and everyone that lives in this country.
Mr. Stringer.
Is a Jewish American whose wife works at the Jewish Museum.
Also, what are you talking about? Never heard this guy before, but I like his mustache, even though it's not as cool as mine. You talking shit about my mustache? That's kind of fucked up, bro. What the hell?
In Lower Manhattan, fighting the Holocaust, fighting to make sure we remember the Holocaust.
Fighting the
I will
Holocaust?
say unequivocally,
I wish more
taking
people
this man off the streets and others off the streets without any charges or any rationale is a direct horrifying moment for our Constitution. Donald Trump should be ashamed of himself for doing this.
Mr. Blake?
Real?
Home with his family, full stop. It's really that easy with it. Extended on this is the appreciation and understanding,
Real?
whether it be Dylan from the Bronx or any of our communities. We should not believe that a convicted felon president...
Blake, Giga Chad?
Yeah, you can follow up to make sure we protect our immigrants and have more lawyers at our immigration hearings, because we should actually know where individuals are so they have a chance to fight for their own justice.
Thank you, Melissa.
Big?
Thank you.
Based?
We're moving on to a subject that none of you are discussing much on the campaign trail, but it could reshape...
So, who would have thought that the useless abundance liberal would have had the worst answer? Because, again, abundance liberalism is all just a fucking dog shit attempt at rebranding, well, conservatism, which neoliberalism basically is.
The city in the next few years, thanks to the rapid advance of artificial intelligence. It could improve many things in the city, but it could also
AI.
thousands of jobs. So the next mayor will likely have some opportunities to replace some city workers with AI technology, and in the process, save hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars. AI will certainly be on the table when city labor contracts expire. So here's the question: is there an area where you would consider replacing city workers with AI if it saves tax dollars? And would you also offer any protections to city workers? You'll have 30 seconds to answer. We'll begin with
I like this question, actually.
Well, I think Andrew Cuomo would tell you that he's already replaced a campaign worker who would have written his housing policy with AI because he had it written by ChatGPT. I can tell you that.
That's so good. What a fucking... That's a zinger. Because, yeah, he did fucking do that. One of the references within his fucking housing policy was shit that was pulled from fucking ChatGPT. So you can heavily imply that Andrew Cuomo more than likely used ChatGPT to create his fucking housing policy. You can make the heavy fucking inference to that. So, you know, very good. Get owned, you fucking loser, Andrew Cuomo. But yeah, you know, with the AI, it's pretty bad, generally speaking. We all know what the purpose of, like, AI, generally speaking, is, right? It's meant to just, like, replace workers. Which is why it was a good question that was asked. Because, broadly speaking, like, what do corporations want to use, like, AI for? Replace a bunch of workers. Replace, like, menial tasks. or what is deemed as menial tasks, rather, with a bunch of like dumbass like robots and computers in order to be able to save money. That's the only purpose of it, right? So I anticipate that a Bunda guy and fucking Andrew Cuomo are probably big fans of this.
To be endorsed by the labor union representing the largest number of city workers, DC 37. And I'm proud of that because my approach to artificial intelligence will be one where we can find efficiencies in the contracts and consultants that we work with the city, but we are not going to use this language of artificial intelligence as a justification for further layoffs of city workers.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, time. Thank you. Mr. Tilson?
Yeah, I think actually AI is going to be a home run for the city because we are second only to Silicon Valley, the sort of tech hub, the East Coast tech hub for a lot of these West Coast companies. So wherever we
Of course.
I think we're going to gain if we're smart.
Whoa, my prediction was correct. Abundance guy is worthless on this.
But we've got to stop shooting ourselves in the foot with left-wing madness, like driving away Amazon and the 40,000 jobs that they wanted to bring here. And lastly, I'll say we can use some shit-talking.
Shit-talking AOC on that one? Yeah, dude, because, like, the 40,000 jobs at Amazon were going to be, like, very, very fulfilling for, like, New Yorkers. Totally, bro. But I expect nothing less from this dipshit, sniveling fucking loser, abundance liberal, Tilson motherfucker. I mean, you know, it's okay. He's probably, like, going to be completely fucking cooked. Let's be honest here. Bro, you have the same name as the fucking third gym leader from Johto, okay? No one fucking likes her. Everyone has bad memories of her, let's be honest here. Even though, like, beating that milk tank, pretty fucking easy. Let's be honest here, okay? You get a Geodude, you wall the fucking milk tank, you win the game, okay? That's a free tip. That's a free tip for you people.
I think AOC pushed for Amazon not to set up warehouses in New York City because of the labor violations and the tax benefits they would have gotten and everything.
Yep.
AI brings a lot of permitting by the city online to.
Thank you, Mr. Tilson. Mr. Cuomo, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I am the candidate on the stage who's endorsed by more labor unions than anyone else, of 650,000 working men and women, and I'm proud of it. AI is undeniable. It's coming. There's I think, a tremendous opportunity for economic development here in New York by bringing AI to New York and bringing those businesses here. The West Coast doesn't have a franchise. You hear a lot of four-letter words here. You're free. You hear taxes. You don't hear jobs. We need opportunity. We need jobs. And we want to reorganize government.
I was about to say, taxes is not 4 letters. It's 5 letters. Yeah, it's 5 letters.
AI can help, but we want to protect jobs.
Mr. Myrie, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm the proud son of a city worker. My dad taught special education in the Bronx.
He didn't really answer the question, to be honest here. Like, AI can help. Like, yeah. In what way? Oh, be able to replace a bunch of people with, like, more menial, who have the more menial jobs. Like, for example, there's, like, a thing that's going on where, like, AI is being used as, like, job interviewers, and everyone's just like, oh, this is, like, really weird that this is going on. And, like, a lot of, like, HR positions also are being, like, replaced with fucking AI, for example. Because totally, if like, an HR violation happens, I would definitely want, like, some dumbass fucking AI to be the main thing that's, like, taking care of that potential dispute. Yeah, man, totally.
22 years, I would not be who I am today without it, without what he fought for and what he did for students every day. I believe we have so many city workers that are doing their absolute best to serve this city. We actually have thousands of vacancies in our city workforce now, so I want to hire more city workers to get them to do it. Of course, AI is going to have a role to play going forward. We have to all play a role.
Do you think it looks better to voters to talk over mods when they call time to stop talking? It's very context dependent, honestly. It's very context dependent. I don't have a straightforward answer to that. I think sometimes it makes you look like you're salty and mad. Sometimes it makes it look like you've got a powerful voice that, you know, you're like the underdog trying to speak out. You don't want to get in an argument with the mods ever. That's one lesson for sure.
Ensuring that this is an industry that grows in our city. One way we're going to make us attractive
thank you, Mr.
1 million homes over the next 10 years.
I don't know. It seemed to have worked out for Trump when he did that in the fucking debate with Kamala Harris, because he ended up winning the presidency. Yeah, I'm mostly joking when I say that, of course, but there's a lot of other extenuating circumstances for why fucking Kamala Harris lost the election.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos.
I wrote the law to protect our artists, our actors, image and likeness from AI's use through movie studios. And that's exactly what I want to do. I want to put the power in our workers' hands to help us lead the transition into the use of artificial intelligence. We can't be Luddites, but we do have to make sure that the workers have a say.
Luddites?
Especially when I want to transition them and repurpose them for mental health capacities where we have deep shortages.
What the?
3 strategies I propose to use AI and technology to make government more efficient that won't cost any jobs but will save us money. Last year we paid out over $2 billion to set up 12,000 claims, have an RFP in the field to use machine learning and AI to find patterns, put it on the books of the agencies that cause it so we can actually reduce that. Second, we should have NYCHA vendor scorecards that enable residents to rate the repair vendors that come into their units. We're not doing that right now. We can make much better use of our taxpayer dollars by going with the vendors who actually get the work done. And third, I got the 15 seconds.
Sorry, mixed signals.
Oh, I got one more idea for the next time.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Ms. Adams?
You know, I'm not a career politician. I come out of the world of corporate America, so I know the benefit of technology. I actually used to teach tech in another life, so I know the benefits of AI. I think it's something that we need to embrace as New Yorkers. I think that it's something that can bring a lot of profits into New York City. That said, we should not balance AI along with the release of our workers that can do such a great job and are doing such a great job for our city. There is a balance here. As mayor, I will reckon that balance and reconcile that balance so that we do not lose training our workforce towards embracing AI.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer.
Look, I think AI is a great opportunity for the New York City economy, and we should embrace it. But we also have to know that with any new technology comes the job.
I mean, again, like, these are, like, all fine answers and stuff like that. The problem is, like, generally speaking, when AI, if it's not fucking regulated, especially with what's going on in the big, beautiful bill, good luck fucking being able to regulate anything with AI for the next fucking 10 years. Whoa, crazy. because of like some sneaky little fucking provisions which Marjorie Taylor Greene can't fucking read or listen to, as always, because, well, she's an idiot, for example. But like, the thing is if you can make like use of AI, and AI can have its fucking uses and stuff like that. Generally speaking, if it's like all corporatized and the profit motive is the primary motivating factor, as always, AI is always going to be used as a vestige of, whoa, crazy, being able to help save money by getting rid of what is deemed as more menial fucking work. With the example I mentioned earlier, like AI HR bots or some shit, or AI fucking interviewers and stuff like that. Because that's something that's fucking happening now.
Job of the mayor to protect our workers and our citizens. And I don't think it's an either or question. I think AI can come in and actually have a benefit to the city workforce. Imagine training new kids at CUNY and places to get into the tech economy. This is one vehicle to do it. Obviously, as mayor, you have to
By replacing city services with
I would
AI?
do that.
Learn to code.
Borough president controller is without question.
Let's go.
Okay. Mr. Blake, I'm sorry, I jumped up. Mr. Blake, you had a final word? That was my mistake.
Our campaign theme is Tomorrow Begins Today, and that's the epitome of when we talk about for AI. As a small business owner, which I've managed more than 15,000 people across the country over the years, it's the appreciation of groups such as Adventure or National Gem Consortium or the Knowledge House. So we can be very intentional how AI can be utilized for good. I would say also specifically, we need technology for good. You can track a flight or food, but you cannot track closing up a residential repair in your home. So we have to find better ways. And to your last part of your question, you can do that and equally create jobs by reducing regulation and red tape at the same time.
Candidates, thank you. We have a few short questions, lightning round questions, some call them, just to get a glimpse of your thinking on some of the issues that are relevant to New Yorkers. So New Yorkers are feeling stressed about housing in the city, as you've all alluded to, as we know. How much do you pay each month for rent or mortgage? We'll go left to right.
Oh my God.
Our home is paid. I'm a homeowner.
Okay. Mr. Land.
We have a mortgage,
What's your
one
mortgage
rental unit, the total mortgage on the house, $3,300.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ramos?
We rent. We pay $2,500 a month.
Okay.
Sir, in a rent-stabilized apartment, I grew up in 1300.
Mr. Cuomo?
7,800.
Mr. Tilson?
I own and pay about $5,000 a month in maintenance and taxes.
Mr. Mamdani?
$2,300 for my one-bedroom story.
Mr. Blake?
About $1,800 for the home that I own with our family.
Okay. Mr. Stringer?
I'm getting ripped off $6,400 a month.
All right, thank you. Helicopter traffic around Manhattan is a constant debate. It's a complaint for many. Should helicopter traffic be limited? We'll go right to left. Mr. Stringer?
Yes.
Mr. Blake?
Absolutely.
Mr. Mamdani?
Yes, we should ban all non-essential helicopter travel.
Mr. Tilson?
Yes, I agree.
Mr. Cuomo?
It should be limited, yes, sir.
Especially out of Westchester.
Mr. Myrie?
Yes, and I co-sponsored legislation in the state to that effect.
Okay. Ms. Ramos?
Stop the chop.
Mr. Lander? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Adams?
Already doing the work. We've already passed a bill in the city council.
Okay. The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first?
Good question.
Right, Ms. Adams?
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Of course.
Okay. Mr. Lander? Mr. Lander,
Of course.
Boy, what Trump is doing to Canada, there's a lot of opportunities for us to partner better with them.
Ms. Ramos?
I'd love to meet Claudia Scheinbaum, but I'd probably head to Colombia to my parents' homeland.
Mr. Lander?
Sure.
I'm a proud son of 2 Caribbean immigrants. I represent a robust Caribbean constituency. I'd like to go to the Caribbean as my first visit.
Mr. Cuomo?
Sure.
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York.
Oh yeah, we know. We know it's Israel.
I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine.
To your 4th trip to Israel? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna also go to Ukraine. Nyeh. Fucking stupid abundance liberal.
Two of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani?
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I've said...
Why does he get the...
What? Why are you asking about that? Would you want to visit Israel because you didn't vote for that stupid ceremonial fucking bill to recognize the state of Israel for their 77th anniversary? Nyeh. Stupid fucking, like, dumbass Politico smear. Yeah, dude, totally. Because, like, that's, like, a totally fucking relevant thing. All because, like, Zoran Mamdani was just like, yeah, I support BDS because I don't think Palestinian children should be turned into mulch. Yeah, okay. Totally, bro.
The specific Israel, what?
Travel to Israel to stand up for Jewish New Yorkers. And that is what I will be doing. New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their...
Wait, what was his answer? I'm sorry.
No,
As mayor?
I've said travel to Israel to stand up for Jewish New Yorkers. And that is what I will be doing. New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples.
There was a cut, and also the audio's desync now.
Or at their homes, or at the subway platform. Because ultimately...
Wait, yeah, there was a cut, wasn't it? Wait, what's the fucking full version of this?
Hey, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I've said...
Why does he get the specific Israel, what?
Travel to Israel to stand up for Jewish New Yorkers. And that is what I will be doing. New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their...
Wait, what was his answer? I'm sorry.
As mayor?
I've said travel to Israel to stand up for Jewish New Yorkers.
Yeah, there's a cut there. There's a cut. This is a blatantly fucking dishonest question.
And that is what I will be doing. New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples.
There was a cut, and also...
Yeah, there's a cut. There's a cut. And the audio's fucked up because I did a bad job with the cut. Wait, okay, where's the full context? Zoran Mamdani. Guy, I don't even know how to fucking say what this is, right?
So the audio's desync now.
Or at their homes, or at the subway platform. Because ultimately, we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
Just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
What the fuck?
Whoa, it's all fucking a Jewish state of Israel. Yeah, Zoran Mamdani, do you think that Israel needs to be a fucking ethno-nationalist state? You know, do you believe in ethno-nationalism, Zoran Mamdani? Get the fuck out of here with this stupid bullshit. God, this fucking, like, stupid Politico smear. You know, this blatantly fucking dishonest bullshit. Do you believe in fascist ethno-supremacism? Yeah, okay, bro.
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
As a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
That's about as good of an answer as you can get. Wait, but where's like the full context, huh? Because this is like some clear fucking bad faith fucking bullshit. I think Vosh himself also found the full fucking context of it. What, Zoran Mamdani, Israel question, New York, mayoral debate. Uh-huh. I want the full fucking context. Candidates on visiting Israel. Okay, we're gonna get a fucking bunch of bullshit, right? Because I want to find the what did he actually fucking say? Because there was a cut there.
As the mayor...
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples, or at their homes, or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering.
There's still a cut there, right?
On their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
He won't,
Okay.
he
Not
won't
as
say
a
it
Jewish
has a
state.
right to exist as a Jewish state. Be very
And
clear
his
on
answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
Okay, again, I want to see the full fucking thing, right? Answer about Israel. I want the full context. Is this the full fucking context? Mamdani, which country he'd visit first seemed innocent, but it's a loaded nature. Uh-huh. I want the full context.
Mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first?
I would
go to
by my 5th allies, front lines of terror.
In New York City, my plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for
That's the cut again.
Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are.
That's still the fucking cut again. I want the full context, right? You have a good one, AJ. Social media. Islamophobic and racist.
Mr. Lander, sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to go to the Caribbean.
To Colombia, to my parents.
The anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel.
Mr. Mamdani.
I will in New York address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up.
No, so Jacobin is saying also this weird cut was not made by myself. My screen recording or editing
Jewish
software.
New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever dogs and subway focus.
Israel.
I don't know. Unlike you, I answered.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Blake, where would you go on your first foreign visit as mayor of New York?
My full name is Michael Alexander Blake. I'm named after Michael Manley.
Still, where's the full context? What's the full fucking context? What's up, Zane? Because that question, by the way, is a bunch of fucking bullshit. There was a cut there. There is a cut there. Yeah, a bunch of stupid dipshits, of course, are complaining about the fact that, why are you not supporting the Jewish state of Israel? You know, the ethno-nationalism, of what Israel wants. Why aren't you doing that? Where's the full fucking clip? Where is it? There was a cut there. What's the full fucking context? Did Zoran Mamdani say what the full context is? Because that shit was fucking dishonest. AOC. Clips from the debate. Clips from the debate, mostly. I'm not fucking finding the, I am not finding the fucking... I want the fucking full context. I had to explain the difference between a Jew and a Zionist today. To who exactly? When you're polling at 1% like Whitney Tilson. That's funny. I want that full fucking context. What's the full context of that? Because there's a fucking cut there. Let's be honest here. Full of shit there. Hopefully the context does eventually get fucking posted. I do think that needs to be posted, needs to be clarified, because that was blatantly dishonest there. So that's cool. Ah, dumbass on Instagram. Fun, lovely. Yeah, there was a cut there. There was a cut there. Either by the studio or someone else. Zoran Mamdani said something else, but they cut out some of the stuff. Probably some form of clarifying statement because they want to make Zoran look as bad as possible because, again, he doesn't support, you know, Israel being a fucking ethno-state. Like, he even specified himself, he wants equal rights for all, right? We can literally just play the bit again.
Why does he get the specific Israel? What?
Travel to Israel to stand up for Jewish New Yorkers. And that is why we'll be doing Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their...
Wait, what was his answer? I'm sorry.
No, Mayor? I've said travel to Israel to stand up for Jewish New Yorkers. And that is why we'll be doing...
So right there, that was the cut. You can hear the cut. It was not a clean cut.
Meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether...
And now the audio is desynced. You can tell. The audio is going on, and it seems like there's a little bit of lag between Zoran speaking right now. So, there's a cut there.
There was a cut, and also the audio is desynced now.
Or at their homes, or at the subway platform, because ultimately, we need...
It's actually insane.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
What the fuck?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
As a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
It's a good answer, by the way, to that question. Like, do you think it should exist as a Jewish state? Because obviously the reason why that question's being asked is, again, for ethno-nationalist reasons. And he's saying, like, nah, equal rights.
And his answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that
That's what he was trying to say.
No, unlike you answer.
What the fuck is this? It's a lightning round. Here's like 4. Who was the person who asked that? The moderator asked that. Was that the political woman? Which woman asked that?
I want to be clear. I believe every state should...
Yeah, it was the political woman.
Be a state of equal rights.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blake, where were you going your first foreign visit as mayor of New York?
My full name is Michael Alexander Blake.
Like, look at that, dude. Dude started speaking, and the fucking question was still being asked. The audio is heavily fucking desynced. I guess they don't have very good audio engineers, I suppose, at this news station. Nice fucking meme.
I'm named after Michael Manley Alexander Bustamante, so of course...
Blue jacket lady, not the bush lady. Okay.
Mr. Stringer?
I'm gonna go with you.
I don't know why the audio got these things. I don't know what happened there.
All right, I'm sorry.
My goal would be to take my first trip to Israel. My wife's work in this area means a lot to our family, and it could coincide with my young son Miles' bar mitzvah. He'd like to have a bar mitzvah.
Okay, but a minute left. What's your favorite go-to pizza
That was fucking weird, dude. Like, to wait, like, not even the question about Israel or anything, but the rant, like, to specifically ask, like, hey, you're quit lightning round for you specifically. What the fuck was that?
Mr. Cuomo, we'll start with you. Gabby's in Queens. Mr. Myrie.
Gino's Pizza, Flatbush Ave.
Ms. Ramos.
I don't know why the audio is sick now.
Mr. Lander.
DeFar is in Midwood.
Ms. Adams.
Alba, Queens Boulevard.
Mr. Stringer.
Kids' Choice, Joe's.
Mr. White.
Vinny's, Grand Concourse, Burnside.
Mr. Mamdani.
I grew up in Morningside Heights, so I have to say Cornets.
Okay.
Nino's in Staten Island.
Okay, all right. And then real quickly,
Let's hear it.
thumbs down,
Of course, the fucking abundance liberal would choose fucking Staten Island. Of course.
I'm ineligible, I'm afraid, to be New York City mayor. I don't really like pizza.
Your reaction, we already heard this from one. To the Knicks firing their head coach, Tom Thibodeau. Miss Adams. Thumbs down. Mr. Thumbs down. Thumbs down. Thumbs up.
Our goal is to win the finals, not to get to the finals.
Thank you all for spirited debate. That's all the time we have. Again, we thank the candidates for an informative evening tonight. We
Okay, like, final thoughts on this, honestly, is that...
Okay, cool. I guess we're done. No more meme? We're done with the meme? Lovely. Okay. I don't care about your final thoughts, Vosh. It's my final thoughts. Haha. Fuck you, Vosh. Yeah, you son of a bitch. My final thoughts. Overall, very good debate there by Zoran Mamdani, as expected. You know, shouldn't be really surprised. Even though, like, the parrying there of the question there of the Israel, you know, based off of what was not cut and desynced there, because, well, guess what? I guess the CIA does not have very, very good, audio engineers or something. You know, brain drain is affecting everyone. And Cuomo, he came off as extremely whiny, very bitchy, a liar. Like, here's the shuck and jive stuff, you know. Is Andrew Cuomo consciously lying, or can he just not remember? Cuomo remark in an interview takes clarifying. Albany Attorney General Andrew M. Cuomo's staff spent much of Thursday explaining Mr. Cuomo's use of shuck and jive, a term with racial overtones, during a radio interview on Wednesday about the presidential race. So, whoa, Cuomo is lying. Who would have thought? And has also, like, taken a bunch of super PAC money and has violated the city's laws on, you know, the amount of money that he could take from fucking super PACs. And as a result, his money has been capped as a result. So that's pretty cool. So he came off as very stupid, very fucking whiny. A lot of Cuomo hate, which is great, fantastic. I let Zoran Mamdani sort of be able to, you know, do his fucking thing. That Whitney Tilson guy, whoa, abundance liberal, fucking loser. No one likes him. Very cool and very good. Brad Lander and Michael Blake, I love the Cuomo hate. Very good. I think they're pretty solid candidates as well. You know, I guess if you were to put like a number 2 and a number 3, I mentioned Brad Lander before as like a number 2. But obviously Zoran is the best out of all of them. But, you know, Zoran was mostly just kind of unperturbed. Let's be honest here, mostly just unperturbed. Everyone's gonna fucking soy out and complain about the fucking cut clip there. The clip chimping attempt there by, what is it? Was it NBC? I think it was like an NBC, like, local affiliate that was trying to, like, get the clip chip there. So that's cool. So fantastic, excellent. And we're probably not going to get the full fucking context on there. So, you know, CIA doing everything possible in order to make sure that Zoran doesn't win the mayoralship of New York. Who would have thought? But, you know, it's okay. You know, AOC with the endorsement, which is certainly going to change quite a lot of stuff. Because, you know, fuck these guys. These fucking dishonest hacks and pieces of shit. So, overall, very, very good debate there by Zoran Mamdani. He did really, really well. His attacks on Cuomo, premium. When Cuomo tried to do weak, whiny, little bitchy new jabs and counterattacks on him, didn't really land. He sounded very petulant, like a fucking loser. And I guess he needs the help of the fucking network to do sneaky little cuts to try to make him sound fucking better. So, you know, that's cool. And it's in a fucking lightning round question. Zoran Mamdani has to get, like, an extra fucking question about fucking going to Israel over, like, some stupid, like, Politico smear hack hit job based off the fact that Zoran didn't want to go along with, like, some stupid, dumbass fucking, ceremonial vote. Get the fuck out of here. Based off of, like, oh, Israel being a shining city on top of the hill. Yeah, right. Get the fuck out of here. Dishonest fucking hackery, as always. So, I don't think it... I think, like, Zoran with the AOC sort of endorsement, and with how well I think he performed in this debate, he's going to definitely benefit significantly more, and Cuomo is probably going to suffer quite a bit from it. But, you know, as I've talked about before, the inner machinations of the average voter is an enigma, and if you seek to try to understand it, you will want to commit self-delete. So, you know, we'll see overall what happens. There's supposed to be another debate in about a week. Probably check that out as well, see what happens. And, yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say about it. Zoran Mamdani did really, really well in that debate. Andrew Cuomo came off as a bitch. I liked Michael Blake and Brad Lander constantly tearing into Cuomo because he's a bitch. Let's be honest here. And Whitney Tilson pulling out 1% with his like stupid abundance agenda bullshit. I guess he has that. He needs to give the real estate developers that good fucking sucky, that fucking good gluck in order to be able to maintain some form of fucking relevance. That fucking loser. But yeah, Zoran absolutely fucking killed it. And I think he's probably going to, I don't know. Will he benefit more from it? It's always hard to fucking tell with like debates, to be honest, how a particular person is doing. But the AOC endorsement is probably the more important thing there for Zoran. So I think he's probably going to benefit mostly because of that. At least that's what I think. Nice. We're done for today. Who to raid out to today? Wow. Very cool and good and fantastic and excellent. What's on the docket for tomorrow then? Obviously more Emerald Imperium. Gardenia is next. And Brawley. So Gardenia and Brawley. So that's fun and cool and stuff. Fantastic. We're gonna be doing that shit. So more fights. More level cap raising. Yada yada yada. Standard shit like that. And I'm trying to think, what else is there to do? Nothing I can really think of at the moment, huh? Discord, you say? Oh, is this the dude you were fucking having an argument with? These are Zionists, not Jews. Separate the terrorism from religion. True. In the same way that ISIS does not represent the Muslim religion, how the Crusades don't represent Christians, how atheist shooters don't represent atheists. Don't be anti-Semitic. Be anti-apartheid, otherwise you are no better than them. True, true, true. Do not let the news blind you by saying it's anti-Semitism to be against the murder of children. True, true, true. It has nothing to do with Jews and everything to do with Zionist ideology. When you say you're anti-Semitic, you're letting them win. Real? Alright, let's see what the dumbass says. You do not understand Christianity. I'm sure that sounds like a cop-out, but whatever. That's... Okay, that is a fucking cop-out. That's what we call an analogy, right? Every Christian is not represented by the fucking Crusades, but I don't know. What are you... Is this dude like a Crusader defender? You know? He wants to defend the Crusades, which is why he's like getting triggered about the fact that... saying that you don't know shit about fucking Christianity because you're saying that the Crusades are bad? Okay, cool. Whatever. And believe me, I struggle with wondering why a just God would supposedly allow of all that and do what he has done. That's because God was not the main guy who ordered the Crusades. It was man who did that. That wasn't God, okay? The Pope and the institutionalization of the church is the main problem with why the Crusades fucking happened, right? Because he said, like, you know, we have to have the Crusades in order to bring back the Muslims and free the Holy Land for the sake of the Christians. Even though, like, let's be honest here, the Rashidun Caliphate, the Umayyads had, were treating the Christians that were living in Jerusalem just fine, you know. That's cool. But there is overwhelming evidence that Christ is real and out of any religion from genuinely a non-biased perspective. because I've studied all the major ones. What is the evidence to say that Christ existed, right? Like, sure, man, totally. Christianity is the only God that could actually be real. We will never know. Okay, this is about fucking anti-Zionism, and he's doing a fucking whole screed about Christianity. Okay. I think you made him really fucking soy out over the fact that you said, like, yeah, the Crusades don't represent all of Christians. I thought this was about Zionism and Jews. Guess bro doesn't care about that at all. We'll never know. We will never know anything for certain, but that is the truth. Wait, you're saying that God is real and that is the truth, but we'll never know for certain? Okay, sure, lovely. Double speak. And when it comes to Jews, they do condone that, most Israelis, but still, if you go there are thousands of clips of Israelis cheering at children dying and actively calling for more bombing safe zones. You need to wake up, man. Judaism is not to be compared to Christianity in the you weren't comparing Judaism to Christianity. You were talking about Zionism to Judaism and how Jews shouldn't be all representative of fucking Zionism. So not even like actively engaging with the argument you were saying? Okay, cool. In the slightest, as they worship Satan. Wait. Oh. That's an anti-Semitic bit. Nah, this guy's a fucking anti-Semite, but is trying to defend Zionism? That's fucking hilarious. Saying that Jews fucking worship Satan? Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, kill the Jews, Holocaust #2, let's go. Unironically, that is what that guy fucking believes. Christ is king, kill all in the name of God. Dumbass, reread what I said. I'm against Zionism. Jews aren't Zionist. If you can't differentiate the two, go get mental help. And don't even bother responding, because I'm not wasting my time on some crazed religious zealot who's okay with all the stuff I listed and excuses it in the name of God. Go get help. You are no better than the Zionists in Israel, but you are too blinded by your own faith, such as they are to hear what you're saying. Pretty much no notes. Yeah, that dude's just a fucking well, Nazi. That guy's probably a fucking Nazi. That's the easiest fucking read of life. Nazi. Guaranteed. Yeah, we're rating out now. Who are we going to rate out to? A clip.
He's going to definitely benefit significantly more, and Cuomo's probably going to suffer quite a bit from it. But, you know, as we have talked about before, the inner machinations of the average voter is an enigma, and if you seek to try to understand it, you will want to commit self-delete. So, you know.
That's true.
We'll see overall what happens. There's supposed to be another debate in about a week. Probably check that out as well, see what happens. And, yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say about it. Zara Mamdani did really, really well in that debate. Andrew Cuomo came off as a bitch. I like Michael Blake and Brad Lander constantly tearing into Cuomo because he's a bitch. Let's be honest here.
Epic prawn do be streaming.
Pulling out 1% with his like stupid abundance agenda bullshit. I guess he has that. He needs to get into real estate developers. That good fucking sucky. That fucking good luck in order to maintain some form of fucking relevance. That fucking loser.
True. That guy was a loser. Fuck that guy. Needs to give the real estate developers that good suck. Very cool. I kept responding, what do you mean by do on every question? Yeah, give the fucking, the Jordan Peterson clone a fucking taste of their own medicine of being overly fucking pedantic, cause guess what? Whoa, crazy. Fuck these Jordan Peterson clones and stuff like that. They love pedantry. It's their main fucking, rhetorical tactic. I figured out who I want to raid into. I'm gonna raid into Igloo BC because I Canadians. Love Canadians. Alright, dorks, raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transstride with the Daho raid buff. If you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the Wowie with the Daho raid buff. That's how we show appreciation. Those are into in case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And what? Gardenia, May 2. It's gonna be an actual fight instead of like the stupid bullshit before. So what? It's May 2, Gardenia, and maybe Brawley. we'll see where we get to. Anywho, I'm back tomorrow. Bunch of fights. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.